Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. This is Mtembei TV, and we are bringing you your favorite open forum political discussion show where we look at the latest development on our political front and the position you need to take as you are informed by what is accurate against what is propaganda and what is being peddled as lies. Well, today, as the DP continues with his visit in the USA, there has been an embarrassing moment where his communication team came up with the claim that he has gotten access to visit Whitehouse. It appears it wasn't as it was reported. What is happening with the DP and his team? Why the desperation of looking for endorsement? For 4 years' time, we've been treated to suckers and all manner of claims that he will get the presidents from the people. He doesn't need anybody's endorsement. He doesn't need anybody's support. He can get the people to vote him in as president without being endorsed by anybody. So why all the desperation of appearing as if White House is supporting him, the USA is supporting him, the rest of the world is with him? Something is happening and we need to get to the bottom of the same. And that's why we invite your view on the same. And of course, Baba and team were in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia County today. And the masses came out in great, huge numbers to pledge their allegiance and their commitment to the Baba move, to see to it that this country moves to the next level. We have more from Bungoma and the rest of the country on the Azimio la Umoja campaign. Let's all gang up and make a difference. And of course, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, there is all manner of drama there. Today, Malala taking on Khalwale. There is that we need to embrace, others we need to shun, others we need to ignore. But all in all, it's our business to see to it that we give you an opportunity to participate in the Kenyan discourse of the political development. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Click on it and allow StreamYard to have full access to your audio as well as your video, and you will find yourself in the studio and we'll get down to talking. I really want to appreciate those of you that are coming in fast and furious. I salute Alum. He made it again as number one today. Thank you so much. He says, Bungoma ni moto kama pasi. Thank you. I am fine. Dimoyo Yaya. Thank you so much. Victor Nasi, thank you so much. You say useless post. Kipsi Yegon, you say wacha kierere na ukora. Mbuki Nzomo, karibu kwa show. Derek Okomo, karibu kwa show. Of course, we have Bashir. Where is this? Sorry. We have Bashir Muhsin. Thank you so much watching from Kikuyu. DPP, asante sana kwa kutujoin kwa show. Gevi Lodek, thank you for joining us. Janet Muruka, asante sana. Of course, we have Jared Joram Wangira, asante sana. Godfrey Arwea, asante kwa kuungana nasi na kuendelea kufuatilia matangazo ya Mtembei TV. Tunashukuru kila mmoja wenu kwa support yenu na kuendelea kujumuika pamoja nasi katika masuala ya kisiasa. Agnes Tinga, karibu sana. Arab Cheriot, we are glad you are watching. Kimani Shunja, asante sana. Nicholas Otinda, we salute you. Robert Okojo, asante sana. Mwalimu Mbadhe, we are glad you are watching. Jaden Real, asante sana. Kuna huyu anaitwa nani huyu Eric Mbogani, asante sana. Mboko ya Yomulu ya Mboko ya Namulunda, wewe. Thank you so much. You say useless headline. Mboko ya Namulunda, this is serious business. Thank you so much. I want to welcome all of you in the show, and just invite all of us to dive into this understanding. There is no need of you getting worked up. It's too early in the day, and so we must ensure that we balance, and not only balance, we dissect, we open up everything so that the truth can come out clearly. This time, Kenyans are not going to be taken for a ride anymore. And all the suckers, I don't need anybody's endorsement. I don't need anybody's support. I can make it on my own. I think the truth and reality is dawning on somebody. And we believe it is about time everybody face their reality. And as you get into the battlefield, understand you either have a chance or you don't have one. But all in all, Kenya ni yetu sote na wote ni Wakenya kwa haki ya kikatiba. Kwa hivyo tuheshimiane. Aswa huko kwa comments, hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu yeyote. Tafadhali tujumuike pamoja, tukuwe na jioni njema ambayo tunazungumza masuala ya kisiasa na tunaelewana vizuri kabisa. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining, and please, when you get us, help somebody locate us. You can invite somebody to watch wherever you are. Thank you so much. Mama Selina, umetangulia leo, vipi leo?
Natangulia moto.
Moto umewaka leo.
Imewaka, ile inaitwa moto imewaka.
Yes.
Kwanza mambo ya Amerikani, mambo ya State House, White House, I'm sorry. Hey, Bernard, White House si mahali ya kwenda na kutembea na mkono na kufanya hivi. White House kama we ni state, kwanza kuna ile makari ya escort, ile inakupeleka, kuna ile maaskari watakupigia salute. Alafu sisi wote saa ingine ukitembea White House, kuna hiyo mahali wanaruhusia watu kukua. So si kama State House ya Kenya ati amwezi karibia, ni mbaya sana. Huko kuna mahali wamefungulia watu, lakini White House, isipokuwa ile mambo ya tarehe 6 ile ya January, White House ungeenda hata mpaka upike picha karibu hapo ndani. So ile kitu inanishangaza ni moja. You lied to Kenyans, now you want to lie to Americans, now you want to lie to the world. Kwa nini? Alafu kama umeenda, umeshuka na gari yako, hakuna mtu amekupigia salute. At least siku ya kwanza tuliona vile walikaribishwa, ama ilikuwa ya Uhuru. So this thing wanakuwa embarrassed, na Kenya sana imekuwa ni embarrassed. Si mtu, it is the government. Kenyan government are so mtu namba 2 ya dunia ya Kenya is so desperate kusalamia wasungu. Hakuna vile hiyo, na utatuwekea hiyo film tuone vizuri, kwa sababu tukiongea hapa watu wataona sisi tunasema mbaya. Protocol, hata governor, hata mayor ya Amerika, ukienda City Hall wanakuwa na maaskari wamevaa uniform. Mayor akishuka, salute, wanaenda wanamfungulia mlango. Hii yenyu sijui White House kani hiyo hakuna. Alafu mama moja anamuuliza China, what did you say is your name? My name is Deputy Ruto. William Ruto, not even deputy. How could you be received? Na mama tu anapita kwa barabara, mnaachak awasalamie, alafu tena anawauliza who are you? What did you say your name? Then kuna msungu ingine tena alikuwa mbele, sijui alikuwa anapenduka, anaona Waafrika wengi wanamfuata, wakamatch pamoja. Oh my God. Yes. uongo itaendelea na watu ya Yuda ama KKA wakikuwa hapa watasema amesalamiana. Joe Biden ameongea kuhusu Amerika. Unajua vile kwetu wanaongea kuhusu bottom up economy. This is something it goes in America, na wamepatia pesa watu yao, na kuna hii card inapeanwa bure. Kama uko na watoto 6 unapata pesa kwa chakula, uko na card unaenda kwa supermarket, ile hiyo card huwezi nunua pombe, huwezi nunua sigara, lakini hiyo card unanunua chakula, na saa zingine hata sabuni ama nini huwezi tumia na hiyo card. Alafu Amerika wanasaidia watu ya business wale wako chini. It is not a free money. Wanakuja wanaangalia, unapeana, unasema niko na duka yako, wako na address yako. America they have your. Mimi saa hii nikiwa hapa kwa kari yangu, polisi akini reflect number plate yangu, anajua nyumba yangu, anajua what a job I'm doing, anajua kama mimi niko legal ama si legal, kwa sababu kila kitu ya Amerika imeenda na picha yako and your ID, driving license. So these people, sitaki kudwell with that. Ile kitu najua watu walienda tour, let them enjoy the tour, but 100 million ya Kenyans, hiyo ni sawa kama mtaamua iende hivyo. Nimeshukuru Chefukati amejaribu kuongea kitoko, anasema watakuja itana ile kitu, na tumetaka kujua if number 2 can say election can be rigged. Kama unaenda muuliza governor ya opposition ya Donald Trump yenye amenyima watu yake, hakuna mtu mweusi ako na ruhusa kupiga kura kwa hiyo state, and then you are going there as a black person kumwambia kuja unisaidie. Kama Mwafrika mwenzako amenyimwa kupiga kura, who are you? Okay, hiyo nawacha. Acha niende nifurahishe mambo ya Kimilili vile baba alikaribishwa. Thank you so much watu ya Bungoma, na ninaona kuna wenye walikuwa karibu Bungoma hapo Kitale, Trans Nzoia, it was the same, lakini Bernard, sidhani sasa kitambo tufike kesho Machakos alafu turuti inaitwa nini, Chakaranda. Election imeisha anyway, so tunashukuru. Nataka pia kupongeza vijana, nataka kusema asante kwa sababu ya Babu Owino is the young man, na vijana wenzake wanamwatimaya, na kwa timu ya TP ama Okoa Kenya ama hiyo ingine, naona pia wako na vijana, but there is no, hakuna hiyo lada yenye watu wanataka kusikiza. Ya pili nikaona watu wa mama, naona watu wametetea Kalonzo sana, na raia wamemwambia, Wakamba wamemwambia we don't want you to be too late. Kwa hivyo wacha sisi tuachie watu ya Ukambani wamwambie mtoto yao the best place to go, na akitaka kuenda against the Kamba nation, the Kamba nation have decided wako na baba, so it is up to Kalonzo Musyoka afuate watu yake ama ajaribu. Ya mwisho ndiye nisichukue nafasi hii, watu Moses Kuria anasema ako na machama mingi sana. Yes, hiyo chama ya watu moja briefcase parties, we know they are there, na hata hatutakuwa na shida mkutane briefcase parties, hata kama mtakuwa 100, we say welcome, muingie hapo mkae hapo, na hata kura moja, unless mkule tu pesa ya wananchi. Ya mwisho, najua chama ya Jubilee, it is so serious, wako kila mahali wamechipanga. Tunaambia Jubilee vile baba anaendelea kutafuta kura. Na shukuru Jubilee wanatengeneza nyumba yao, si kutengeneza kwa sababu baba ya hiyo nyumba alikuwa amefanya kazi, so vile alikuwa ameenda vita nje amerudi nyumbani, sasa anatengeneza boma. Amefukuza ile watu walikuwa na pweka kwa boma yake, wengine walikuwa na konga bedroom, amefunga bedroom yake. Sasa baba ako nyumbani, mama anapika chakula na baba anakula. Ninataka kusema asante kwa kunipatia hii nafasi. Naenda kazi, leo ni Friday, lakini nitasikiza. Niko na nyinyi baadaye nikipata nafasi, na nashukuru. Naona leo wasee wamekuja cha Kindu Bay, naona waring Waria. Naona Nicholas mwalimu, yes, vijana yetu najua watasikia vile wasee wametangulia. Mr. naona wewe. So leo nashukuru kwa sababu wasee mtapeana direction ya kwamba watoto yetu waweze kuamua mambo mazuri. Tumekula chumvi, tumetoka mbali, tunataka kuachia wachukuu na watoto yetu inji mzuri, waendelee kufurahia vile babu Awino aliwaambia vijana ya kwamba nyinyi patu hamjaona mengi, patu mnakula raha kidogo, lakini hamwezi kula raha kama nchi yenu si free. Hamwezi enda kufanya dating kama msichana ana nguo na wewe hata kijana una kazi. So nafikiria kitu mzuri ya vijana kupigania nchi, hili ukipata msichana mzuri utakuwa na chakula ya kumpatia. Otherwise wasichana yote wamechukuliwa na wanaitwa sugar daddy ama wanaitwa nini, na nyinyi vijana mnaenda kuingia kwa sugar mummies. Sugar mummies hakuna kitu atakupatia, anakutumia, utakosa kukua na familia. So I'm so worried kama unakuja kwa mama kama mama Selina, nyenye nilimaliza kusaa samani, ni nini nitakupatia? Hakuna. Mimi nataka wewe ukuwe na familia yako, uchunge maisha ili nchi yetu ya Kenya iendelee. Asante Penat. Mungu akusaidie, lakini mambo mazuri. Na kuna pasta, nimesahau. Hiyo pasta alituambia maneno mzuri hiyo ya Tanzania. Tufuate watu wenye wanajua mambo. Ameongea mambo ya maana na ameonyeshana protocols. So watu ya Kenya, na utupatie hiyo picha ya huyo pasta alikuwa anaongea na Wekesa, ili wa Kenya wajue what is the truth na nini inaendelea. Asante, nimechukua nafasi kubwa lakini nashukuru.
Sawa. Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate your givings and continued support and counsel to us as we wherever navigate through this political season where confusion and all manner of things are happening. We are lucky that we have you here and other panelists that are helping us get understanding from all that is happening. Very happy that you are there for us, and we look forward to interacting more as time goes by. Mr. Wangira.
How are you, everybody?
We are fine. How are you doing?
Fine. Mama Selina, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Jakindu Bay, isn't it? Asanteni sana. Bernard, I want to start with this issue of William Ruto in the United States of America. And I'll term it as peer pressure. You remember, the normal peer pressure that we always see on social media, where people want to portray a particular picture of them either living good life or being that connected. Every day people posting particular pictures to portray them in a particular positive position. I think that is what William Ruto has fallen into. William Ruto has fallen into this peer pressure of wanting to be seen as a guy who has those international connections. And in falling into that peer pressure, is now faking everything. You remember the first faking was of the motorcade that he was supposedly to have used in America. And if you watch that picture keenly, that was the picture of President Uhuru Kenyatta's motorcade in, I think, 2018, when he visited former President of the United States of America, President Trump. Imagine the effect that particular picture to portray it as if it was William Ruto motorcade. Today, there was even an official communication from his communication team that he had visited the White House. And I like my Kenyan people because their eye, they have a very keen eye. They could notice the difference between where Ruto was and where the White House is. That's a very big embarrassment for you to portray that you have been at the house. You are at the White House, and even for your official communication team to communicate the same when you know that you are lying. Perhaps Ruto is falling into this trap of where people say that fake it until it happens. Perhaps William Ruto is trying to fake issues so that they can look as if they have happened, and that's why he's into that's why he's into this so much issues of portraying pictures of having met this and that, having met the big names in America, having been to White House, having enjoyed that big motorcade that he's not enjoying. He's trying that just to fake so that he gives Kenya a particular picture of him as a person who is internationally connected. And the reason why William Ruto could be doing this is because of the Raila's connection. You know, every time Raila Odinga goes to any country in the world, the type of reception he receives, whether it's in America or it's in Britain, whether it's in India. You saw Raila Odinga in India the other time on a private visit when he was taking his daughter for eye checkup, but he had an opportunity to meet the Indian Prime Minister. A guy who was just on private visit. So those are some of the things that are eating William Ruto. So he's also trying to fake so that he can be seen as a person who has international connections. But unfortunately, it's not coming out good on him because it's now a big embarrassment. People are seeing that this is a guy who's cheating us, that he has connections when he has none. And again, it's unfortunate that he's using a 107 million shillings to go to America to fix situations. Now to Azimio, to our Azimio, to Baba's Azimio visit in Bungoma. Oh, you could see the crowds just like they were in Kisii yesterday. You could see those crowds in Bungoma, very organic crowds, people who are very well prepared to receive Baba. And again, we have seen that Azimio is growing now, and Dr. Muhisa Kitui has also now joined Azimio, and he has told us that he's now going to be part of Raila's national campaign team. The other thing that caught my eye was the Kakamega gubernatorial race. You know, the chicks are coming home to roost as far as Khalwale and Malala are concerned. These fellows, just a few months ago, especially for Malala, he was a guy who was just as excited as Ruto has been that he was going to become the governor of Kakamega. But now, as things look, he's certain that his chances of becoming the Kakamega governor are diminishing. And today, as much as Khalwale was insisting that people must go for the nomination and the stronger candidate within their House of Kenya Kwanza Alliance is decided on, he was telling Malala was telling Khalwale, but this thing is not a joke. We either go for consensus, or these guys are going to hang us separately. And truly, I see Khalwale and Malala in Kakamega getting hanged separately by this gentleman called Barasa, and that's why you don't hear much of noise from Barasa. Barasa does not make so much noise. He's doing his campaigns in a very orderly and slow motion manner. No noise, no nothing. But on the ground is a guy that is being felt. Then finally, I want to bring up another issue that might not be part of your today's topic. The issue of the Keroche breweries that are owned by Tabitha Karanja. I think the government needs to balance between collecting taxes and killing businesses, because per today, things were looking as if Keroche is going to die. And if we allow Keroche to die, then that will mean that 250 people who are employees in Keroche will lose their livelihoods. So the government, especially KRA, must balance between collecting taxes and killing businesses. We don't want to see businesses, especially at this time when the country is recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, to see businesses die or businesses getting killed. So that's the only thing that I will urge the government to find a way of balancing. And again, we don't want a situation where now Tabitha will say that she's being targeted because she joined UDA. As much as I'm not a pro-UDA person, I don't want her to be seen as if she was being targeted because she has joined UDA. There was a similar scenario in Rwanda 4 or 5 years ago, where the family of this lady called Diana Rugira, who was contesting to become the president of Rwanda, you know, their tobacco company was killed just like that by the Rwandan Revenue Authority, just because this lady was contesting against President Paul Kagame. So I don't want the situation to look as if we are targeting Tabitha Karanja. Let there be a balance between the collection of taxes and nurturing businesses. That's all I have for now, Bernard. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tunasonga mbele. Na kabla tumlete Jakindu Bey, naomba tusikilize hii video alafu tusonge mbele.
cha mawasiliano kushutumiwa mitandaoni kuhusu madai ya Ruto kuzuru ikulu ya Whitehouse na kufanya mashauriano na viongozi wa ngazi za juu. Msemaji wa kampeni za urais za Ruto, Hussein Mohamed, kupitia mitandao ya Twitter na Facebook alichapisha video na kudai Ruto alizuru ikulu ya Whitehouse, lakini wakosoaji wake wakadai anawahadaa wa Kenya kwani alizuru jumba mkabala la Dwight Eisenhower. Katika ziara yake Marekani, Ruto amedai kuna njama ya wizi wa uchaguzi, huku akikosoa mapatano kati ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga. Ujumbe kutoka kwa waziri msaidizi katika Wizara ya Mashauri ya Kigeni, kitengo cha masuala ya bara Afrika, Molly Fee, ulithibitisha kukutana na Ruto hapo jana, ambapo majadiliano yaligusia suala la uchaguzi huru, haki na amani humu nchini mwezi Agosti. Ruto anatarajiwa kukamilisha ziara yake Marekani na kuelekea Uingereza kwa msururu wa mikutano, miongoni mwao kikao na askofu mkuu wa kanisa la Kianglikana Justin Welby kabla ya kurejea nchini juma lijalo.
Asante, mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru kila mmoja asua uko kwa comments. Tafadhali tulinde nidhamu, tuheshimiane. Hakuna haja ya kuita mtu mjinga. Ukweli ni kwamba kama naibu wa rais na kitengo chake cha mawasiliano wanaanza kuhadaa wa Kenya, portraying what does not exist, and then you defend that, I think that's more foolish than calling another person a fool. It's important for us to at least place value on what is truthful, especially when that person is seeking the highest office in the land. We can't get presidency on lies. It is evil, it's wicked, it's immoral. So let's sober up and demand right values for those people that seek the highest office in the land. You don't need to defend what is obviously wrong. Thank you very much. Tumlete Jakindu Bey aendelee.
Asante sana Bernard. Habari Bernard. Leo nimejitahidi sana kwa asubuhi mapema. Hamjambo wote?
Salama. Asante sana, karibu.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Bernard, mimi naweza kusema kwamba yale mambo ambayo nimekuwa nikisema kwamba uongo unabomoa, uongo haujengi. Unaona, mtu ambaye tunataka kuchagua awe president wetu anatuadaa, anatudanganya kila wakati. Na hiyo ndio maana ninasema sisi wa Kenya, kwani tuna problem gani? Tunadanganywa kimacho macho. Kwani kwenda White House itatupatia chakula gani? Ama itatufanyia kitu gani? Itatufanyia? Watu wangapi wameenda State House? Wao watu hata hatuwajui, hatuna. Mimi hii mambo ya kusema eti lazima ameenda White House, kwa nini anajiweka katika hali ya kusema kudanganya kwamba ameenda White House? Ya nini? Kama ameenda Amerika, aende afanye shughuli zake, lakini awache uongo. huyu jamaa hafai. Mimi nimewambia Ruto hafai kwa uongozi kwa sababu anadanganya, hata saa hizi anatudanganya, hafanyi kazi, anafanya campaign, ukimuuliza unafanya campaign anasema hapana, mimi sifanyi campaign, nakagua kazi ambazo zimeanzishwa na serikali. Sasa na saa hiyo anafanya campaign. Mliona Kajiado, siku ile alikuwa Kajiado, anaulizwa swali hapa Nairobi, anasema yeye hajakuwa akifanya campaign, amekuwa akikagua maendeleo ya serikali. Lakini akitoka hapo akienda Kajiado anafanya siasa. Sasa huyu ni mtu ambaye hafai kuchaguliwa kama kiongozi wetu. Na mimi niliwaambia huyo mtu hafai, morally hafai, hata kwamba system ya kwamba vice president lazima awe president, hapana. Hiyo haifai. Hiyo itatuletea, tushaona inafujo, itatuletea fujo. Hiyo inafujo. Labda na machache, mimi upande wa Azimio katika ziara ile kampeni ya Kisii, hiyo kampeni ya leo, nimefurahi sana, na nimefurahi kwamba Wamunyinyi amesema jambo ambalo mimi namsupport. Amesema alimwambia Kalonzo akuje kama wanachama wengine, asije akijidai kwamba yeye ana uwezo zaidi ya wengine, aje tu kama mwanachama wengine, kwa sababu hata Raila Wamunyinyi alimwambia Raila kwamba wao ndio wamemchagua Raila. Kwa hiyo Raila hana uwezo wa kusema hata simama, hana uwezo. Kwa hiyo Kalonzo aje kama mwanachama yoyote. Na mimi nimesema Kalonzo, Mudavadi, hawa watu si viongozi, kwa sababu hawa watu sasa sahihi. Kalonzo kama yeye ni kiongozi, tunataka kuona uzalendo wake. Hatuoni uzalendo, tunaona tu ubinafsi, kwamba mimi niliahidiwa kitu fulani lazima nifanyiwe. Hapana, uzalendo onyesha, kama vile baba amekuwa akifanya. Mara ngapi amenyang'anywa kitu, chakula mezani, na bado anakula na hao watu. Ananyang'anywa na bado anazidi kutetea Wanakenya. Hajakata kauli, hana hata hasira na mtu yoyote. Hata Kalonzo mwenyewe amemkejeli baba mara ngapi? Si huyu Kalonzo na watu wake walikimbia na certificate. Hiyo ilikuwa ni nini? Ama hiyo wamesahau kwamba walikimbia na certificate ya ODM? Kwa nini walikuwa wanakimbia na certificate? Si hiyo hiyo ni utapeli. So hawezi kusema kwamba anataka kitu kwa jambo ambalo limekufa. Yeye ndio wa kwanza kuua NASA, alafu sasa hii anataka kudai mifupa ya NASA. Hiyo mifupa ilishaliwa na wadudu, hiyo haiko tena. Kwa hiyo yeye aje kama mwanachama yoyote. Lakini mimi nimefurahi sana na campaign, na watu wengi wanazidi kuingia kwa campaign. Maana yake nimefurahi leo, nimeona hata Mkisa Kitui kwa mara ya kwanza. Mimi nilikuwa sikuwa na habari kwamba yuko, lakini nimemwona leo na amesema kwamba alikuwa anataka kuwa kiongozi, lakini vile vile ni lazima unauliza wazee na kusikiza inatakiwa ifanywe namna gani, na ameuliza na anafuata vile inatakikana. Ndio maana ana support Azimio. So mimi naweza kuomba vijana wote wazalendo, wote sisi Wanakenya wazalendo, tuunge mkono Azimio, ndio ijenge kitu tunaita political stability. Tukisha kuwa na political stability, nchi yetu itakuwa maridadi. Kiongozi ambaye tunataka ambaye tunataka awe president wetu wa 5 ni kiongozi ambaye ana uadilifu, ni kiongozi ambaye ni mwaminifu, kiongozi ambaye ni shupavu. Kwa hiyo huyu tunataka tumsaidie, tumpatie nafasi na tumsaidie kwa kujenga nchi yetu, kwa sababu itakuwa manufaa ya sisi wote na vizazi vijavyo, na nchi yetu itakuwa imara. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante sana Jakindu Bey, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele tumsikilize mwalimu. Na kabla mwalimu aje, watu kwa comments tafadhali naomba kuheshimiana. Hakuna haja ya kuita watu majina. Kama una support William Ruto, unamsaidiaje ukitusi watu wengine? Swala la kusema kwamba William Ruto ako na votes, hiyo tumekuambia tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, mbivu na mbichi itajulikana. Kama Hustler Nation is the leading nation, we'll see it on 9th of August. Not now. Even if you insult all Kenyans, call them brainless, rudderless, and all that, on the 9th of August, we will know who is who has fake stamina, or who has correct stamina. Wakati tunasimama kwa weighing machine, ndio tutajua nani amebuild weight na nani alikuwa ana drain others. So wacha pressure sahi. Hii story ya William Ruto being a scam everywhere, sending mixed signals, wanting Kenyan to believe otherwise when he's actually the opposite of what he portrays himself to be. That's something we cannot let go. We must question it, we must scrutinize it, we must weigh it, because hatutaajiri watchman wa kulinda maji ambayo inanywewa na Wakenya wote ambaye haaminiki. It doesn't work. We need a faithful watchman to watch over the resources that feed every Kenyan. We can't send everybody there. And that is a responsibility that you and I must play with all manner of diligence. We cannot play with this one. Thank you very much. Mwalimu, karibu.
Asante sana. Kwanza kabisa natoa shukrani zangu kwa Mr. Wangira, Mama Selina na huyo mwenye jina gumu hapo. Wao ni wazee wetu, kama mimi ni kijana hapa kwenye sahi hapa kwenye studio. Naona mimi ndo kijana mdogo kabisa.
Hiyo jina inaitwa Jakindu Bey.
Jakindu Bey.
Ndio.
Sawa babangu. Sawa babangu. Hapa ndani kabisa mimi ndo naona ndo kijana kabisa, miaka 25. Na nikianza naenda kwa supporters wa William Ruto. Heshima ni muhimu. Na hiyo kitu imekuwa generated from kiongozi mpaka imeingia kwa supporters. Hiyo ndio imekuwa. Kwa hivyo naomba wawe na heshima. Okay, sasa tukianza mambo ya siasa vizuri sasa. Tunaenda kwa IEBC kwanza. Hiyo jambo nilikuwa nimesubiri sana, kama jana nilivyosema, kwamba waangalie maneno ya Ruto kule Amerika, kwa sababu haiwezekani useme kwa Kenya haina demokrasi na wewe ulifanywa uchaguzi na Kenya, tume hiyo ndio ilikupitisha wewe. Kwa hivyo nawapongeza sana, na ningependa hapo wachukulie jambo hilo kwa uzito. Na pia kama tunavyojua Kenya hii, ukifanya jambo hata kama ni la ukweli, ni la urongo, utafanya gizani, utafanya wapi, lazima litajitokeza. Hiyo ni ukweli. So huwezi ukatuambia umeenda Amerika, umeonana na Joe Biden huko, alafu ili hali wewe mwenyewe haukufika hapo mahali, unatuonyesha tu propaganda kutujenge sisi kuwa ya mimi ni kiongozi na nimeenda Whitehouse, nimekutana na viongozi wa kule, yani ni kama unajitafutia umaarufu kwa huyu ameenda huko, unaona. So hiyo kitu haileti shangwe na haiongezi kura, in fact inapunguza, kwa sababu watu wako busy huku kutafuta kura na kuongea ajenda zao. Wewe umeenda nchi za wengine kuripoti ile serikali ambayo wewe unafanyia kazi. Na hope jana niliuliza swali nikasema sijui kama wazungu wana akili ama vipi, unaona. Na hiyo kitu ni kama wazungu wamegundua huyu mtu ni kweli, manake kama wanaangalia maneno yake ya hapo zamani wanajua kabisa, manake kuna video zingine za hapo nyumani alikuwa akiongea anasema serikali inaitisha ushuru kwa lengo na si kwamba tu wanataka hiyo ushuru wajinufaishe wao, unaona. Na akasema
Okay.
kabisa,
One moment please. Mwalimu,
okay.
Ukimaliza wacha Benson afuatie na Mkenya Imara, tunafuata mkururo mpaka tumalize, sawa sawa. So endelea mwalimu, ukimaliza Benson atakuja.
Okay.
Na tuweke nidhamu. Asante.
Okay. Sasa ndo ninasema wakati huo alisema kabisa kwamba kama hizi pesa tunazoitisha kama ushuru zikitumika vibaya, mimi na Uhuru Kenyatta ndo watu wa kwanza wa kuulizwa hii pesa ilitumika kivipi. Kwa sababu kwa nini leo hii useme serikali imetumia pesa kimakosa, unaona. So hiyo kitu kama wazungu wameangalia inamtoa timing mpaka kule kwamba hapewe guard of honor kule, inachangiwa na haya maneno yake. Wanaangalia huyu ni kiongozi, okay, matamshi yake ilikuwa hivi na hivi na hivi, kwa sababu gani leo hii ametuambia hii na hii, unaona. Hiyo kitu ndo inamtoa timing. Halafu nikija kwa kampeni za baba, hii kampeni ni nzuri, na raundi hii Raila Amolo Odinga, ile support ambayo atapewa na Wakenya ni kubwa kushinda yote. Kwa sababu gani? Nilitangulia hapo nyumani President Kenyatta aliposema mimi naunga mkono mzee, hapo nilijua kabisa game over. Kwa sababu gani? Ukiangalia hivi wale watu ambao wako nyuma ya president na walikuwa hawamuungi mkono Raila watamuunga mkono kwa sababu ya handshake. Hii handshake imeleta Uhuru na Raila pamoja. Jambo hilo sasa ndo linafanya uungwaji mkono wa baba unaimarika. Ndio maana hata umeona Bungoma, kule Bungoma ambako wakina Mudavadi Wetangula ndo ni kwao, umeona vile venye amekaribishwa, unaona. Na wamesema jamii ya Mlembe sisi tuko ndani ya Azimio, unaona. Mudavadi na Wetangula wameenda peke yao, unaona. Sasa kitu ambacho mimi naomba, tupige kura kwa amani, kusiwe na vurugu, na atakayeshindwa akubali, unaona. Na nimefurahia pia kuona hii Kenya Kwisha wakisema wana imani na IEBC. Kwa hivyo hiyo imani yao, wakiambiwa matokeo yamekuja hivi, wakubali, wafungashe virago vyao, wakwenda Songoi yaende po kutakuwa hakuna bugda wala nini. Asanteni. Mr. Benson ndo unaendelea, sijui kama kuna mwingine mwenye swali kabla nitoke.
Sawa,
Natumaini hakuna mwenye swali.
Benson na
Okay.
Benson huko? Tuenda kwa Murunga.
Tuenda kwa huyo mwingine.
Okay, kama Murunga yuko tutaenda kwa Pantu.
Ndio, asante sana Jared. Nashukuru sana kwa kuwa na nafasi na wasalimia nyote. Ndugu yangu mkubwa Jakindube, nimefurahi kukuona. Gerard, nashukuru umeshika usukani. Romius Jackson, unakaribishwa na wengine wote. Benson, mimi sikuwa kwa platform hii kwa siku kadhaa, sababu natoa nafasi kwa watu wengine pia waweze kuja hapo ili pia watoe maoni yao, na leo ndio nimeona afadhali kidogo niondoke, niwachie wengine waingie, nirudi tena. Yangu mimi narudia tena kwa vijana na watu wazima kulingamana na masala ya uchaguzi wa mwaka huu. Uchaguzi wa mwaka huu ni uchaguzi muhimu sana kwa hili taifa letu la Kenya, na itakuwa ni uamuzi wako wewe mwenyewe mwananchi uweza kuchagua na ukafanya uchunguzi na ukafanya research na ukakagua vizuri, ukajua ni mtu gani unamsapoti na mtu gani unamhitaji awe kiongozi wako, kwa sababu wengine mpaka sasa hawajaelimika kuelewa uongozi. Ni wewe mwananchi unatoa uamuzi wewe mwenyewe kuchagua mtu mzuri ama kuchagua mtu mbaya. Baba Amolo Odinga ni mtu anaheshimika sehemu nyingi sana nye vijana. Rekodi yake inaonesha anaheshimika katika taifa letu la Kenya, anaheshimika katika East Africa, anaheshimika katika Afrika, anaheshimika katika dunia nzima. Na heshima huwezi kuipata hivi hivi. Heshima unaipata kulingamana na vitendo vyako na tabia yako. Huyu mtu wa UDA, track yake wewe unaweza kuiangalia, na sijui pengine kama atasimama, lakini wengi hawajapeleleza kwa sababu kuna vitatizo vingi vinaweza kumjia mbeleni na hatuwezi kwenda hapo. Lakini nawahisia sana ndugu zangu wananchi, uamuzi na maendeleo ya hii nchi ambao yote mnatarajia iko mikononi mwenu nyinyi wenyewe. Mutalia hizo shida ama mutafanya bidii muziondoe hizo shida, na itatokana kwa uamuzi wenu wenyewe. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ufike pale useme, uombe Mungu, useme mimi kura yangu nampatia kiongozi ambaye mimi nina hakika ataniongoza na atatupunguzia hii tabu ambayo tuko nayo sisi hapa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mimi nimefanya research sana, na waomba ndugu zangu mufanye research. Wacha habari ya kuambiwa na mitandao na maredio na media na television. Fanya research yako mwenyewe, uweke chini hawa watu wawili, uangalie ni yupi anastahili kutuongoza. Kwa hivyo hivi sasa sina mengi ya kusema, ni haya machache. Natoa nafasi kwa watu wengine, na bado mimi niko mtarudi tena. Asante sana Bwana Bernard, asante sana Gerard, asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bantu Warriors, sijui Benson alikuwa amefanya submission.
Unajua utashangaa tuliruka wengine. Benson alisema tupatie mtu mwingine na Murunga hakukuja. Sijui kama Murunga bado hapo saa hizi.
Bwana Murunga uko wapi? Okay, basi.
Ben.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm preparing my submission. Wacha Benson anitangulie mimi.
So, I think Jared, you should take it now.
Okay, thank you. This was so easy. You know, sometimes we struggle to get time to speak when you. Okay, thanks for the chance today. Chakilu Bay, Benson Murunga, Bantu, Kevin, and Jackson. Welcome. Yeah, what do I say today? I'm very disappointed with the main Kenyan media. I think they are doing a disservice to us. If ourselves, the social media, which we are now, you can't know what you trust. Sometimes I have to check so many times to find what is the right thing. If social media can come and find out that these are fake things we are being fed, where is our main media platform to point out this to Kenyans, that Kenyans, it is not a campaigning against the deputy president. It's just to tell the people, which they have a responsibility, the Kenyan people, that these people have said this, and this is what is the truth. I don't see any problem if they will be campaigning him, but they have been one of the failures for Kenyans. Remember, media, they used to say somebody can believe what he sees on TV or is on a paper than even a Bible. But now I don't know what is happening with our media. Not even one which will point out this. And this is where we are having issues, and they are using this advantage to peddle rumors everywhere. I didn't get, I was very busy yesterday. I didn't get a chance to come in to give a submission yesterday. I could have told you that unlike the State House, which I'm very sure people have said before, in Kenya State House is only who is who will get to State House. It's unlike the White House. In the US, White House is a public place. You book an appointment, you go walk around in the White House. So everything which the deputy president has said he has done in the US, they are the only people who are giving us the report. But when it is an official, usually you will get the communication directly from whether it's the White House, whether it's somebody he was meeting. To me, I think they were just meeting just clerks around here saying we were just passing by, and then you find it. But another thing I was very surprised, and I think I don't know who said that we are glad that Kenya something, that party, I don't know, that they have come and say that they have confidence in IEBC. Who is a spokesperson of this Yuda? If Ruto says there is no confidence, that there is rigging, who is Wetangula to come and say we have confidence in IEBC? As far as I'm concerned, Wetangula is not even a spokesperson. I might even listen to Mudavadi as a spokesperson. But there is one thing. Let's take that the deputy president is right, that there is a plan to lead the election. And I was asking myself, he might be right, because let's face it, maybe that's how they won 2013. They rigged him, and they rigged him 2017. Now he doesn't have the system. Then there is a chance that they will be rigging. But what he doesn't know, how would you leak from the person you were leaking from? The person who you are leaking from does not need to leak because he will be winning without the leaking. So it doesn't make sense. You know, if they were leaked in 2013, they were leaked in 2017, the person they are facing is Raila Amolo Odinga. And what he has always asked, just let be fair, free and fair. I don't need any help. He will win. So I think he's just saying what he is fearing because he may be not having any system. I don't think that there will be rigging. There is no need for rigging because this thing is done. It's dry home. I don't know why people cannot see this. You know, I'm very proud. My two counties of Kisii yesterday said very well that, hey, it is not the time you are saying that Raila Amolo Odinga is starting with 2.4 million. No, it is the whole Nyanza. That's where his home ground will start from. So that is 3 point something plus compared to 2 point something, which William Ruto, if he gets his constituencies or counties in his hometown. I saw Bungoma today. It was, you know, it's locked. So I honestly, I still struggling to find somebody to tell me the route where somebody would be. In fact, let me tell you one thing. If it was another country, and this is where we have to protect our country. If it was another country, we would have very difficult to allow William Ruto to come back to Kenya because you cannot go against the government you're serving as a government official. You should be, by today, you should not have even any bodyguard, anybody. Yeah? You know, sometimes we have to send this very clear to them. The people you are asking for democracy, they were trying to steal election in the last election. Are those the people you want to wait? Or do they need to tell you how they wanted to lead the election? And these are the people who every day they are working to make sure that the black Americans do not vote. So, which example? So, all you need to go, you want to associate to Museveni. Now you want to associate to people who don't want to. Those are the examples you want for democracy. Give us a break. To me, if there is somewhere, I know that this government of Jubilee has defied some court orders. One thing I want them to defy is today Matiang'i to say nobody should be protecting this man. They should deny him even coming back. He should be getting asylum. Maybe he knows something which we don't know. Maybe ICC is coming close and they might want asylum here. So those who are following the deputy president, don't be surprised when he will not be on the parrot because he will be in asylum here. There is that thing has happened in other countries. I think there is one country, but not, you can research on that. There is a country where they supported one candidate and they withdrew. So this guy might stay here. But it was, as a Kenyan, whether you support anybody, you should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed that in 10 years, if there is true, there is a kitty which they have been keeping money, and now maybe the money is not going where they want. He's referring, in fact, as a cabinet, even a cabinet, a mere cabinet, they sign a document that there are things you don't say. I don't know what's wrong with this guy, but you can't blame him. You can't blame him. He's his own advisor, he's his own spokesperson. All I said here before, I pity people like Muhammad, who have had a very good career. Now they are putting themselves into something they want to ask themselves, why did I get myself? Trying to do that. He could have left this thing to Itumbi because Itumbi is alone for doing that. But don't think I'm a very good young man who has done a very excellent job in media. Now you are making him to start numbering some lies here. That is not good. You know, there is so many careers he's going to go back home with many young people. I also will stop there so that I will give other people a chance to continue, unless I see if Bantuwale has a question and anybody who has a question.
Thank you, Jared. Bantu, iko nini?
Asante sana Bernard kwa kunipa tu hii half a second tu kuongezea vile Gerard. Namshukuru sana Gerard, ni mtu mshupavu sana na tumetoka naye mbali sana. Unaelewa historia yake bwana Bernard Jakindube, mnamjua Gerard. Kuzidishia, Ruto ametajwa 56 times in ICC case proceeding ya Paul Gicheru. Na waambia wafuasi ametiming kwenda nje na hatuwezi kujua, lakini kesi ya Paul Gicheru si nzuri sana, na ikiwa atakuwa amepatikana na mashtaka, basi ajue Ruto na yeye pia atakuwa pia yuko ndani ya hiyo kesi. Kwa hivyo anaweza wakati wowote ikawa anahitajika kwenda kujibu maswali. Ni hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kuongea kwa sababu Gerard ametaja hapo. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. Kenya Imara.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I hope everyone is able to hear me. Long time, man.
Long time no seen. Where did you go to?
I've been around. We went to listen to what the ground is saying.
The ground has been talking all along. You people did not hear. Why are you going there to disturb it?
We wanted to be very close. There's a lot of shake-up going on. And you see the ripple effect is everywhere. Probably without wasting time, I would want to comment on the DP Ruto visits, and again put into perspective the whole political scenario. Talk about Azimio and probably the Malala and Khalwale tussle. Now, I would liken, or I would hypothesize that the visit by DP and his entourage, which we are being told has been paid by the taxpayer to a tune of around 107 million, I would liken it to a game of an experienced pickpocket. What an experienced pickpocket does is that it goes to the marketplace and pins posters written, "Be watchful, pickpockets around." And the reason why an experienced pickpocket does this is so that it can easily locate where your wallet is or where your treasure is kept, in which pocket. That is what pickpockets does. They pin a warning that beware, pickpockets around. And so once it does that, when you read that, you'll simply go and check whether your wallet is safe, and like that, they will know where you have kept your wallet for an easy work. And so I think that is what the DP is doing, is capitalizing on the rigging issue so that it becomes the victim. When Sabina talked about the rigging, that there was a possibility that there was rigging in the last election, Ruto was second in command in that team. And so, a bit as it may, he has probably a light to shed on us. He was a beneficiary of that thing. And so he knows how it was executed and how it went down. And so what he's trying to do is simply to alert the international community of his intentions. Because what a pickpocket does is simply to say, beware, they are pickpockets, so that they are able to locate where your wallet is. I think that is what he's trying to do, to alert the international community that there is something that he could be planning. Secondly, I think the DP is setting a viable ground for not accepting results in 2022. Because all indications are that he might not accept the outcome of the polls if he loses, as he will. Because all factors remaining constant, it is very difficult for him to win this election. And so second point, I think, is trying to set an international and a global stage for him not to accept results. That is secondly. Third, if you look at the visit that the DPs are currently undertaking, it's not a state visit. That was a personal trip. It has zero benefit to the government. There is no contracts for businesses, and they are not showcasing anything in Kenya. They're simply complaining about democracy. Ruto cannot come and tell us about democracy on trial. Where has he been? When the ICC witnesses were being killed, was democracy not on trial? Where has he been? When all these things have been happening in this government, was democracy not on trial? Third, Ruto went to look for money. You saw how the breakfast was snubbed by many Americans. They were saying, this guy dishes a lot of money back home in churches, but when he comes to America, he wants to pick our unearned cash. He organized for a dinner that was very costly, from $200, $500, and $1,000. It was snubbed. Those guys were complaining. This guy came to do an Arambe because his channels for money laundering has been blocked. He could not go to Uganda. He could not do business with Ayadin. He cannot wash this money back to the country. And so the guy has been running for 4 years, is literally broke right now, and is looking for ways to raise money. And that was one of the purposes for US. Fourth on that is that there was no state visit, and so the State House could not grant him any hearing. Getting into State House is no mean feat. The Americans know about his behavior and will not want to associate with a man who is a master of doublespeak, a man who lies in broad daylight, a man whose words and lies are easily caught up with. And so it was impossible for the government of the United States to host him as a state guest, and that is why he did not get any audience. So as such, his visit was private, and he did not meet anyone important. He only met the Kenyans, probably the Kalenjins in the US. Look at the list of people he met. Those are inconsequential. It was an inconsequential meeting. The only thing he achieved was to complain in the international stage, which was very contradicting of his stature. And so that visit has done him a lot of damage than good. Probably let me come again to Azimio. Raila is a master of strategy. Raila began politics at the age of 13. Undermining him, which Ruto and his brigade has been doing for the longest time of this second term of the government, was the biggest mistake they did. The old man was quiet, but very agile. Look at the kind of team he's been able to assemble. Look at what the kind of rallies he's able to hold. And he's just begun. He has just begun. Even the launching of the coalition has not been done. You see how prepared Jubilee is. And now what will happen when now they go into full swing campaign? Ruto will have nowhere to hide. Azimio is just beginning, and it is very hot for them. It is too hot for them. You see what happened in Bungoma. See Western. I think this election will be the biggest embarrassment for Mudavadi. He will not go back home. He will retire or probably find other things to do, because it's going to be proven, as we have already said, that even when he was in NASA, Raila helped him to become what he is today. Otherwise, he would have been forgotten. Now, what do you want to say about Wetangula, whose party Even the household of Akuku Danger is larger than the party of Wetangula. Akuku Danger's grandchildren are more than the party members of Wetangula. What does Wetangula want to say? He contributes much. And you have seen what happens. The issue of the running mate is becoming a thorn in the flesh. And you just wait, it's going to be a bombshell. What Malala said was factual, because if those people are not going to be careful, they will both lose. What's happening in Western right now, as I come to a close, is that the DAP, the new child on the block, DAP being led by Wamunyinyi and Malala, is the song over there, is the darling in town. Even if ODM is not careful, they may not get some seats. They might lose several seats to DAP, because DAP is sweeping Western crazily. And so I want to say, as I finish, Bernard, is that what Malala was saying was a wise talk. Because if they don't agree and get a good strategy, they will both lose. Being that UDA is just a party, they have not formalized any coalition agreement. They don't know where to begin and where to end. Because as we speak now, DAP is the darling of Western. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you Mkenya Imara kwa maoni yako. Naomba tuende kwa nani huyu Romians kwanza, alikuwepo akatoweka. Romians Jackson.
Mnanisikiza? Mnanisikiza?
Vizuri tena sana. Karibu, namna gani?
Asante sana, asante sana. Kwanza acha niwasalimu. Nataka niseme ya kwamba nafurahia sana kusikia maoni yenu, na kuna kitu ambacho vijana wengi Kenya wamesahau. Unajua, tunapozungumza kuhusu siasa ya Kenya, wale watu wa 27 years kurudi chini hawajui historia ya hii nchi. Na nadhani ni jambo zuri sana kama vijana wangeweza kufuatilia historia ya nchi na waweze kuelewa ni nini kilichofanyika. Saizi tunaishi kwa siasa za kudanganywa. The person who is leading us in all this political deceit is the person called the deputy president of our country. Any person in the right sense, I doubt if he or she will believe this person. Reason is because he has been deceiving us throughout. Now, ameambukiza hii ugonjwa uongo hadi hata kwa wale watu wanaitwa political or communication strategist wake. Hadi wanaenda kufanya photoshopping America, wanakuja kutudanganya ati amekuwa White House. Okay, being in White House doesn't mean that you've achieved anything. That's just a house like any other. And in fact, I like what the media, there's a friend of mine who was complaining about the media, but I like the way the media responded to it very quickly. You know, you cannot deceive Kenyans by telling them that the deputy president was in her White House in the name of campaigning and expecting the people with the right mind to champion for you. That is being stupid. In other words, I can say that. So what I'm trying to say is that Wakenya tuamke, especially vijana, mwache kudanganywa. And I'm surprised that hao vijana mnaona wanapiga kelele wengi hata hawana ID, hawana hata kura. They don't understand the history of where Jacob has brought this country. Yes, I am still young kidogo, lakini nikiangalia historia mahali penye baba ametutoa mbali sana. Na mtu yeyote mwenye atalaumu baba na kusema baba ni project, mimi nashangaa huyo mtu sijui anaishi wapi, because baba cannot be a project. Another thing, we are just tunakula uongo. I don't know mbona hatuchoki na hii uongo ya DP. DP is I think is a doctor of deceit ama muongo tu. I remember about the study. I remember about watu kutolima na jembe kina mama. Sasa saizi tumesahau, bado anaendelea na uongo hadi inakuwa ni uongo wa photoshopping. The only associate of this guy are those guys who I can call them tumbocrats, those people who think about their tumbos. Look, for example, somebody like Musalia Mudavadi. You cannot tell me that Musalia Mudavadi is a person to associate with and expecting that person to yield you kura. Kura utatoa wapi na mtu kama Musalia mwenye amekaa kwa mlango? So Wakenya tuamke. Niliona nimefuatilia nini ya Bungoma leo, siasa Bungoma, and I like the way the waves are going. It is no longer that time tulikuwa tunaambiwa ati sijui baba. Nobody can change the mind of the people. It's only for the few wenye bado hawaamini ama bado wamepotea. But I'm telling you, hii miezi 4 ambayo imesalia, give DP only 2 months, he's going to have nothing, especially in Central. And if people are very keen, you can see what the way Central people are playing their politics. Moses Kuria, nimekuwa nikifuatilia Moses Kuria, na ukiona chenye Moses Kuria anafanya, it is not that yeye ni mjinga. Moses Kuria is doing, he knows what he is doing. And for other Kenyans information, that Moses Kuria knows that he cannot fit in Azimio. Azimio is a political organization of those people who have sound mind, watu wenye wako na akili zao timamu. Hii outfit ingine hii ni ya watu ambao wamechanganyikiwa, hata wajua wanataka nini. Kama deputy atasimama mbele ya watu wadanganye mbele za watu, which leader which kind of a leader is that? Tutatrust yeka kwa president? Ni kama kudanganya mtoto wako, umezaa mtoto na mwambie naenda hapa kwa duka na kununulia sweet, na umesimama kwa duka kwa dirisha ya kiosk na sweet mtoto anaona, alafu baadaye unatoka unaacha mtoto akiwa na kuangalia hapo. Huyo mtoto baada atakuita baba kweli? So Kenyans, hiyo political deceit tuachane nayo. Huyu jamaa ametudanganya sana. And for youth, muache kukua watu ambao ni kama amna network. Tushike rada. Wilbur haitatupeleka mahali. Saizi we are talking about bringing political equilibrium whereby everybody is free to give his view and in a manner that is respectable. You cannot disrespect your country and going to talk about ill of your country in a very a developed country like America, and then you expect us to akuje nyumbani tena to receive. If I were the authority, then this person could not have even landed. Angeland huko Uganda ama land kungine, because that is like that's like unajaribu kusaliti nchi yako. How do you talk about election integrity and yet we are questioning your integrity? The other time alikuwa anatetea hapa akisema atikura ilibiwa. Sasa what has he tested? What has he seen that he thinks that these kura zinaenda kuibiwa? No, we should not accept that. Let us be sober in our political environment. Let's see the kind of leaders that we want. We don't want those leaders that are there to fight for themselves, and once they get it, they forget about us. Mimi kwetu, I'm from Kakamega County, and when you see what the government ya Uhuru imefanya kwa hii miaka yenye imepita minus his deputy, there are a lot of things. It is actually common sense. We can see that our president was being held in hostage. Alikuwa ameshikwa, alikuwa amewekwa mateka, but since alijiachilia akakuwa sawa na kazi imeendelea. So ingekuwa uwezo wangu mimi singeruhusu hiyo ndege ifike Kenya, ingeshuka huko Uganda, alafu mambo yake aanze kuongea kwa Uganda. You cannot go and sell our country. You cannot go and talk ill of our country then expect to be received back in Kenya. In fact, those people will be receiving him. I'm just wondering what kind of people are those. Because I want to appeal to youth, muache kutumika vibaya. This Kenya iko na historia kutoka mbali na tumeona wale wenye tumekuwa kidogo tumeona. So we should not be cheated. We should not be lied to. Hao watu wenye unaona anapiga kelele wote, they are not of help to us. They only want to benefit, and they are fearing because Baba is somebody who is straightforward. They are fearing that maybe they are going to be to be the victim of the circumstances and of the ill doing they did. So otherwise, I'm not seeing Baba losing anything. Baba is already on this battle, and we are behind Baba. And I'm very sure 100% Baba is going to be the next president. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Okay, nashukuru sana Jackson Sande kwa maoni yako
Asante.
na mchango wako. Naomba wale watu wako nyuma ya kampeni mnavunja sheria. Everybody keep your mic mute. Aya, Jilo. Everybody keep your mic mute. Aya, Jilo.
Yeah. Good evening.
Yes, namna gani? Uko gizani?
Salama, mambo namna gani? Mimi niko hapa Kenya. Na nimekuwa Bungoma leo.
Haya, tupe habari kamili.
Sitaki kuwapea habari kwa sababu mumeona. Mimi nataka kusikiza diaspora vile inasema, na naomba diaspora itusupport kwa sababu wametuona. Diaspora itusupport kwa sababu wametuona, kwa sababu tunaomba na tunataka tubadilishe mambo ya taifa yetu ya Kenya. Na mimi nataka kusikiza diaspora peke yake waongee, kwa sababu nawaona vile wanaongea na nafurahia na nashukuru sana. Asanteni.
Okay, asante bwana Jilo. Honorable Bundi. Honorable Bundi, what happened? Aya. Bana Murunga, are you ready?
Yes, Bernard.
Can you come in as we look for Honorable Bundi is missing?
Honorable Bundi is missing. Sasa, Bernard. Mimi leo kwanza let me say wacha nianze na salamu za jioni. Tukimaliza, unajua sisi ni wale tunafanya kazi mpaka late. Ndio tumetoka sasa, tumepata nafasi ya kuondoka.
Okay.
Na leo nitasema hivi. Nimefurahia sana vile Winston imebadilika, because going by what was happening a few months ago, it is now apparently clear that things have changed, that Winston is becoming is actually now locked under Azimio. If you look at the numbers today, I think it shocked a number of people, especially hata najua Papa wa Roma pia kesho atakuwa na mambo mazito sana kueleza, sababu ameachwa yeye kama principal na anaona ground inaenda ndani kwake, na kuona wale watu wamehusika pale ni wale watu walikuwa wanasemekana ya kwamba ni hawawezi fanya chochote. That's why I'm telling you. You remember last time, Bernard, when we were speaking about the Luya region, vile Waluya watafanya kazi. Kuna uhakika ya kwamba Luyas are going to vote Azimio asilimia zaidi ya 80. We are many. And the many numbers are now reflective of what we are seeing in the rallies. I'm also happy to see that hata opponents wetu wameanza kulia. Wanalia kabisa, wanapiga nduru kwa sababu hawaoni mahali wanaenda kupata, wanasema kura inaenda kuibiwa. You know, that is one way of showing that you're conceding. You're conceding to your opponent. Kwa sababu hata kura yenyewe ya kuibia ataibiwa kura gani? Ili hali Raila's moves have shaken the entire country. Everyone is actually in Azimio. Kama hauko ndani ya Azimio, wewe hauko mahali popote. Huko kwingine sasa imekuwa kama their leader, that is William Ruto, is also uncomfortable being in the country. You can imagine he has run away. Sasa ndio anafanya campaign akiwa huko nje akilia vile wanapanga kumuibia kura, na yeye is number 2 in command. You can imagine a country like that. You are second in command, but you fear somebody who is in opposition. Unaogopa opposition because you fear the wave. And Azimio has created a wave that no one can beat. Ukiona Bernard, last time when I talked about the Luya region, it's becoming clear that even after the launch of Ken Lusaka's gubernatorial bid, he still has a long way to go, because I don't think the people of Bungoma County will buy into his ideas. You remember, we still have the issue of Awili Baro going for 100,000 plus. So hiyo mambo watu wa Bungoma hawajasahau. Na pia unaona projects zenye Wangamata ameanzisha ni mingi, na pia watu wanaona, na pia ukiangalia vile wakulima huko upande wa sehemu za Bungoma, go to those sides of Naitiri, uingie huko ndani utaona watu, people are doing serious business, and people are really, and he has created a very good environment for people who are doing business in Bungoma County. Same as Kakamega, though we've had issues, our domestic issues in Busia, but now it's clear that the entire Western is now locked under Azimio. And we are seeing a win by a very wide margin, because even last election, ukiangalia upande wa Busia, Raila scooped close to 90%. Bungoma above 78%. Na saa hii hata ukiangalia candidates wa Kakamega County, mtu kama the current senator hata ameingiza baridi sasa, because he used to have massive crowds. Today they are no longer there. Ako tu kwa shida. Mobilization ni kama wakati Ruto alisafiri, hata pesa iliponyoka kwa mfuko yake. So those numbers are no longer there. So what we have someone who is now trying to ride on propaganda, kusema ya kwamba Barasa ni mtoto ya dada ya Oparanya. So Oparanya is bringing a relative to succeed him. Those are the kind of propaganda we're hearing in Kakamega County. But what we can assure our brother Malala is that we are going to accommodate him. Hata kama yeye atakuwa najua hatapata chochote, hata shinda kiti chochote, lakini sasa yeye tutamkubali, tutamaccommodate kama mkazi wa Kakamega, so he will be under very good leadership, na sisi tutasonga mbele hivyo hivyo. So upande wa Western iko locked. Kabla sijachangia mjadala mwingine, ningependa Bernard upatie uskani kwa mtu mwingine, manake I'm just on, I will make my contribution in a few. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Murunga, nashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Honorable Bundi, umepatikana? Okay. Kama Bundi hapatikani, Guru. Karibu.
Habari.
Namna gani wewe?
Mzuri.
Yaani nyumba na fake mpaka Whitehouse. Yaani amwezi heshimu nyumba kubwa.
Hapana, akiwa ni tunaweza ingia, tukishindwa na kuingia na mlango tunaingia na dirisha.
Ukipita kwangu mnasema mmeingia kwangu. Kupita karibu na nyumba yangu inakuaje mmeingia ndani?
Hata tukiwa wadogo mtu alikuwa anakuja huku Nairobi, unapiga picha ukiwa umeshikilia juu ya Kenyatta International Conference Center. Unarudi nyumbani kuonyesha watu kwamba umekuwa very tall.
Aya, karibu toa maoni yako.
Ama wewe hujawahi ona picha hizo?
Ziko, hiyo ni photography. I'm one
Yeah.
of the photographers. So
Inakuwa namna hiyo. Sasa unajua lazima if you don't you fake it. Fake it. Fake it until you make it. Si ndio tunasema?
the philosophy of this generation. Fake it until
Yes,
you make
that is the Kenya we live in. You have to fake it until you make it.
Carry on.
Sasa
Yes.
Naona kama ile upepo ilisemekana itakuwa tsunami imeanza kuchukua mwendo wa haraka sana. Ukiangalia ile imefanyika hapo Kisii, ile imefanyika leo kule Bungoma, sijui nani ataachwa akiwa amesimama, akiwa hayuko upande ya Azimio. Unaona? Na zaidi ya hiyo ukiona watu kama Mkisha Kitui anaacha mambo ya kusimama na anasema anaingia upande ule mwingine wa Azimio, ujue kwamba pale mashinani hiyo ndio inafanyika, kwamba watu wanaegemea upande ule. Huko kwingine tu ni kuenda kukura kitu, na si mbaya, unajua ni pesa yao tu. Waona? So kwanza tuseme namna hii, propaganda imetumika sana kwa siasa ya Kenya kwa kutoka 2013 kuja 2017 na sasa, na ukiangalia sana ile group ambayo inafanya propaganda ni inaegemea upande ya deputy president sana, and they are very good, by the way. They are very good propagandists. They can fake very many things, even statements. They put statements in your mouth and you appear like you said something, and the end result is what they are after, that either people hate you very much, or they direct people to think in a different, in a certain way. They are very good. I don't think so far even Baba's team can get to the level of political propaganda that the deputy president has fashioned in his communications team. And ndio unaona hata one of the brokers, when he was abducted, and because Kenyans have now come to learn the kind of activities that, and especially communication in propaganda, some of them even saying that he was faking the abduction, yet the boy could be seen to be in pain, really. So you can imagine the same propaganda can come to haunt you in a very big way. Instead of people feeling mercy for you, they actually try to make fun when you are in great pain. So I'm not surprised that the propaganda team that was taken to Washington, D.C. came up with this kind of propaganda that they actually visited the White House. I understand the adjacent building is a very common visiting place for people to go and have a cup of tea or transact business and so on and so forth. It's an open place, and I understand that's where this group headed to. The person who had arranged this must have known quite something about what happens around that house. And believe you me, because this candidate has youths, some of them who do not want to think much. They're actually fanatical. You can imagine that activity or that visit will stand as having happened because they only read one or two statements or tweet and they are done. They don't go to the details. So we cannot underrate the fact that this could be accepted by a section of our population, especially those youths who don't follow the news in detail or in deeper sense. Malala, I think, is a person who has reached a point of confusion, because I think what he expected is not coming to be. He is backing the wrong horse. He's a young politician, and he knows that if he loses momentum here, there are others who are coming up. I'll not be surprised if this man were to make an about turn anytime. I'll not be surprised. Today, Mukisha Kitui has joined Azimio, and we expect many more in other parts of the country to follow suit, because that is what is now becoming the norm. Or at least people can now start seeing the direction in which the elections are going. So, and nobody wants to be on the losing side. So you wait for more. In the next 2 or so weeks, we are about to see a lot of defections without underrating the president's party, which is Jubilee, is coming up also very strongly, though very silently. It is one thing that will shock people when finally the results start coming in. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru. Let's keep our mics mute, please. All right, thank you for your contribution. It's important for us to keep our mics mute so that we don't have that feedback that irritates, especially when you're following using earphones. So let's be mindful of one another. Secondly, on the comment section, let us please keep it civil and respectful. Hii Jubilee mmeiua miaka mingi, lakini Jubilee ndio hiyo inafufuka. Kubalini. Now, who needs the death of Jubilee in order for him to live? Life is all about letting others live as you live. You don't have to kill every other person for you to live. Any political party that wants other political parties to die so that they exist, they are the wrong people to be looking for national leadership, in my opinion. Our constitution guarantees and gives us a right to belong to different political parties. We are multi-party state, and so nobody should be threatened by the resurrection of Jubilee, the reemergence of Jubilee, the revamping of Jubilee, the revival of Jubilee. Even if it was dead, now it's alive. We should accept it. Somebody was joking about Lazarus. Lazarus was dead and was buried, and everybody knew he's not coming back. But Jesus came and brought him back. That means kama ulikuwa na deni ya Lazarus, jipange kulipa, amerudi. Kwa hivyo kama ulikuwa umetoroka na kitu yake, akirudi basi jipange kulipa, hakuna kukwepa. So mwachane na Jubilee. Jubilee ifanye kazi yake, imefufuka. Kama uko na deni ya Jubilee, lipa. Kama ulikuwa na uniform ya Jubilee na umetorokea chama kingine, rudisha uniform. wenye Jubilee wako na wanafanya kazi yao. Thank you very much all of you for joining and making your contribution. Naomba sasa tumsikilize huyu bundi, yupo ama yupo? Mi sitaki wale watu wanachukua nafasi kwa screen alafu hawapo. So naomba sasa tumsikilize Hillary ama Hillary alafu Wagawaga.
Yes, hello guys.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm fine. Hi Bernard. It's been a long time.
Glad to see you. You were left us here alone. What happened?
The normal word nilikuwa nimeenda kwa ground kusikiza the ground. Yes.
So, I hope the ground has accepted you.
The ground is okay. Tuko sawa, tuko shambamba. Hi Selina. Now, today I just want to speak about Ruto and the lies that have come up today about him visiting State House, the White House, sorry. And this has turned out to be, this has turned out to show us that, you know, our DP is this kind of person who we call them pathological liars. He has, you know, a pathological liar is this kind of a person. Ule anakaa mahali kwa kona, anakaa anasema, today leo sijadanganyana ama sijafanya anything. You know, those are the characteristics of a pathological liar. The team is, if they can't live without lying. So I think they were there today. They didn't have a lie to put up, so they decided to come up with that video, and which backfired so badly. And those are the characteristics of pathological liars. Shaona mtu muongo ule mwenye anakaa naona leo sijadanganyana. You know, it's like ni kama umekosa ule mtu amezoea chai. Vile wewe Bernard unakunywa chai saa hizi. Huyo mtu anaona that he's missing something to lie about. So expect so many other lies that will come along, and the guys will come, and believe me, they will come back here and they will be bravely, they will try and tell us, to show us that they were there. Yet we have been shown that they were not there. The other thing is that Azimio, today they had a very successful rally in Bungoma. That was massive, starting huko Webuye Kibilili. That was so massive. And we are doing fine. And I think, as somebody said here, Malala ameanza kukuwa na baridi. Today he didn't have anything to tell people. Huko, you're just talking about Baba, the way that the spokesperson is Mudavadi and Wetangula, and the Wetangula person who was being, nasikia anaitwa Pop. The Pop was being said that he is our spokesperson in Western Kenya. Alikuwa anamalizwa huko kwake. And I like what Atwoli said, and I think Atwoli has a mission in Western, and that mission is to wipe up everyone. Today he was categorical. He named people that we should vote out from Western. He named people like Waluke, not Washiali, Didmas Barasa, and Wetangula himself. And what I noted is like he has endorsed Wamunyinyi to fight it out with Wetangula. So I'm seeing Wetangula is so finished. If he's going to go against Wamunyinyi. You need to note that Wamunyinyi is a shrewd politician. I think he has been Kandu MP for more than 3 times. I think this is the 3rd time or the 4th. I'm not quite sure, but I think he has been there. He's been winning that for more time. And Kandu is it's more or less like a cosmopolitan constituency in Bungoma County. So Kina Wetangula, Waluke, and the Didmas Baraza have a long way to go, because I think Atwoli is out to finish all those guys that are against Azimio. I think that's what I will contribute for now. Bado tuko, I will give more later.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Hilary, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba kabla tumlete nani huyu Bwana Poa, tusikilize huyu hii video kwanza, and then we move forward. Keep your mics mute, please.
Because there is an individual who does not accept election results once they are announced by IEBC.
Thank you very much, Senator. As I mentioned a little earlier on, that as a church, we try to minister to people from different political parties without creating any sense of animosity. And in a function like this, which is in our church, we try to maintain that attitude, that everything else comes, whether you are UDA, whether you are ODM, whether you are Jubilee, whether you are welcome here. And you need to feel comfortable here that no one is alienating you, and no one is actually saying some things that are negative that would ostracize anyone. So, Mheshimiwa, I don't know whether we need to let you go on or
yes, 1 minute.
Provided.
Yes. Sorry, I'm sorry. These things at times can be very emotional, and I'm sorry, and I apologize profusely to the church. Yeah, but please understand me. I am sorry. I am really sorry, Bishop, if I've gone beyond. But
says his Chama cha Kazi party is in talks with Deputy President William Ruto's Kenya Kwanza alliance. Kuria's announcement comes only days after he expressed interest in a working arrangement with the One Kenya alliance. Kuria, who had previously been critical of DP Ruto's stance, said other 20 political parties will now join him in the walk to the Kenya Kwanza team. Moses Kuria's political choices in the run-up to the August presidential race have been a subject of debate, with the Gatundu South lawmaker seemingly blowing hot and cold in his support for Deputy President William Ruto. Kuria now cutting the chase, revealing that he was heading to Kenya Kwanza alliance after all.
Watu wanachukua jezi na sio jambo la aibu ama la kuficha. Tumechukua jezi yetu, tuko katika majadiliano ya chama cha na muungano wa Kenya Kwanza. Na ni matumaini yangu ya kwamba tutapatia Kenya hii milengo miwili, upande wa Azimio na upande wa Kenya Kwanza. So soko ni huru na soko imefunguliwa.
His critics accuse him of double dealing after initially seeming to warm up to the Azimio la Umoja and then One Kenya alliance before going the Kenya Kwanza way.
Kenya Kwanza pia wamebadilika na wamekubatia mvumo wa kusema kwamba kuna wengine watakuja na baiskeli, wengine na gumboot, wengine na apron kama sisi, yote wengine watasukuma hurubalo. Hii gurudumu ya Kenya lazima isonge.
The Gatundu South Member of Parliament had last week met with One Kenya Alliance leaders and promised to work together on condition that they don't join Azimio la Umoja.
Ikiwezekana tu watu wale ambao wanaegemea upande wa Azimio washawishi wengine, mimi nataka kuwashawishi pia wakuja Kenya Kwanza. Tutaambia taifa ikifika pahali kila mtu aende njia zake, ni sawa yote.
The Service Party leader Mwangi Kiunjuri, who worked with Moses Kuria in the Mount Kenya Forum, has indicated that his party will not be in any coalition but will only consider post-election coalition.
Kielekea ile miezi mitano ambayo imebaki, tumeshikilia chama tukijua sisi sio lazima tuungane na mtu fulani. Lazima tukataa kisha lazima uingie Azimio ati ndio uchaguliwe. Lazima uingie Kenya Kwanza ndio uchaguliwe.
Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has also dismissed the move by Kuria to join Kenya Kwanza alliance, saying it was expected and will not have any political impact.
Even the formation of CCK was a ploy to get Mount Kenya into UDA. When the DP realized that he cannot get into Mount Kenya because he and mwanasiasa mwelefu, then they formed 2-3 parties, and we know them. One of them is CCK.
Kioni was speaking when he received United Democratic Movement leaders at Jubilee Party headquarters. The Jubilee Party has agreed on a cooperation agreement with UDM, which is also in the Azimio la Umoja movement.
Okay, great developments there. We need to understand what's cooking. Poa, karibu. Unmute first the mic beside your name. Bwana Poa, are you okay? I think you have technical issues. Twende kwa Samuel kwanza alafu tarudi kwako.
Asante sana Bernard.
Yes, karibu tunakusikia.
Okay. Mi naitwa Samuel. Nachangia kutoka Kericho. Mali wanasema UDA kabisa. Lakini tuko nao kabisa. Huku wanaimba UDA lakini sisi watu wa Azimio pia tuko na wanatuambia mukitupea ya governor hapa, MCA na kwa constituency sisi tuko sawa. Najua huko juu hamwezi patiana, but tuko. As you, I think uliona last time kulikuwa na mzee fulani among hao wazee wenye walienda kwa Raila from Kericho last time. Huyo mzee ndio anatuwakilisha hapa kwa sababu mimi nimefanya kazi hapa for the last 15 years nikiwa hapa Kericho, and I know how siasa ya hapa Kericho huwa inaenda. Sababu kwa ground vile wanasema ati DP ni ngumu apate ya huko juu, lakini sasa hapa ndio wanatusawishi tuwasaidie. Haya, nikiongelea tena upande ya siasa za Azimio leo kule Bungoma ilikuwa sawa kabisa kwa sababu niliona ground iko sawa kwa upande wetu sisi kama wana Azimio, na I think in Western huko hao watu wa udaku ni ngumu sana wapate kitu huko. Ya, hayo ndio maoni yangu Mr. Bernard. Naongea kutoka Kericho Town.
Okay, thank you so much. That is good information from a rare place, and we are glad that Azimio is represented everywhere. Ndio muungano ambao unafaa Kenya kwa wale ambao wanapenda Kenya. Haya Bwana Poa, karibu.
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Niko salama, karibu. Namna gani Kisumu?
Kisumu kuko kwema.
Nashukuru Mungu ametulinda huku Bwana, na leo niko na machache ya kusema. Kwanza kabisa nataka niseme ya kwamba Azimio is really gaining the ground. What I saw in Gusii land yesterday was so much remarkable. The ground is really tilting. Also, what I saw today in Bungoma was so great. I never knew that Azimio can get such a massive crowd from Wetangula's bedroom. And if you can see, the crowd which is following Azimio, led by Raila Odinga, is really excited as compared to Ruto. Like when Ruto was there in Bungoma, the crowd was so huge as well, but they were not excited as to what I saw today. Same to what has been happening in Gusii land. So the excitement of the crowd is a clear indication that there is something triggering, like earthquake. I also believe that I was also happy about the Kalenjin elders who met Raila, I think last week, that even there are some ardent supporters of Raila who can stand with him from Kalenjin, from Kericho County, Nandi County, Washidigishu, and so on. So that is again, that's a plus to as far as Azimio is concerned. So the gaining of the ground of Azimio since January started is really wonderful, and I thank the Lord for that. So Moses Kuria joining Kenya Kwanza is not a great deal, because I believe he has been there in Kenya Kwanza mentally, spiritually, physically, and so on. So even if he has joined it will not bring a great change in Kenya Kwanza as far as is concerned, because we would even have a problem in Azimio if people like Moses Kuria can come to Azimio. They will bring a lot of confusion. But you see the harmony which we have in Azimio, portrayed by those who are following Raila, led by Raila leadership, is so much important. They speak one voice. They speak one voice. They sell Raila. Almost everyone in Azimio has endorsed Raila as the presidential candidate. So you see, people like Moses Kuria, they should not even be allowed to come to Azimio. That's my take. People like the rumors go about Aisha Jumwa. When they come to Azimio, they will bring a lot of confusion, which will bring retardation as far as our campaign is concerned. So we really need like-minded people who are ready, who are having one purpose, one goal, and one mind to spearhead the Azimio and ensure that we take the leadership come August 9th. Also, the church has been somehow partial as far as politics is concerned. And whatever the church is propagating can instigate something like violence, because they go one side. So I concur to the man of God who commented there that the church needs to be a neutral ground, and because in Kenya, it's different like other countries, European countries, where the church has a voice in politics and they don't become neutral. But in Kenya, you find that a church has different ethnic groups with different political inclination. So different ethnic group, different political inclination. So when the minister there is inclining towards maybe Azimio so much, it will bring even chaos in that church. So active politics should be barred from taking place in churches of Kenya, and focus in preaching the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. May God bless you. Leo nimefika tu hapo.
Okay, asante bwana Poa. Naamini hakuna swali. Honorable Bundi, na kupiga fine, umeoccupy space muda mrefu ukulipia.
Nitalipa kaka.
Na leo Alex hayuko, sijui
Sisi
nani
watu wa
atakusaidia
Azimio
kulipa.
hatuna shida na kulipa bill. Sisi watu wa Azimio hatuna shida na kulipa bill. Tuko
Haya,
ngangari.
endelea.
Yeah, I only want to focus on today because my friends and colleagues here have already spoke of various aspects. I want to focus on ICC matter, and particularly I want to focus Article 70 of Rome Statute. If you go through your record, you may get at Article 70. It is a very serious article which will, according to what I've realized, which may require Ruto to be recalled or to be arrested or to be arrested. Concluding with evidence or obstruction of evidence, we require that person to be on ICC or Hague court to prove his or her innocence. Somebody has said that Ruth has been mentioned 56. It is actually 70. It's not 56. 70 times. It may be required. So intervening with attendance of testimony of ICC witness or iterating against them are serious crimes under the 7 of the Rome Statutes. If you recall when Pensuda sent a letter to Kenyan government to arrest warrant for Mr. Walter Barasa for intervening with ICC witnesses contrary to Article 70 of Rome Statutes, the government of Kenya was required to surrender the said person because we are still members of ICC, nothing more, nothing less. Yes, I know some people may say that is pure politics, but I can assure you it is not politics. It is just things which are going on. I know maybe Ruto may not be in the parrot. I don't know whether he has another plan. I don't know what. That's why we have a Mudavadi factor. But I see some sense and I see some large red flag somewhere. Nikiongelea mambo ya siasa, it is obvious what you have seen in Bungoma. I love how the reception was. Love the speakers who spoke from one speaker to another. Everybody was having a point. But I only love one speaker by the name Babu Wino, who said, ingo hapa unapenda kuku na shida ya kuku kupandwa bei ni kwa sababu ya Ruto, kwa sababu yeye ndiye akona kuku mingi na amecontrol bei. Sasa na mayai angesukisha kuku zake, kwa sababu ndiye akona kuku mingi, bei ingekuwa chini, so mungeendelea kumula yule kuku. So ukiangalia the attack of East of America, when some people send fake messages here at State House, Whitehouse, Whitehouse is not somewhere you can just walk in and come out. That's another word. Even Uhuru himself, no. Visiting American president, it must be at least 6 months. Kupangwa. You can't just walk in and walk out. So the sympathy and whatever he's trying to do, it makes no sense. I wish let him come back Kenya. Let him continue with the campaign, because in the other hand, if not corruption, personally, sometimes I like how he does his own politics. Hii China politics is hii China ya jinsi ya ufisadi tu ndio mimi nanitoa kwake, because I like how he started. Amejipigania, we have to accept that, but now the problem is so greedy, and it's not somebody you can just count that. But now the problem is now anang'ang'ana na master of politics. Raila Amolo mwenyewe ni kama ufungulie maji ya mito mbili ya Lake Victoria, ifungulie itembee, na ufungulie hii ya hapa yenye River Sondu, alafu usiende speed moja. Ni ngumu. So kwa kumalizia, I want also to keep on, as I normally do, to remind our viewers and friends who are outside that IEBC is crossing 13th this month. Continue registering as a voter. Keep on checking whether you are still an ODM party member. Even if you are ODM, you are also required to check, because some bad things are happening. Kindly keep checking. Keep talking to your friend who has not registered, because as much as we can debate up to 24 hours and a day, we also need to be ready by having a voter, so that we can have a bargaining power come 9th. Thank you, Mr. Pedard.
Asante sana Honorable Bundi kwa maoni yako, mchango wako na agizo ambalo ningependa kusisitiza. Kama hujajisajili kama mpiga kura, kumesalia siku 9. If you missed out on the mass registration, there is still individual registration taking place at the constituency headquarters or at the Huduma Center. Make sure that you visit the place and register yourself as a voter. And if you know you are registered, you voted before, go and confirm your details so that there are no surprises on the 9th of August. Remember, this is a historical election. You dare not miss out in participating in charting the way forward for this great country by electing leaders that are credible, leaders that are trustworthy, leaders that are responsible enough to navigate this nation from where it is to where it ought to be. So usibaki hapo ukianza kusema UDA Azimio na una kura ama hujahakikisha kwamba details zako ziko sawa. It is important that you do that. I responded to the 7th estate yesterday. I repeat again, the NASA framework was not viable for 2022. That is why it was disbanded, so that we come up with something vibrant, something current, something that will carry every other Kenyan, and that is the purpose of Azimio la Umoja. The people insisting on the NASA framework are still past with time. They are not up to date, and they wish that the status quo remained so that they can have a walkover. The reason why UDA is struggling in this campaign is because they retained their 2013-2017 arrangement. That is the reason why it is difficult for them to move forward. Baba, being the engineer that he is, he knows that if you want to build your house freely, you begin on a new framework. You don't build on the old framework. And so Mwachaneni kujitia moyo na kusema ati NASA walienda, kwa hivyo baba hana nafasi. Kura ziko tena nyingi sana, kwa hivyo kila mmoja ajitahidi tu kuhakikisha kwamba mwamba ngoma vuta kwake, lakini vuta kwa uhakika, vuta kwa uhalisia, usivute tu kwa sababu watu wanavuta. It is important that we remain factual, truthful, in order for us to be accurate in our analysis. It is not true that the walking away of Musalia Mudavadi means the walking away of Western Kenya. It has been proven historically. The walking away of Wetangula doesn't mean the walking away of Bungoma and Trans Nzoia. It has been proved historically. When these people went away, Baba still controlled the vote by getting the majority. He got the majority in Vihiga. He still has the governor in Vihiga, even when Musalia is doing his own thing. So let's be more factual on the same. And you don't have to believe the way I believe. Just go to any other political analyst, atakwambia ukweli wa mambo. Na ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba naibu wa rais ametuuzia uongo mwingi na propaganda mingi ambayo inasema kwamba yeye ndiyo ako mbele, yeye is the man to beat him, he has the entire country behind him and all that. But when the ground began to be, investigated, it's being proven that he doesn't have the ground, he doesn't have the huge following he claims to have. It has just been, hot air being blown and smoke around. It is about time for him to embrace the reality that politics is prearranged and politics is hard work. Politics is not running on top of the car and shouting. You have to have a strategy, work out that strategy, and see to it that that strategy is viable for when you are running and the people you are believing that they will follow you into whatever you wish them to follow you. So kwa kulingana na mimi, Deputy President amepoteza hii kura, na si kwa sababu hawezi, ni kwa sababu hakujipanga vizuri. Alitarajia mambo bila kujipanga, na yeye akaona tu atawarai wa Kenya, awahadae, awadanganye, alafu aende nao. This time imekataa. Kwa hivyo lazima ajitahidi, aje atuambie ukweli kama ni White House alienda ama ni nyumba nyeupe. Asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize Omari alafu Kimere. Bwana Omari, vipi?
Iko poa. Long time Bernard. Mambo?
Salama, namna gani?
Nzuri tu.
Mimi nilirudi kutoka Marsabit.
Nilikuona kwa gari kwa desert huko. Juu huko kali sana. Hello.
Kali mpaka ngozi yangu imeanza kuchipuka.
Lakini unapata kwa Kiislamu sisi tunasema mtu akifanya kusaidia watu anapata mazuri kwa Mwenyezi Mungu.
Kweli kabisa. Hiyo ni ukweli.
Ndio hivyo. Sasa wewe umepata makubwa kwa Mungu sana.
Tunashukuru Mungu.
Leo imenishtua sana Bungoma kwa Wetangula. Miaka yote Bungoma ilikuwa inapiga hivi, lakini raundi hii na mimi nauliza na nilikuwa naambia watu Bernard, huyu jamaa anasema ako na numbers ziko wapi? Unajua mimi ilikuwa iniingi kwa akili. Bungoma kwa Wetangula, kwa Wabukusu vile mimi nawajua, kura wapigangi block, lakini inashangaza raundi hii, itashangaza wengi kwa Wabukusu wanapiga block, kwa sababu watu wanasema huyu mzee ni ni Mungu amemshikilia na amechukua hati ya Wakenya. Ruto amejaribu kuambia watu urongo vile unasema, akajaribu kupatia watu pesa. Sasa pesa imeisha. Naona leo nimecheka kwa TV, naona Musalia Mudavadi ndio anabeba briefcase. Nashangaa sana. Minister of Finance, yani elected, ule anakuja Mudavadi ndio Minister of Finance. Nashangaa hizo propaganda wanatoa US. Si ni aibu kubwa? Deputy President mkubwa, aibu kubwa sana. Tumeaibika mpaka tunatamani kujificha. Kama sasa vituko huko Amerika anafanya hivyo, wazungu wameshamjua, dunia mzima imeshamjua. Huyu si kiongozi, huyu anataka makubwa, yani anataka makuu. Amechanganikiwa DP, pesa zimeisha. Sasa ndio ameenda kutafuta watu wachange change. Nasikia pia anaenda Qatar huko, sijui ni wafanyikazi wa Kenya wale wanafanya kazi Qatar ndio wachange change. Pesa hakuna, pesa imeisha. Wacha ile anachangio huko, atuletee pia tumege, kwa sababu tuna njaa. Tumemiss hizo pesa zake za yellow fever. Ameishiwa, hana pesa sahi. Ukiona mtu anaenda huko kuongea na mapasta na kuongea na nini, kwanza mimi nashangaa sana. Kumbe hata kuenda mambo ya kiserikali, ameenda mambo ya individual, yani raia kama kawaida. Tunaonyeshwa magari kubwa kubwa. Kwanza Muislamu mwenzetu pia tunajaribu kumuongelesha aache kuaibika. Hussein Mohamed anatuaibisha sisi Waislamu. Hussein Mohamed, kwanza hiyo Muhammad jina ya mtume, hiyo haibu kuambia watu urongo. Mtume hakuwa mrongo. Sasa Hussein Mohamed kama ni jina ako nayo, jina haitamsaidia siku ya Kiyama. Aache kuaibisha Waislamu, aache kuharibu karia yake. Imetoka kwa ule Itumbi. Sasa yeye ndio amepata hiyo ugonjwa ya kuambia watu urongo kwa mamedia. Hiyo watu ile heshima walikuwa wanampatia Hussein Mohamed, tumeona ni bure kabisa. Hata yeye kama huko Amerika anadanganya. Kenya tumeambiwa urongo ngapi Kenya? Si wazungu kwanza. Vile mimi najua, vile nani alikuwa anasema, huyu Mikisa Kitui, ukienda kusema serikali yako nchi za wazungu wanaona wewe ni mjinga. Ukweli, kwa sababu nataka kuibiwa kura, sijui mtu wa vitandawili. Mimi nimesema nikishindwa nimekubali, hata yeye pia aseme. Sasa sijui anatafuta maneno mengine ya kuzungumza, yani maneno haina maana, kwenda kuambia wazungu wamsaidie. Already kura imeenda. Hii kura akubali ameshindwa, bora asikatae, asilete fujo. Akubali ameshindwa, kwa sababu inaonyesha waziwazi mifereji ya huu mzee ikifunguliwa. Na yeye alianza kitambo. Ni ile Uhuru alimwambia utakimbia, baadaye mzee atakuja kukupita. Already mzee amempita. Na mimi watu na mimi nilianza kusema kitambo, Bernard, huyu jamaa watu wanasema kwanza hizi mapoli hizi mastedman hizi sijui Sinavet sijui alikuwa amenunua. Yani mimi nashangaa ni ground gani ako nayo. Sehemu yote yani kuanzia Western, Kisii vile tuliona, Kivumbi, hiyo ni Nyanza tupu block, Western block, Nairobi block, Mombasa block, Ukambani hapo kidogo tu inatusumbua, lakini tutanyorosha tu soon. Sasa hata hii Central nasikia kuna marafiki zangu wananiambia watu wanaanza kuhama, wanaenda Jubilee. Sasa sijui watu wakisema wako na ground. Rift Valley yenyewe kwake kuna shida sasa, na utasikia watu wataanza kuhama tu. Sasa watu wanasema jamaa kuna numbers, sioni numbers yake paliko. Ajaribu miaka inakuja, ajaribu urais, lakini hii amwachio tu huyu baba aongoze. Hiyo tu Bernard, ilikuwa leo sina maneno nyingi.
Sawa sawa, asante Bwana Omar kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru sana. Tuendelee kujumuika pamoja. Kimere vipi? Bwana Kimere. Unmute the mic is beside your name.
Yeah. No, actually it's under. All right. Jambo kila mtu.
Yeah.
Hey,
you're welcome.
Yeah, asante. Mekuwa vipi siku mingi, lakini now I follow it every day, lakini siingiangi every time juu ya masaa, lakini I follow it. Hata nimekuwa nikishelewa kwenda kulala siku hizi. Generally I go to bed at 10. Now I've been going late nikiwasikiliza, lakini leo tuko wachache. Mama Selina amepotea and Bernard, nataka kushukuru juu ya Operation Jaza Rori. Actually we saw that was good and we hope uta ingine ingie kwa siasa sasa. Sasa nimeshangaa watu wameanza kuerevuka juu ya uongo ya DP. Unajua vile tunasemanga mwizi akona siku 40 mpaka uongo uko na siku ya uongo. Huwezi sema uongo all the time, lazima ukweli utafika, na inaonekana sasa Kenya ukweli imeanza kupiga watu sasa. Ndio maana hata wale watu walikuwa nini sasa wameanza, hata ukiangalia Wakikuyu wameanza wamejua alikuwa ukiuliza Mkikuyu yeyote actually, hata wamekuwa wakishukia Raila, hakuna mtu anaweza sema ni kwa nini alikuwa akimshukia Raila. Ilikuwa tu ni ile vurugu ya siasa, uongo, but now they have come to terms with it. Sasa wameelewa na sasa wanaanza kuambiana ukweli hata hao. Ruto tu ndio amebaki na uongo na wale wafuazi wake. Hii safari ya United States inashangaza. Unajua mara nyingine mambo zingine ni ngumu kuelewa. How can you anadea kwenda kudanganya watu ati yuko Whitehouse? Of course magari hata private people wako na magari makubwa, ama anaweza hata haya, yeah? Anaweza kukodesha hizo magari na aende nazo kuonyeshana vile amepokewa na nini. Lakini mambo ni tofauti saa hii, na kama vile Omar amesema crowd imeanza kubadilika, na watu hata Central watu wako wengi watu wa Central, si ati wote wako kwa UDA. Of course kwa mikutano watu wanaenda wengi juu wanangojea hizi handouts na nini, but after handout mtu akienda kwa debe, hiyo ni siri ya mtu, na namwambia watu watashangaa sana. And I think it's time really that I believe personally, naamini Raila akona vision na pia vile naambia watu, hata kama president is advocating for that, president akona briefing ya kila siku vile nchi iko. He knows a lot of things that we don't know, na kama amesema ye mwenyewe mwelekeo yake anaona hii ndio njia nzuri, akona reason zake, anajua vitu nyingi sana sisi hatujui. Hata hii mambo ya wizi tunasema sisi, of course tumeona vile fight against corruption inaenda. It's not easy because corruption fights back. Tuko na the judiciary haisaidii sana, you know, because president has tried really to expose those people, lakini hakuna kitu mingi anaweza fanya isipokuwa ile kuwa expose. Then the judiciary and the enforcement agencies wanafanya kazi yao, so tunajua. And na hizo vitu they will come to catch up with them anyway, hata wakienda wapi. Kama tumesema, ukweli lazima utakuja. Bungoma, I watched Bungoma actually. I watched the video through Mutembei TV. It was so exciting kuona the multitude, ilikuwa imejazana zaidi. Halafu as there's someone who commented, I don't know whether it was Hilary or someone, juu ya excitement. Unaweza ona excitement ya watu, and there's a very big difference ukiangalia umati unaofuata UDA wakati wanaenda pahali na umati unaofuata Azimio. The reaction, people's feedback is different. Vile watu wana react, vile watu wanasherehekea ni tofauti sana. Unaona hiyo kitu inatoka kwa watu, they are not forced, you know, and that's important because that will definitely translate to following. One thing that concerns me though, kwa hizi mikutano ya Azimio, there's something that I've been thinking about, and I saw it today also. I would like to kusikia maoni yenu. Unaona, when we talk about the 6,000, the social welfare, I think we need to put out the right message. We don't need to deceive people. Juu nimeona kila mara Babu Owino akiongea, he is not really putting the right message. I know it's about attracting people, gathering more numbers and all that. Lakini we must be very careful with the messaging we have, because one, that can be used against what we really want to deliver. Secondly, that can be a very big disappointment. Hata tukishinda itakuwa ni disappointment if people are expecting something different. So whoever, kama tunaweza influence our watu, that messaging need to change. Tuwaambie ukweli, the 6,000 is for the 2 million people, wale wafukara kabisa wale wajiwezi. Because the message Bob Owino anasema, every time akiitwa kusema, he makes sure that he talks about the 6,000, but the way he puts the message through is wrong, according to me. Juu anasema nyinyi wote, kila mama, kila baba, kila mtoto, kila kijana atapewa 6,000 shillings bila kufanya kazi. No, that's the wrong message. The message needs to be very clear. Hao ni wale ni siya, it's not individual, it's jamii. It's the household, not individual. It's the household ambao hawana mapato yoyote, ndio, and there are 2 million of them. Those are the ones who gonna get the 6,000. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri to if we can advise them to stop saying that kila mama, kila baba, kila kijana atakuwa akipata 6,000 bila kufanya kazi. No, that's the wrong message. We need to really put the right message on. I don't know whether you guys have seen that, because it can be a concern. Yeah, that's it for now. I really would like to hear from you what you think about that messaging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kimere. We appreciate your contribution and your concern too. With politics, it will always be stretched beyond what is usually stated, especially by the propagandists of the other side that would not want that particular agenda to get to the required people. But from the Azimio desk, as well as Baba's agenda, it's clear that the 6,000 is strictly for the vulnerable families, and it's born out of the last census, the statistics that concluded, according to the census, that there are 2 million families that have no any income whatsoever. They are living by the grace of God. And so from Baba's wisdom, he says, if we come up with that social protection wherever, we'll be able to cater for their welfare, even as we work out on reviving the economy, coming up with the industrialization, what is they are calling economic zones, so that each and every family will get at least one person who is working. And as soon as that one person begins to work, especially with the government, they are scrapped off from the list of the people who are receiving social protection, whatever support from the government. That is the 6,000. And so,
Bernard, sorry to interrupt you. You know, you and I understand that, and everyone in this group understands that. My concern wasn't about the 6,000, whether the Baba's program. My concern was how Babu Owino is transmitting it during the meetings, because a lot of Kenyans might not understand it and think that it's for everyone. He needs, when they come out to speak, and they need to be specific that this is for the least of the least, people who are not earning, and it's for household, not for individuals. Because if you have noticed, every time, because I've followed all these events and I've seen every time he talks about it, he brings on the wrong message, because he says kila kijana, kila baba, kila kijana will get 6,000. And you know, I understand it's propaganda, but it's wrong, because what we don't want is the electorate to believe in that, because I've seen also some people commenting, like the people, Umati, the people attending the meetings. You hear people, we want to vote Baba because we all gonna have 6,000 shillings. Let people know how it is, because it's important. You know, that's what I mean.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Mr. Kimere, and you know, we need to differentiate between what I think is Bonnie Khalwale, who was talking about stagecraft and comparing okay, like Babu Owino has a way of getting across to the young people in his special way, and so he would want to be as vague as possible when addressing the young people. But the really communicator of the agenda of Azimio is Baba. And when Baba is going down the list, he's always giving the accurate information. So Baba Owino is just there to reach a particular demography and in a certain way. And so he tries to remain general and not to give too much details. And I think that is his slot on that campaign trail. And so we shouldn't prosecute him, because there is a balance. Yeye akikuja akosea kama kijana, mzee atakuja na rekebishe. Kwa hivyo, it's part of the strategy, and I don't think that should be of great concern. All the same, as the campaign continues, then the printing out of the manifesto comes out, and they spelled out of what is it that we expect from the Azimio government. Everything will be clear. Propaganda mingi ni mbaya. Unaona vile imemnasa deputy president ako na shida sahi kwa sababu ya to tag his campaign on propaganda, nothing else. So that is a no-go zone, especially for the Azimio and those who wish for Azimio to take charge of the governance of this country after these elections. Thank you. Naomba sasa tumsikilize, na ni kama kuna swali, naomba tumsikilize Dennis, alafu twende kwa Sara ndio turudi kwa Guru. Dennis, namna gani?
Salama sana. Hamjambo, mnasikiza?
Tunakupata, uko barabarani nini?
niko kwa airport kidogo, nataka kuboard flight ndio ni come home. So I just have to walk away from where people are so that at least I just stuck in the ongea kama mbele watu wako boarding. Yeah, I was just following what you guys are saying anyway. So ideally, the last person that I had kidogo tu akiongea ni Kimere, yeah. I tend to think that Kimera has got a point of what he was talking about regarding what Babu Owino has been relaying to the media, because as you may look at it as being a strategic, but not all Kenyans understands anything known as strategic, especially the youth. When the way Kimera was putting it, that others are running that, oh, let's vote Baba because there is 6,000 coming for everyone. So ideally, you will realize that when it is put in a good way, then even that young man would be in a position actually to know that indeed Baba is talking of ABCD, but the way Babu is putting it, then it can some people will not take it the way it is. Others will just take it literally, that everyone. Okay, so I think on that point that Kimera was putting is just valid in that context. Otherwise, the rest of the thing, to me, I think things are still early. The real politics is coming in May. As at now, people are just limbering outside the field. The real politics is coming in May, according to my observation. Because when it reaches May, when even everybody has elected his or her candidate is with different parties, then they are all going to be aligned towards now who is going to face who is going to face who, and then those people are going to know who is likely to win in this area and this area. So for now, is everybody wants to show himself that actually is in the race. Okay, so on my side, I would prefer maybe if I normally start keep on watching, because I know things are not yet. Is when things are starting. And this thing that also I heard that Ruto had already started limbering mapema kwa field, and then he talked of numbers. It still comes with the issue of the voting is still not yet time. So in May, people are really going to see which party is going where. Okay, according to my observation. So for now, things are still not yet. Okay. Otherwise, you are doing very good job. At times, I normally see when the club is full until nobody can even join the club anymore. But I normally watch at you guys, especially the late hours like this. And so today I just tried to say, let me try if I would join. And then I found that there are a few people, and then I could manage to join. So thank you so much, Bernard. I last joined which year? It was 2019, whether also the same traveling the same place. I managed to join similarly. So thank you so much. You are doing good job. Guys, continue doing this good job that you guys are doing. So at least you are meeting globally. People can see what is happening at home. Thank you so much, guys.
Asante Dennis, thank you so much for your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. It's important. Sarah Jogu, how are you? Sarah, are you still there? Sarah Jogu? Okay, it seems Sarah is held up or something. You unmute before you speak. We can't hear you if you are mute. The mic is beside your name. Yes, that's okay now. Sarah, speak up. The broadcast is allergic to silence. Okay, Bwana Guru, karibu. Samahani Sara, inaonekana mitambo ime...
Mwenye once things are...
Yes, Bernard.
Yeah, take it for now, tupatie updates.
Update iko. Unaona eh?
As well,
yes.
Subiri Bwana Guru, nataka update aswa hii masuala ya Moses Kuria na 21 parties, alafu Jubilee vile inainuka inatupeleka vipi?
Mambo iko namna hii, na usikize mzuri. Ile iko pale ni panic, na panic imekuja kwa sababu kuna watu walikuwa wamefikiria Jubilee imekufa, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba kwa sababu haikuwa inaongea sana, ama maafisa wa Jubilee na kiongozi wake Rais Uhuru hawakuwa wanapiga ile inaitwa debe. Ni watu walikuwa wanafikiria chama imevifia, lakini bado ina wafuasi wengi, na hasa kwa sababu rais amesema kwamba wale watasimama na Jubilee watakuwa, he is going to fund them. Na unajua siasa ni pesa pia, kwa sababu kwa hivyo zile vyama kidogo kidogo wanajua they stand no chance of defeating well-funded and popular candidates, especially the youth in this zone. Number 2, ile maneno ya kusema kwamba hii jamii ni kubwa na ina kura nyingi sana, na imedhihirika kwamba saa hii ni kama hawana chama ambayo wanaweza kusema kwa uhakika kwamba ndio chama yao, kutokana na vile siasa yetu ya Kenya iko. Kama vile ukiongea mambo ya ndugu zetu wa Kamba neighbors, wana ile wanashikilia inaitwa Wiper. Alafu ukienda huko upande yenu huko Western, tunajua huku kwetu mlima kwamba vyama yenu ni ODM na zinginezo zingine kama DAP. Sasa hapa kwa mlima hakuna chama ile hadi miezi kama 2 iliyopita ungesema kwamba ni chama, lakini inaonekana kwamba Jubilee itakuja kwa nguvu, na itakuja ikiwa chama ambayo msingi yake ni Mount Kenya, na hasa kwa sababu Rais Uhuru anasemekana kwamba hata ingawa atastaafu kama rais, ataendelea kuwa mwenyekiti wa chama ya Jubilee. Kwa hivyo kuna watu wale wanaona Uhuru atakuwa kama insurance kwa community hii, kwamba kwa serikali ambayo ijayo, ambayo ni ya mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, yeye atakuwa kama insurance. Kwa hivyo hata ile ilikuwa inawasumbua hawa watu ndugu zangu wa Mlima Kenya, kwamba Raila hawezi kuaminika. Kenyatta akiwa pale, ile uoga ama wale wanataswishi hiyo, hata ingawa saa hii imedidimia zaidi, itadidimia hata zaidi wakati itakuja kudhihirika kwamba Uhuru ndiye atakuwa insurance, kwamba zile project zinatakiwa kufanyika pale kwa mlima zitaendelea kwa serikali ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Watu kama naitwa nani huyu Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria ni broker. Nadhani alikuwa ameona ile pengo pale, na alikuwa anaona kama anaweza ijaza na kufanya ile chama yake kuwa kama ni chama ya mlima, lakini hana pesa, na kwa sababu hana pesa na chama inatengenezwa na pesa, basi hana lingine isipokuwa sasa kutafuta namna, na natarajia kwamba kama tukiingia mwezi ujao utaona kwamba kutakuwa na msisimko kubwa. Wale walikuwa wameenda kwa hizi chama inaitwa TSP na kina chama cha kazi na wengineo, wale wanajiamini wataingia Jubilee na itakuwa namna hiyo. Hizi vyama zitakuwa they will be submerged by Jubilee, sababu ina mwelekeo kwamba ndio chama ambayo watu watakuja kuamini kwamba msingi yake ni wa kushikilia zile interest za watu ya Mount Kenya, na pia yule ako nyuma ya hii chama ni mtu angana nguvu na ni mtu ana pesa na network. Hiyo ni ya muhimu hata zaidi, network kila pahali, na kwa hivyo ni mtu anaweza kueneza messages zake haraka na akaweza kuaminika kwamba yeye akiahidi watu itakuja kutimika, ana kutimia. Kwa hivyo mtu kama Moses sasa, isipokuwa sasa aende karibu na deputy president ambayo chama yake pia saa hii inashikiliwa na watu kadhaa. Kutakuwa na mirengo mbili ambayo itakuwa ya nguvu pale kwa mlima. Kutakuwa na hiyo Jubilee na kutakuwa na UDA. Kwa hivyo hii vyama ya kina Moses inaweza angamia pale ndani. Kwa hivyo hana lingine isipokuwa kuenda karibu na deputy president hivi aone kama atasurvive kisiasa, kwa sababu anategea pia zile kura zitakuwa za UDA kwamba zinaweza enda upande yake. Kwa hivyo siasa iko namna hiyo, lakini nataka kusema pia kwamba polepole hii jamii inabadilika, kwa sababu utakuta kwamba wale watu wamesoma kiasi wanajua siasa za UDA ni siasa ya potofu na siasa ambayo haina msingi, ni propaganda peke yake. Kwa hivyo pia unaweza kuta wale walikuwako wakati na walikuwa wanaelewa na ile serikali ya mzee Moi kwamba wanaangalia huyu kijana kutoka huko kwa Moi deputy president, wanaona Moi times 2, ama mtu ambaye anaweza kuleta ile maneno walikuwa wanaogopa na walikuwa wananyanyaswa wakati ule. Hata ndio tulisikia rais akiwa huko Sagana akiwaonya watu ya mlima kwamba tunaweza rudi pale kina Matipa na Rubia walikuwa wakati walijipeana kwa hali na mali kupigana ili kupata haki. Kwa hivyo hii ndio siasa sasa inashika moto hapa kwa mlima, na nadhani in the next few weeks if polls will be conducted, they are going to reflect a change of situation there. Wengi wameanza kuelewa kwamba ile siasa ilikuwa ikienezwa hapa ni upusi mtupu na propaganda ambayo haina msingi, hasa kwa sababu rais ataanza kuenda akifungua zile projects ambazo serikali imekuwa ikifanya. Kuna project kubwa sana pale Kirinyaga ya kukuza mchere, na kuna barabara ya Maumau, kuna barabara ya kwenda Marua, kuna many agriculture irrigation projects going on, na nadhani atatumia zile kuenda kuambia watu sasa, nyinyi wakati nilikuwa nafanya kazi wengine walikuwa na tangatanga hapa wakisema mambo yao, lakini angalia hii nimefanya ile, na naona huyu mzee ndiye ataeneza na endelesha hiyo, itakuwa imebaki. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope kuna swali kwa Mr. Guru. Okay. Yes, Kimera.
Hello, Mr. Guru. Nadhani uko Central. Sa ebu nikuulize, juu umesema mambo ya watu ambao wamesoma, lakini juu nafikiria nimesikia nimeona watu pia wamesoma na wako bado kwa wheelbarrow. Unaona kama watabadilika hata hao? Because I have a few friends watu ambao wamesoma kabisa, but ni nini now, what makes people from hao watu wanafuata UDA? Because if you can help us to understand really what is it that they see in it, watu wa Central inawafanya wafuate UDA, because I personally can't understand. Kama wewe uko kwa ground, please you can enlighten us. Thank you. Unmute, Guru. Unmute. We can't hear you.
Okay. Nasema ile uhasama ama ile chuki kuelekezwa kwa rais ilitokea sana kwanza kutoka kwa serikali kufunga zile nyufa zilikuwa kwa imports, ambapo kulikuwa na goods ambazo zilikuwa zingiingia kutoka China sana. Watu walikuwa wanashikana kama 6 wananunua container moja, kila mtu ananunua bidhaa yake, kama mmoja pencil, mwingine nguo ya watoto, mwingine electronic. Lakini wakifika pale Mombasa wanadeclare ile ya pesa ndogo zaidi, alafu hiyo container naingia hapa, wanatengeneza pesa. Hiyo biashara iliendelea sana wakati ya Kibaki, kabla ya serikali kuja kujua kwamba kuna jambo linaendelea ambalo si mzuri, kwa sababu gunzi zile zingine hazikuwa standard, na pia hawakuwa wanalipa chochote kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo wakati ilifungwa, kuna wale waliona kama ajira yao imezimwa, na ilianzia kwa sababu ni chain, yule analeta, yule wanauzia ili waende wauze. Kwa hivyo ni chain, inatoka hapa Nairobi kuenda mpaka kule mashinani, unaelewa? Kwa hivyo hawa ndio walikuwa the first group of people who started saying the government or their man, quote unquote, is not being fair to them. Okay? Na ikaendelea namna hiyo. Alafu ikawa pia kwamba yule makamu alikuwa ameweka watu yake pale, wengine aliibia tiketi ya Jubilee, wakachukua hiyo sasa na wakaweka kwa nguvu zaidi kwa community, kwamba huyu si mtu mzuri, amekuja kuua biashara zetu, na hawezi akiwa ni wetu na anatufanya hivi. Wao hawataki kusema ile inafanyika. Kwa uhakika ni kwamba serikali inataka ku streamline systems, kwa sababu ili kila Mkenya awe fairly treated, na even the customers also get standard goods. Wao hataki kuangalia hiyo. So hiyo ndio ilikuwa the first line of attack on the president in the Mount Kenya, and that is why, despite all the projects that he has brought to the area, what the people think, or that group of people was able to put the venom in the community so deep that hata unakuta wengine wanaanza kuuliza kwani tunakula barabara. So mambo iko namna hiyo, lakini hata ingawa hiyo, unajua sasa kukasirika ni kwa muda. Kuna watu pia wanaangalia wanaona okay, hata ingawa ilienda namna hiyo, lakini kuna kile tunaona, na yule mwingine naye anatuambia atatufanyia mzuri zaidi. Alikuwa pale ndani na hakuna uhakika hata kwamba atakuwa mzuri kwetu, ama hata ile mambo amefanya inaweza kuja kutudhuru pale baadaye. So there is a certain calmness that is returning to the region, with the realization that politics is not a very temporary issue. It's a long-term thing that determines the future, a future that could run into many years. So ndio sababu unaona hata saa leo ukienda, kuna grupu kubwa sana ya watu ya mlima wanasema hataenda kupiga kura. Sasa hiyo ni kitu ambayo pia hata tukiongea mambo ya uchaguzi lazima tukatia maanani, na ndio naona yule angefaidika na hiyo kura ndiye ataumia. Nadhani nimekuambia ile mambo iko.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Umejua
nimetoka Central lakini juu siko kwa ground. Ni kitu nilikuwa nataka kujua sana because the
hiyo ndio chanzo ya hiyo nini ilitoka hapo.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru kwa jibu lako. Before I bring in Alex, there is a Ikala movie clips urging me to persuade the people of UDA in the comment section to come to the platform. I have done my very best. I'm sharing the link. You click on the link, come to the studio and share your views. If you are comfortable with that, please do that. It's a free platform. Kuna wale ambao wako wherever have a notion that this is a Jaluo platform, Mara hii ni Azimio platform and all that. This is called Mtembei TV, and Mtembei TV is open for everybody to come and air their views. The only trouble you run into is if you come to share propaganda. Hapo ndio tutakunasa, hiyo ni haki yetu. But if you have what to say about the DP and his moves and prove to us that it's a strategic, well-calculated move that is going to give him the presidency, we are open. We are open-minded people would want to learn from you on how that kind of politics is played, because probably we are old school and you are in the new school. So bring the new school, let's check it against the old school and see what it is that can come from it. Hillary mkono iko juu, iko nini?
Yes, nimesikia ukisema you want to bring in Alex. I wanted I think the question I had posted hapo kwa chat, sijui kama umeona. I think Alex will be in a better position to as he gives his contribution. Alex, I wanted to find out. I was watching Wekesa just up on the side. Alikuwa na this guy Dr. Matsanga. And Matsanga was talking about that the visa that Ruto got and his team to USA was a restrictive visa. So, and I was wondering, can you explain, because I know you are conversant with that, why was he given a restrictive visa other than the diplomatic one, and he, being the fact that he's a deputy president of a country?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think those are his own personal views according to what he said, but it looks like he is right. He's very right, because the nature in which the deputy came out from the receiving area of the airport, whenever you have a diplomatic passport and you are in a position of being received as a deputy president, there are protocols on how you are received. And you just don't come out of the airport and you find your fans there clapping for you, giving you balloons and so on and so forth. And you could see that that was not a diplomatic way of receiving a deputy president. So
he seems to be privy, and this is what he said, and I think I'm believing him. The person that was given a visa to come to the US was the wife, and Ruto accompanied the wife, which they could not restrict him on. And that is very true. I looked at some information and I found out that that is very true. But that is a very underclassing situation whereby a DP is not given a visa. The wife is given to accompany him. So remember, we may not have the constitutional office of the vice president, second lady, but it does exist. There is money that is allocated to it, if you don't know. So that office is also very effective. So it looks like through the office and the bankrolling the government gives to the office of the deputy president's wife, I think that was the sort of arrangement they made for her to come over here, according to Dr. Matsang. And I believe him now, because that is why you found many family members coming. And that is why you find their PAs coming, because under normal circumstances, you know, the government should have spoken about or against that. But the fact that you find even the PA to the child, it tells you, because that office, when it's funded, it's almost like a family affair. The office of the deputy president's wife, it's almost like a family office, okay? So it traveled like a family, according to what he said, but I can't believe what he said. And the reception, as I said, it was not a diplomatic reception he received. You saw people like Choi giving him balloon in the airport. It's like me coming to Kenya right now and finding my grandmother at the reception giving me a balloon. You won't find that Uhuru or a normal high-ranking official, like even Senator Obama coming to Kenya and you're meeting him at the reception. No, there is a diplomatic place they have. They sit there, they sign the books, and you know, all these protocols are followed. And then they are taken off to a place they are going to sleep, and then the engagements starts and the schedule. And that was not for the deputy. So I cannot believe what he said. And there's a person who asked a question earlier than that about why.
Alex.
Yeah?
I just want to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
The issue of the visa must be there on his passport. There is no way you can enter the United States of America without a visa. So the type of visa that he entered with is what you need to talk about, but the visa must be there.
No, nobody said he didn't have a visa. I think you're not paying attention. You ought to pay attention. The person who asked the question asked, was it a restrictive visa? And my answer was yes. Because the visa was under the wife. When a visa, for example, in Kenya before, let me give you what a restrictive visa is. Kenya before, when you are not the age of 18, you couldn't get a visa. So you travel with your parent, you are under the visa of your parent. That is a restrictive visa. Or when you are coming here for a delegation, you don't go vis-a-vis to the embassy and ask for a visa. The visa is given for the delegation and the meeting, but your passport goes there. So your visa is not under 2A, it's not a visitor's visa, it's not a ABCD visa, it is a restricted visa based on what? So you don't go to the embassy yourself. It is the agenda that is bringing you here that is given the visa. That is called a restrictive visa. So he did not come as a deputy. He came under the organization and the umbrella of the office of the deputy, the wife of the deputy president. You hear what I said? So the visa was stamped, but it wasn't stamped. It was stamped as collectively. It was a group visa.
Okay, what you need to understand is this,
Yes.
And I assume maybe you are in the, I don't know whether you are in the US or where, but it's okay. when you go to, your passport to have that US visa, you must submit yourself for biometric at the US embassy. And that one is a must. And therefore, there is no way whatsoever, even if you are who, you must submit yourself for the biometric.
It is not a must, my friend. Go recheck that. And people who get group visas will tell you that, for example, if you have been here before, you hear? If you have been here before.
Yes, I've been to the US, yes.
And you reapply, or it's re-entry. You hear
I've
what
been
I'm
to
talking about? And
Yeah,
there's people, there are people within some, even diplomatic passports have
Yes.
classifications.
Yes, that's very
You
true.
hear? So when you say you must, you know, I also re-educate you on that. But we are not here to argue about that. But
Okay, that one
it's
is the
not a
point.
must for him to go
It's
and
okay.
give
It's okay.
biometric.
It's okay. I get the point.
Okay, order,
So,
you guys, please. One person speaks, the other, you mute first, you listen, then you respond. Because there are viewers who are following, they want to understand what's going on, not just the exchange match. So I think
he was asking a good question. We were not exchanging, we were only passionate
hold on,
about it.
Alex, hold on. I am the one listening, and I know when I'm listening to noise and communication. Communication is when you pass the information is decoded, then it has a response. But if it's just words, then it becomes a problem, especially for the viewers, those people who are watching without participating. That's why I'm intervening. Thank you. So, Dennis, has your question been answered?
Yes, I think I've.
Okay.
Dennis and Hillary, have you been answered successfully?
Okay, I will stop
Yes,
there.
I've been answered.
Okay,
I'm saying
Dennis.
I will stop there because I don't want us to be seen as if we are arguing. But I'm traveling more than 55 countries in the world, and I know what I'm talking about. Sorry.
Okay, I think Alex, take it from there. I want to pursue information that.
Yeah, okay, let me say that we have all traveled many places, and diplomatic passport is not the same as he has not traveled under diplomatic passport. So I mean, that's another thing, and especially when you are there is a laguna when you are traveling as a deputy president, but you are not cleared as a deputy president. I mean, you can fully understand that, my friend. So let's not go even to that. It is something that is unscripted. Unfortunately, you have seen even how the White House could not even be able to coordinate his meeting because of the protocol failures. And you can understand that. And when you insist to do things in an unscripted way, those are the repercussions. And you can understand that somebody doesn't understand that he's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, a position that is not his own. And I've said here many times, he doesn't understand that that is a constitutional office. Even when you're looking for a visa, it must be constitutionally looked for so that you don't embarrass yourself and the country. So it's unfortunate that even the advisors within the deputy are not wise enough. They want to bulldoze things and they end up embarrassing the deputy in a way that he shouldn't. And that's why we said here the other day that the alteration between Kenya and Congo, that lady said that he needs to have a sense of diplomatic discipline. And those are the discipline we are talking about. Those are things that matter for somebody who's running for the highest office of a republic. So we are not saying that the DP is being embarrassed because he's the DP. We are only saying that the protocol that is being used for the DP to get some of his engagements is not being coordinated by the one office that has that role. and that is the American embassy. So you cannot refuse to use the Kenyan embassy in Kenya and think that you can pass it by. So, and I think that is where the problem is. And I wish the people like Ababu Namwamba could coordinate with the embassy and make sure that those things do not break. Because when we are out here, we don't play politics. We are Kenyans being served by the embassy. And nobody is allowed to play politics in the embassy. Why? Because it's very wrong. All Kenyans must be served on equal capacity. But when you ignore the protocols, it's hard for the embassy to come in and to salvage you from your mistakes. And that is what you are seeing here. And somebody is thinking that the deputy is being salvaged. Those were the protocols hitches that they did themselves, because his travel and all his schedule ought to have been heard by the embassy. And the embassy coordinates them effectively because that is their work. In the office of the embassy, we have military attaché, education attaché, tourism attaché, all these kind of attaches who are like ministers, commercial attaché, commerce attaché. What is their work? Their work is to effectively help all of us. If you come as you want to make a trade deal with Kenya here, we have the commerce attaché. Tourists, we have tourist attaché. For students, they have education attaché. So why are those positions there in the embassy? To coordinate the safe travels of Kenyans when they come abroad, so that they don't have those hitches. And in case they have, for example, if I'm jailed here, I can communicate to my embassy. It can negotiate on behalf of me. If there is extradition, that can happen, and that is the work of the embassy. So I think there was a protocol hitch whereby they needed to coordinate, they didn't, and that is why you're seeing this kind of embarrassment, which is unfortunate. It's not Ruto now. It puts that embarrassment on Kenya, and that is the wrong thing, on Kenya, that the embassy is not able to coordinate. So I think the people in the embassy and the people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must do better next time, because when we go out and do such kind of things, we look like a banana republic, and that is not good for our image. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Probably I would ask a question on the same. The traveling of the DP has been somehow problematic of late. You remember when he wanted to go to Uganda, and the Interior Ministry came in and stopped him from traveling. So the embassy being involved in his traveling could have two aspects to the same. Why? Probably his difference with the boss. The boss gave restrictions for him to travel, but probably he defied and then traveled. So the government should not be held responsible. Then, of course, if he's traveling to go and popularize UDA, that's not a government project. And so the facilitation of the embassy could be have their hands tied. What do you say on that?
Yeah, we saw Matiang'i after that saga on the airport, and the DP was patient enough to be there for 8 hours. And you saw that saga, and we discussed about it here. And the directive that the Interior Ministry gave, or said it got from the higher authority, was all the travels of the DP must be given authority from an office we may not be sure of. So, and he was briefed about it. We spoke about it extensively for about a week or 2 weeks. And we know about it. So when he knew that he was to travel, I think he should have taken the protocols that he was told, or the steps. Whether they are right or not, the thing was, what he was going to do Uganda became suspicious and did not make any sense. and it kept changing and saying that money was coming from Kenya to go and start a vaccine in Uganda. And Equity came and said that amount of money cannot be withdrawn from a bank even in one day. And you saw all these things that came around. And in that suspicion, I think the DP was restricted because even the people that were traveling with were later on deported under dubious circumstances, and you saw what happened then. So under those circumstances, it was wise for the DP, because a DP has so many aides. A DP, if he has more than 200 people guarding him, the DP has at every stage a lot of aides, not just political aides, personal aides. So they should have coordinated this in the right way. So the DP is not somebody who goes to do things by himself. So I know for sure the aides advised him what he should do, and probably he defiled it because the embassy did not receive him the way it should receive a deputy president. That is something we can see, and it's not for us to discuss. That is a government thing which he is part of. And there is something called collective responsibility in a government. And collective responsibility says anything that happens in the government, whether you agree with it or not, since you are in the government and you have not resigned, you take responsibility for it. So Bernard, he cannot, unless he resigns and is on the other side and he criticizes the government, then we'll take him seriously. But if he's treated this way, he remains there. He is the one who is playing himself. Collective responsibility principle stands.
Thank you, Alex. I believe that's
Bernard.
clear enough. Thank you. Thank you for...
Bernard, I wish to comment on that, if you give me a chance kindly, about that issue.
I was going to give you a chance, but you broke the standing orders.
Okay.
By shouting my name. You lift your hand or your finger, then we pick on you.
No.
And since you are in Kanu, you are forgiven. Make your comments as you make your submission, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for having me in this discussion. I have listened very careful to what my friend has said, and I've gone to a circular which was given. When the deputy president travels on his capacity as the deputy president of our republic, he must get clearance from the office of the president. The president must clear him. That is very clear. So whatever that the deputy president went to US as a private citizen of this country, you know, if he could have followed the process, notified the president, the embassy will have been notified that the deputy president is coming, of what the person, the ambassador of US could have waited for him. He could have made all the arrangements of where he will sleep and whatever. But maybe he could have told them his itinerary of what he's supposed to do. They will arrange the security and everything. But what happened, the deputy president is someone who is in war with our president. So definitely, I'm very sure that he didn't get that clearance from the office of the president. So definitely, that's why you are seeing that things are mixed up on his hand. Yeah. Even the members of parliament who traveled with him, they were cleared with parliament. The speaker had to consent for them to travel. Yeah. For them, they are there under the cut of the parliament, the speaker approved. So the deputy president, as my friend was saying, that at Kenya is a mockery, that the embassy in US is not doing well to the deputy president. That's wrong. The deputy president did not follow the protocols which are read. It must be cleared from the office of the president by the president himself. So the people in the embassy in US, they're doing their work, and I can never blame them. The people, the deputy himself, because of his ego, because he feels that he's bigger than anyone else, he has gone to embarrass us. Actually, he's the one who is bringing shame and embarrassment in US when you are telling people that you know, the election is going to be rigged, and here in our back in country is saying, you know, I'm a deep state. You know, there is no deep state. Yeah, even if Raila makes Oburu Odinga the chairperson of IEBC, but the election he will not win. But he goes then get there, starts crying, you know, of all like these people are rigging. I'm looking forward to see if the IEBC will summon him the way they summoned Sabina Jege, you know, for the utterances he made in a rally about the rigging of 2017 election. So Alex, the embassy in US is not embarrassing the deputy president. The deputy president did not follow the protocols of what are laid down. He must be cleared by the president when he's traveling in his capacity as our deputy president. So the embassy had no business to go welcome William Ruto because they could have got a notification from Kenya that the deputy president is visiting US, according the necessary things that he need. But he went there on his personal capacity because they said it was a private visit. It was not a government visit, you know. If it was a government visit and which would rate that the things that he had gone, that's why even the president, when he went to Ethiopia for a private visit, despite he was accorded that respect and everything, but they said it was a private visit. So, but if our president goes to US on an official visit, the embassy must be notified. You know, they will have known that he will come and they will do everything. So for the part of it that are about the traveling, is the deputy president who screwed himself alone. Yeah, that's what I can say. That and this is what has come of his trend. When he was traveling to Canberra, the same thing he did. You know, so a person who calls his boss that he has found refuge in opposition, do you expect that the president will clear him even if he wants to travel to Australia next time? Those are the things we need to ponder and say. That's what I wanted to comment, that the embassy is not failing us. It is the deputy president himself who has failed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Joseph. Yes, Alex?
Let me respond to my friend who spoke and tell him one factor that remains. Restricted visa did not mean that he's restricted what he's coming to do here. It meant that he has traveled, but not as a deputy president. Did you hear that? Now that he traveled as not being our deputy president, he gets the embassy into the quagmire and the conundrum that Ababu Namwamba is arranging a visit to the White House. And that visit must be coordinated again with the embassy. It can't be a direct. Now, do you see where he is embarrassing the embassy? Now, he's putting the embassy in a position that it's not supposed to be. And why is he doing that? We don't know. Because yesterday he spoke against the government and the president in a wrong way. So I don't know what's wrong with the DP or the people traveling with him. He decides, and that is why I say he's embarrassing the embassy. How is he embarrassing? He's organizing a meeting with White House. He can't go to White House without using the embassy, and he's putting us in that laguna that we don't want to. So in the end, you see what happened. So I am not saying or trying to say that it is good for us, but the DP should have understood that the protocol of going to the White House must be followed through the embassy. No one, Bernard can't come from Kenya, from Mutembei, amwe tu anataka kuingia kwa White House hivyo. You can't. You have to go through the embassy because you are a Kenyan citizen. You are not an American citizen. So that is why I was saying he's embarrassing the embassy, because the American State Department did not even maybe know that this person was not accorded that state which he was at that particular time. So now things have come out that this guy is not even traveling on a diplomatic visa as the deputy president.
Thank you. I believe that's clear enough. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Megi. Megi vipi?
Salama kabisa. Sasa nitaongea machache kabisa. Hii mambo mnasema ati DP sijui diplomatic what. He was not cleared, he was not done what. DP unajua ni yule kichwa ngumu. Pengine hata hiyo clearance aliambiwa we ngoja kwanza tufanye hii na hii, na akakataa, akasema anaenda kivyake, na ameenda kivyake na anaribia watu wa Kenya na anafanya maovu na anafanya so many things we really did not want Kenyans. Hata vile hatuna we have our pride. We have our pride in that we don't want, I can't just go shouting that, oh, unajua Kenya yetu iko na hii na hii. We would have done that because surely we know how Kenya is. But here is a case where the deputy president is the one who is doing this. What about somebody like me? Unajua kama ningefanya hivyo ningekuwa nishashikwa. Sasa mbona huyu anafanya na watu wamenyamaza? Yeah, that's my question. Mbona huyu anafanya hii for spoiling the president's name na watu wamenyamaza tu? Narudi.
Okay, Maggie, is that all? Okay, then let's listen from Mama Selina.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? Please note.
Okay, Penat, these things are, it is getting out of hands. Kama wakubwa wameshindwa, sijui sisi watu wadogo tutasema nini. Kwa sababu, nilikuwa nafikiria Kenya ni nchi na iko na protocol zake. Lakini sasa wenye kutengeneza katiba, wakubwa wenye tunawategemea wanafunja sheria. So watu kama Miguna sisi tutafanya nini? So hii Kenya ni ngumu, but we cannot lose hope. Lakini kitu ingine najua, mtu akiwa arrogant, if you are an arrogant kwa nyumba yako, hata nje we ni arrogant. Pena tuwezi kuja hapa nje ukue mzuri na uko nyumbani ni mbaya. Ama nyumbani wewe ni mzuri na uko nje ni mbaya. Tabia ya mtu, wanasema tabia ya mtu ni tabia ya mtu. Na cheo inaweka watu kukua na kiburi mbaya sana. Unakumbuka Penat, hata watoto wengine shule wakiwa prefect, anashinda mwalimu. Kuna watu wanataka kukuonyesha ni kama they are second to God. Ni ngumu kupatilisha watu kama hiyo Penat. Ni ngumu kupatilisha watu wanachapa kofi wase. Ni ngumu kupatilisha mtu alijua former president retired pole kuongea kuhusu Moi because he has already sleep. Kama aliesa chapa Ruben Jesire kwa korito ya State House, na hapo ndiye mahali Moi iko. Kama mtu alitoka na akamwambia Moi by face, you are not our king, na akatusi watoto ya Moi, what else do Kenyans expect? Peana hiyo kiti ya president de, hapo ndiye mutajua. Yes, vile alisema yeye ni king ya Central, watajua. Hawajui, watalala kwa bahasha. Wache vile wanasema Matiba, wache vile wanasema sijui nani alichapwa na Moi, wache tutarudisha ile, watu watarudisha ile Nyayo House. There are some people they have gone and nobody is talking about them. So, ni kama and I'm sorry to say that. Mtu akiwa mwisi ile mbaya, teasa mwisi ile kidogo akifungwa chela anapatilika. A rapist aenda afungwe chela, awachiliwe, akuje nje, anakuja anaendelea kurep, anapelekwa ndani, wanasema amerekebisha, anarudi anafanya the same. There are some things inakuwa ni ngumu sana. Ni vile tu wa Kenya wanataka kujifanya, but mtoto akililia wembe umpatia atikate, so that next time hatarudia. So na nilisema hapa siku ingine, and I want all of us to see this scenario. Hii watu baba amekuwa naye sahi, kutoka Nakuru kwenda Kisii kwenda Bungoma, this is the second round, achaenda Homa Bay, acharuti Machakos. Today Pena tell me we have a very nice, tuko na peace. Ebu leo kitu ifanyike kasoro. Tell me where will this man, unajua unakuja kutusi Raila na leo akisema amechoka. Will we enjoy that peace? Kama leo naona Moses Kuria, naona Shepesh, nasikia watu wana defect, and that is right. Naona Kalonzo na kina Matakarua wamesign. Sasa aita tutakuwa na task force yenye watasema tuko na pati mingi, lakini pati sao ni sa briefcase. Alafu sasa tuwe na baba, tuwe na Kalonzo, tuwe na Ruto, of which it is okay. Hawa wanafikiria ati sasa tukiweka Kalonzo na kwa sababu watu hawezi pigia Ruto, ati sasa watashinda baba. One, patu wana sign makartasi, hawajatokea nje kwa raia. Baba ameshika kari ya moshi imeenda. Sasa Penat, Kenyans, we need to be serious. Si ya mchezo sasa. Kwa sababu kama mtu hawezi okopa wasungu, who are you guys? Alitusi Congo na akakuja America. And then people are still laughing. Sasa atarudi. Ndio hii group ingine sasa tena wanakaa na yeye, wanaambiana okay, pita katikati. The only thing I thank God is that wacha tuone mkutano ya Machakos. Hapo ndio najua Wakamba they have decided. Na watu wenye wanapenda Kenya, they will not get Raila to come back na kupek Raila na kusema baba utupatie amani. I don't think Raila atakuwa na hiyo nguvu ya kukuja kuwashikilia nchi, munapomoa, anarudi munapembeleza. Hata kwake amechoka, ni vile tulimpembeleza asimame. So as we are talking, tusifurahie sana, tukumbuke mambo mawili. Mambo yenye Uhuru Kenyatta amefanya na Raila inashikiliwa ni kama shindano. Mmoja tu akiponyoka, I don't know what Kenya tutakuwa wapi. Because watu wakumbuki, Raila si chuma mwenye atakuwa kila siku anatendewa mbaya, anamesa. We need to know. Amesunguka na amejua ako na watu. And he has people. So Kenyans, please, tusingoje kukua kama tusikue kama Somali, tusikue kama Ethiopia and Sudan yenye Kalonzo anaenda tafuta amani. Why do you go to look for amani for other people and your country is burning? Si ukuje ufanya amani hiyo unajuanga kufanya nje kwenyu Kenya. Before you go and say, oh, I want to go to Uganda. Museveni ndio hiyo amekula watu yake yote. Now unaenda kuongea kuhusu Sudan, to assist what? Na kwetu nyumbani 5 months tuko kwa moto ama tuko kwa raha. Why can't we sit down first? Tengeneza Kenya, ndio upeleke hiyo amani outside. I don't know how, sisi wa Kenya ni kwa vile hatujaona vita. Ile kidogo ile ilikuwa kuonja, so ile kidogo ya 207, that was so small. Kenyans, we need to sober up na tuombe amani. But kama hatuwezi ona amani, ninalilia wa mama, nalilia watoto, I don't know where we will go. Hatuna country, Penat, we cannot go to Uganda. We cannot go to Tanzania. We cannot go to Somali. We cannot go to Sudan. We cannot go to Ethiopia. Where do we go? Tunaenda wapi ikiumana? Kenyans, wake up. Let's make this at least for once for our children. Please, hiyo tu pena naweza sema. Watu waongee vitu ya kuangalia. Tusifurahia amani, na hiyo amani leo Raila akipenduka hivi. Mtamutoa wapi? Mumemuita every Penat, mtu anaweza kuwa anatusiwa na siku moja anasema enough is enough. Mnamcheka, mnamwambia hata ana familia. One day he can sleep and say no. I don't know, hii watu yote mnakimbia na kusema tumeipiwa. Mtaenda wapi? Nani atawaletea hiyo amani? Uhuru hiyo mnamtusi, Raila hiyo mnamtusi. One of them akiponyoka. Tunaongea Ukraine, tunaona vile wanaumia. Let's kuona Ukraine na tuone hata sisi Kenya. Kwa hii miezi 5 tuombe Mungu sana. Otherwise, sisi tuko na watoto wako nyumbani, tuko na wasasi wako nyumbani. We really feel it. It is a serious thing that sasa tuwache mchezo. Kalonzo, rudi nyumbani. Ndio hii 25 parties, we don't care. Ndio hii KKA, it is there. Azimio is there. We don't care hata wakiwa watatu. But walete amani. Defection itatoka. Kwa sahi batu hatujaona defections. Wakitangaza, watakuwa watu wanaenda hivi leo, wengine wanarudi hivi. But tuwache matusi. Na huyo msee, Baba Raila, amejaribu kutuletea amani. Wa Kenya, msiwache hiyo msee aliye, moya lilia, moya alitupiwa mafi. Alifanyiwa kila kitu Uhuru but ilifiti watu waende watafute Moi na kuomba msamaha. Chenye ilifanyika wakati hiyo, watu walikuwa na cheka. It was a euphoria. Watu walikuwa na furahi, wanaenda kumtoa State House. Huyu mama Sally Koskei alisimama akasema hawezi wache nchi yake ikiharibika. Alisaidia, na baada ya kumaliza alitusiwa na alirushwa nje. But tukumbuke, wanasema mtoto akililia wembe saa zingine umpatie. Wakalenjin wanasema ukiumwa na nyati, ukiona ng'ombe nyeusi ikikuja, unatoroka, unafikiria nyati imefika. Kenya tumai umwa na nyati. Tukiona ng'ombe hatujui kama ni ile nyati ama ni kitu gani. Asante sana Penat.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina, and it's a call that every one of us needs to heed to in terms of thinking deeply and making decisions that will help propel this country to a future that we can all rely upon. As much as we all seek the very best for this country, let us ensure that we embrace one another. Story ya matusi on the comment section, we are no longer warning people. The moment you cross the line, unaenda. And that is the current policy, and we are upholding it. Hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye anashurutishwa kuwa kwa hii platform. Kila mtu ako hapa on an open invite, and you are free to honor the invite or not honor the invite. But if you're here to insult people using bad language, you're gone, because this channel doesn't bear your name. And so whatever you do on this channel, you will leave for us to answer for it. We will not be responsible for the same. Therefore, either restrict yourself or prepare for yourself to move and find your another channel. And you're free to, if you think the matters being expressed here are not up to your standard, just get another channel that addresses what you want to be addressed. Supporting UDA, supporting Azimio, it's all a constitutional right that you have. But please let us ensure that we are doing what is right, no matter how tough things get. Only what is right for this country can help this country become a better country. Not what is fake, not what is twisted, not what is built on lies. For once, Let us demand for what is right and go for it all the way. If somebody's twisted, the office of the president will not make them straight. If somebody is crooked, the office of the president will not make them become straightforward. So in the character, officers don't change characters, okay? It's characters that you admit in office that will manifest from that office. So let's not play games with this. I want us to play the video before we move to the next person to make their submission. Hold on.
Endemic in Kenya, and you know that we've seen millions of shillings taken. And I was going to take one of your ally now, Governor Waiguru, but she didn't make it for this interview, because when she was the devolution cabinet secretary, 95 million shillings disappeared, and part of it was a big scandal. Part of that was used to buy condoms. I mean, and then, even though she left that position and vied for, a county governorship, that money has not been found. We never heard anything about that money being found. And I'm not only pinning that. What I'm talking about is there has been high-level corruption in Kenya. How do you counter that to make sure this kind of money you are looking for, to bring back the economy, to put money and food on the table of Kenyans, can be found? How are people going to be held accountable for this? And where do you get back that money from?
Esther, you have said it. Corruption eats away the soul of our nation. And our proposal on dealing with corruption is not to point fingers. It's not to personalize. It is not me versus you.
And this is the reason why some of us were said to be against the handshake. The handshake took away the oversight role of the opposition. In Kenya today, we do not have an opposition. There is a mongrel of an organization. Nobody knows what the hell it is. People don't know whether we have the opposition in government or the government in the opposition. It's quite a maybe scientists, maybe policymakers in this great institution in Carnegie could do research on what is going on in Kenya. Because for all intents and purposes, the opposition is running government and government is running the opposition. Which is quite a situation.
All other candidates need to remain seated for further announcements.
Yes, Sam, you had your hand up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I want to answer a little bit something, what do you call it? Joseph, I think either Joseph, Dennis, or Alex about the travel of the deputy president to UK. Well, when I was a teenager, when I was still in the military, anybody who is the civil servant is regarded as government official when traveling outside the country. Regardless, when you are either teacher, what, you have to have that permission from relevant institution where you are working. That's a no. Second thing, the deputy president is not just an ordinary person. That is, he is the entity or a property of Republic of Kenya, regardless whether he's traveling on a private visit or an official visit. Because whatever is going to happen to him outside, it is going to make a very big repercussion and consequences to the country, regardless whether we like him, we don't like him, whatever is going to happen to him outside is going to be very consequential for us as a country. Okay, forget about that one. I'll come now, something, my dear sister, I think it's Celine, or Selena, I think she's listening in the background, I know. You know, there's something here that she talked about this thing of Ruto slapped whoever. I don't want to know that. It's less concern of us. We are discussing now as the present time. I don't care about whatever happened. Were you there when they slapped? No. Was I there? No. Was anybody among us there? No. We are talking right now about how or what are we going to make the next generation, not even the next generation, as per now, whatever is happening in the country, because 75% of citizens are facing a very serious way of living. Is there any way we are going to make sure that at least have on the changes in the country? That's what I needed. Whoever is going to win is less concerned with me. But with
Sam, allow me to ask you a question.
Moment. Whenever
you have children, I presume.
Oh yeah, I have even.
Would you hand over your daughter to get married to somebody who has a history of being a rapist?
Let me answer you that one. With a straightforward, I can say it depends to herself or he himself.
No, I'm asking you as a responsible father. As a responsible father, would you be proud to hand over your daughter to somebody who has a history of either being a criminal or he has facts, either a criminal or a rapist or something like that? If you have those facts and you need to hand over your daughter for marriage, would you do that?
You know what? Let us be frank on some issues. Let us not put issues and combine everything. You know, decision of a person, of an individual person.
Sam, answer my question. Stop beating around the bush. Give me an answer to my question. Would you do that as a responsible father?
Can I answer it the way I'm answering you? If you don't want to hear it, then I don't know what you mean. That's why I say, as a responsible, give somebody his or our own decision. They depend to that individuality. Let us not antagonize everything and say, I'm not going to hand over to it. No, it's individual decision. For example, give me time.
Sam, you disappoint me.
Come on.
You disappoint me.
Let us be realistic.
You're a senior citizen and you're here to mislead the younger generation. That you'll be proud to hand over your daughter to somebody who has criminal records.
I'm not misleading anybody.
You are, because you have chosen to sit on the fence. You don't want, you are blowing both hot and cold.
Just listen. If you are not going to listen to individual, if you are not going to respect individual decision,
I know from the heart of hearts that you will not do that to your own daughter. But you're here asking us to do that to our daughters. And that in itself is evil.
You know what? Bernard, individual decision depend to that.
What is individual decision? What is the individual decision?
You know, electing the president is not your own. It's not a collective. It's an individual ideas, individual
It is not.
thinking.
It's collective. When
It's
this
not
country
collective.
sings, we
It is
sing
not
all of
collective.
us. When
Let
this
us be sure.
country is
Let us
in
not be.
poverty, we are all suffering the same thing. And you, as a responsible citizen, you need to do better than that.
Let us be. Let us reason.
That is,
Let
you
us
are the one not
reason.
reasoning.
Let us
And for
reason
that sake,
beyond our.
Sam, you're not reasoning. How can you want to reason with people and you're not reasoning?
mimi naomba hivi tafadhali, ukikuja kwa hii debate usikuje kudefend maovu. Ukikuja kudefend maovu hatutakukubalia. I don't see any father anywhere, no matter how wicked they are, who will be willing to hand over their daughter to somebody who has criminal records, who is abusive, who is a rapist. Only Sam is the one and only father who will hand over their daughter because he has decided to go away with the criminal. That doesn't exist in any world, and so it will not exist on this platform. Tuonane baadaye. Stony PK, make your submission.
Thank you.
Stone PK yako kwa simu.
Sorry, Bernard. I was still swallowing. I was digesting what I've heard from Sam. Sorry. Let me greet all the panelists. Amniski?
Carry on, Stony PK. We can hear you.
Tunakusikia lakini usiongee kama huyo mzee tena.
Sijawahi.
Jameni, mimi sikusikia, najua nimeambiwa maneno mbaya but sikusikia. Can somebody repeat it for me?
Hapana, utasikia vibaya. Wacha ikae hivyo. Let it pass. Selina, wacha hiyo ipass. Ukisikia utabast. Okay, nimewasalimia wote ndugu zangu, and Bernard, I'm happy the way you are moderating now. I think we are doing well, because as you've just said, when you are coming here, please come here to talk about facts and humanity. Usikuje kuanza kutupeleka kwa devil worship or something. You know, I don't know even what I can term some of those kind of things. Sorry about that. DP Ruto team embarrassed after Whitehouse. Now, I begin with a question. Sincerely speaking, what would be the team and the entourage that the DP carried abroad? What objective or what is it that they want to achieve by mixing, middling lies? Wanachanganya kukoroga githeri ya lies which cannot even be eaten. I thought when he fired Itumbi, I don't know whether Itumbi was fired or not, that when he brought Mohammed, one guy that we had kind of held with very high regard here in the press, in journalism fraternity, somebody who even his close associates say is very religious, somebody who has actually, we've held him at a very high level of integrity, that he has now, or is reading the same book that Itumbe wrote. Itumbe is known to fake things, Photoshop things, anachukua crowd za CCM Tanzania, anakuja anaweka, anasema ni za Ruto. Sincerely speaking, now our very good friend Mohammed goes and fakes photos that wako kwa, US, White House visitations, discussions and all that. I think Kenyans, we are losing it. Hata tutapoteza. We will be called a country of comedians, because that can only be comedy. And very soon, I think we will be embarrassed to say you come from Kenya. I see people changing their whatever. If we can have a second in office, second in command, doing those kind of things. Today, even in Kenya, it was news in all national TVs. It was, prime news. They were showing these things and the tweets comparing this, disapproving, deconstructing all the reports that were posted by the entourage, the second man in command. My question is, do we still stand by this gentleman? Let me remove the word gentle. Do we still stand with this man in the name of the deputy vice president? Do we even still have an iota for those who, I know we don't have the UDA guys here, but they are listening from wherever. Do they still get convinced that this is somebody you can give that sword and give him that Bible in Kasarani or wherever it will be, and swear he mean to lead this country for 5 years? Somebody who it's actually from head to toe is fake, pretense, lies, deceit, all vocabularies that you can have of somebody that is not fit to even lead. I even don't know how he leads his family, because I think he has his first name is lies. Anything he opens his mouth to talk is about lies. So I would want to know how he will be received when he comes back. I want to see how the group he is carrying will be behaving. I wish I could go to the airport, but for me, if I go to the airport, I'll just be carrying a placard telling him to go straight to Sugoi. But I wish I could be near to see that entourage of those tourists, very fake tourists from Kenya, landing, and what they will be, as you shake their hands, karibu nyumbani, what kind of comment they will be saying. Because I always hear people saying, oh, Mazee, karibuni home, Mazee, you did a good job. That conference you had was wonderful. That team of investors you had, Mazee, it was cool. I would want to hear the pleasantries they will exchange upon landing pale, wakingojea mizigo ikuje. I really would want to hear what they are saying. Now, moving forward, he will look at a guy that he has assembled everything, and only what he sees to be on his way, or that is blocking his way, is that his election will be stolen, and that there is a systematic kind of process that is being put in place to ensure that he does not get to presidency, because already in his head he has won the elections. Sincerely speaking, how would somebody who is expected to be of very high intellectual capacity sit down and start saying that he has won? He has never even worked the numbers, because not like the way we've analyzed the numbers of Azimio. His team even does not have the capacity to analyze numbers realistically. Because you see, one thing you can't do to yourself is to lie. You can't lie to yourself. You can lie to everybody else, lakini hata ukijadanganyana, unajua hapa ni kauongo nimesema. The truth of the matter is, UDA or Kenya Kwanza has never sat down to generate practical numbers. Yeah, here we have this, here. We would want to see UDA's analysis of their win. What we only hear is, Central ni ya UDA, tumechukua yote. How do you just sweep and say mumechukua yote? Tell us, show us the figures, and what makes you think tumechukua yote? They started that song with saying, in parliament tumechukua yote, and whenever they went into divisions of in the house, it was embarrassing. So, and that's the narrative they've been selling. So I think what we are going to do, and I would suggest to Azimio or experts, they should come and really get a proper analysis of what UDA has on the ground. Leave alone these people they are paying some cheap companies there to do the service, which are bent to please them, because the guys are, they are being paid, which I think that's why even Mohammed moved to go and tarnish his name at the expense of the money. Probably he's being given, must be given, being paid a lot of money, because I believe after he left Citizen TV, there could be some challenges that he's going through, because I still don't want to believe he's in that is in DPs and Turridge generating those kind of information. So basically, I'm just thinking that upon arrival, I'm fairly happy that Chebukati has pretended that, oh, you look into it, but a bit disappointed because he said he has not been, he doesn't know the contents. That disappointed me because there's no Kenyan today who is here and doesn't know that we have our DP out there. I mean, what sort of a human being would you be that you are not reading or listening to news about your deputy president in foreign land and na ameenda na Wakenya 31, then you are telling us you are not sure and you have not really followed what is happening. That until they come is when he's going to look at to study the statements and all that. That was not a fair statement to give to Kenyans, but I excused him because that is all what we expect from Chebukati. One thing also that makes me very uncomfortable about the election, in fact, my fears are there. Although yesterday Themba said I'm skeptic, akaleta philosophy zake, but the truth of the matter is anybody who was there 2017 and then unaona referee ni ule, you cannot sit and say things will be okay. Indeed, I'm very, very suspicious. I don't see any improvement in IEBC. And also when I look at even the laxity, by now, 6 months before election, we are supposed to be knowing equipment ziko namna gani. I mean, what will happen? What are the systems? Registers itaanza kuwa what we call it, cleaned when? You know, we are supposed to know this. It should be running on national TV. We should be having conferences. But now we are just forcing it by inviting Chebukati into tea, and then what is the statement he gives there? They are so lukewarm. Actually, here, those of us who are in Nairobi here, we are not seeing the mood of an election that will be very well supervised. Yeah. Anyway, that said and done, those are the fears. I'm not trying to spell doom, but that's the reality. If we sit here thinking that things are okay, things are not okay. Things are not okay. Then I look at the effort that is being done by Azimio, you know, to really, the real campaign. Baba is doing real campaign properly, very well organized. Today in Western, he has swept akabeba mpaka Dr. Mukisa Kitui. You know, I know some pundits who are saying, oh, Mukisa doesn't have a pooling. There is nobody who doesn't have a pooling. Kuria has a small pooling. Hata akiwa anatumutu 10 anadanganya pale and they come your way. Those are votes. So not somebody like Dr. Mukisa Kitui, who has been a diplomat and of very high caliber. I mean, and of course he had said he would contest as a president. He has a following. And is somebody you can send out there abroad and he brings you something. So we cannot keep on dismissing such people. So me, I thought, and I really feel that was a very, very nice game. And it is good that it was organized. He would come when Baba is there. So it's actually Baba who received him. And he talked and talked at length and explained to his people in his own language. And he did what I saw in Kisii. And that's why I'm so happy about Kisii and Western now. Those are the guys that are really locking it for Baba. In these other places, we are joking a bit. For me, I'm happy when people, you know, they almost swear and say, for us, for you, Baba, it's you. The rest, huku chini tuachie, but we will not lose the seats. That is what we talk about, seriousness in campaigning. So, West, I was so happy and I felt so good. I saw the crowd right from is it Kandui all along, every stop, every town that Baba stopped, it was a huge euphoric crowd, and this is very, very, very encouraging. Now, what it disappoints, what gives us fears is you mobilize this huge crowd, and then people come and mess it on the 9th. That will set this country on fire, because these people who are out there, they are not joking, they are not jokers. Watu wamejitolea kwenda kupigia Baba kura, and then uanze kuleta mchezo hapa. Unaenda US kuanza kusema ati watu wamepanga kuiba kura. People have planned to vote, and that's why the IEBC should be very, very careful that they count those votes properly. Kusikuje kukatokea kitu hata kidogo. If anything goes wrong, this will be worse than 207. I can tell you. The mood that is with the people is not easy. Utampe kidogo hivi kidogo, itakuwa mambo ingine ya ajabu. I'm not warmongering, but I'm just saying how serious people are. Watu wameweka risasi ya mwisho. The people wanaona Yesu wa mara ya mwisho kusaidiwa ki-economy, and they are not seeing any other hope other than in Baba. So you can't play with such a crowd. Then lastly, I know I'm talking a bit too much. Lastly is when we talk of Malala today, he did Khalwale in. Again, too bad. If I was Khalwale, he was lectured like a baby. And Khalwale actually, Malala took advantage because he commands the youth there. Apo, and you see, Malala sometimes becomes very tricky. Ni kama ng'ombe vile unaipeleka kwa kichinjio, ikifika sasa unakata mara moja. They drove themselves into Malala's territory, and he had organized and mobilized very well. Actually, they were just akisema, they were singing. He somered Daktari very bad, although he kept on apologizing. I know you are my dad, but lazima usinikujie na kifua. Lazima you humble yourself when you are coming to me. Kiti naweza kuachia. Daktari was playing second fiddle, and even when he took to talk, he could not. He tried his kizungu mingi, but Malala had done him in. I don't know why somebody of the caliber of Daktari could play into the game of a son, a small. That's why you are told if you are elderly, you are the one to guide the youth. If I were the Khalwale, I would have even skipped that meeting, because Khalwale, Wetangula, they played the second fiddle to the young Malala. They were deconstructed, but diplomatically. He emerged as the king and the controller of that meeting. So basically, Daktari is on the wrong place, and Daktari will lose, atapotelea katikati kama akina Mudavadi. So unfortunate. Let me stop there for the time being. I saw somebody wanted to ask me a question. I don't know who is moderating. Is it Alex? Over to you.
Yeah. Mama Selina asked you. Oh, Bernard is here.
Okay, PK, nikienda mambo ya Central ama UDA, kama ingekuwa batu iko strong, Kachakwa angerudi kusema anataka kusimamia kiti yake ya parliament. Ingine ya mwisho ni ya Chebukati. Nilisikia akisema this time round ya kwamba final results ni ile itakuwa polling station, na ukiwa na simu unaruhusiwa kupiga picha, na mkiwa na tallying center yenyu mtume results yenyu kwa tallying center. Hapo ndiye nataka tuchambue tuone imemaanisha nini. Kwani siku ile ya kwanza tukipiga kura watu hawakuruhusiwa kupiga mapicha, hawakuruhusiwa kuhesabu kura yao, alafu watu hawakuruhusiwa kuwa na tallying center, kwa sababu those are the two things nilisikia akisema ati election ya mwaka huu kwa polling station ikitangazwa, hiyo results ya polling station ni mwisho, alafu watu wakuwe na masimu wapike mapicha, alafu wakuwe na tallying centers yao. Sasa sijui hapo ni kumaanisha nini. Hiyo tu ndio nilitaka kujua.
Bernard, can I answer? Or Alex? Actually, I'm not answering. I'll first of all request Bernard, if you have that clip of Chebukati, you can play it at your own time so that, some of us can refresh. But Selina, what Chebukati was saying was nothing new. That is what was supposed to happen in 2013, and it's what was supposed to happen in 2017. I'm saying both of these because I participated even, as a candidate in both of them. And what is on paper is not what was being practiced. What happened on the day of voting? People with phones were even being chased out of the room. Because it is stated that once the votes are counted at the polling station, there is the form, the first form. It is signed by all the agents, and a copy is posted on the wall of the classroom or wherever that place the polling station is. Kura zinajulikana hapo za hapo, na so you are supposed to take a photo of that and keep it. You know, your agent should keep it for the candidate. But that was not what was happening. It was being, you know, scattered. Hapo wanaleta, oh, you guys should not get it. You know the way in Kenya we behave. You know, policemen comes, they say, people watu wamemaliza kupiga kura, here we only want one agent per whatever. That very, very unruly kind of disorganized things as per the polling station. So when the votes are being now transmitted electronically to the constituency tallying center, that was another issue, because it was supposed to come to the constituency tallying center and it shows on the screen there. Okay, walikuwa wana switch hizi ma screens off, unatangaziwa polling ward flani, polling station flani, if you got 100 unakuta unaona imeandikwa 10. So there was all jumbling. The systems are okay, but the people, when they want to spoil and finish, you know, whoever they want to finish, it becomes very shambolic. Yeah. So when Chebukati repeats that, it's exactly what he was telling us in 2013, and it's exactly what they've been saying all along. And that's why now, before you came, I had said I have fears. I have fears, and my fears are founded. I don't trust any election. I mean, I don't trust our election body in this country. I've never believed we can have fair election unless something very drastic happens. Thank you.
Mama Selina, wacha niseme kidogo kabla Bernard hajarudi. Unakumbuka juzi wakati your homemate Sally Kosgei walienda kumuona Raila. There is a part alimuexplainia the former prime minister kuwa katika constituency yake kura fulani ilikuwa, lakini kule mbele ambayo ilitangazwa ilikuwa different. Unakumbuka vizuri sana akiongea katika
Yes,
hiyo hotuba yake.
35,000.
Yeah, unakumbuka. I'm
Na
just giving you an
akawekewa
example.
500.
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example of what has been happening. Lakini I want you to understand one thing. Chebukati, he's experiencing a medicine of his own. The people that he helped rig into power understands that he is not a man of integrity. He's a man that can be swayed. The chicken have come home to roost. So na unaona wale ambao wanamuattack are not a people who are beneficiary of his mischievousness. Of 2017, Madam Sabina Chege alikuwa na yeye, Ruto alikuwa na yeye, na hawa watu wote. So Chebukati is facing legitimacy issues from a people that know him better than us. And when these people are speaking, they speak from a point of experience that they were able to maneuver him. And Chebukati is responding to them because he understands that it is the truth and it's legitimate. So that legitimate issues are the ones that he's trying to put together. But Chebukati will never clean his hands totally and completely no matter what. He knows what he did. If I was Chebukati, I will never allow myself to be in this election because he will be a tag and an attack dog for a people that were complicit of stealing because they know him. So hawa watu ambao wanampiga Chebukati sio watu hawamjui, ni watu wanamjua, ni watu walifanya kazi na yeye, ni watu walisaidia. So hata Chebukati ajaribu kujitoa kwa hayo yote, yeye mwenyewe anajijua makosa yake. So Chebukati haongei kwa sababu ya uchaguzi. Chebukati anataka kuosha jina lake. Hawezi liosha. Yale yote alifanya yanajulikana na wale watu ambao wanaongea sasa hivi. awaite kwa panel, atumie system, afanye lini, au watu wanapomwangalia na yeye anapowaangalia, macho yakikutana katikati, ukweli unapatikana. Na huu ndo ukweli ameshindwa kutuambia. If I was Chebukati, since I know that now I'm not legitimate, the legitimacy issue is hanging. That is the tag that is hanging. Angekubali akuwe mwanaume ambaye anapenda Kenya, angeresign, awache maneno nyingi. Lakini kwa sababu ya uoga na kwa sababu ya hiki kiti cha IEBC, ujue hiki kiti cha IEBC, huyo jamaa analindwa vizuri sana. Ako na cook karibu sijui ni 5 na sijui anakula nini. Ako na security sijui ni wangapi kwa sababu ya yale ambayo ametenda. So ye mwenyewe amependa hiki kiti na vile vile pia ana uoga. Lakini haya ambayo yanazungumziwa yote, ambayo anajaribu, what he is trying to address is what he should have addressed in 2017. And I don't think he's capable to address it right now. So he might try to wash his hands, but it's too late. Kimere, hebu jaribu kusema kitu kabla Bantu akuje kupea submission na Josek.
Just an add-on to what you were saying, Alex, yeah? And today I'm happy to see you not driving. You see, I share the same concerns with Stone PK about the IEBC. But I would like you to expound on one thing, because I don't think really, because you just mentioned like Sabina and probably the Jubilee fraternity you intended on the misconduct of the elections or something like that. Mimi Pia, I believe that Chebukati is not clean. But if we look closely on all these issues, it still brings me to one man that manipulates him. Yeah, I would like you to explain that further, because you see, hawezi kuwa controlled by, because you need to have a center, right? Because 10 people can't, it's very difficult for 10 people or multitude of people to control one person. There might be a guide. And that leads us still to the same person that we suspect. The man crying that the votes zitaibiwa, I think, and if you look at the sequences of things, zinabatana, you know, like Ruto now saying that the elections will be rigged. And we have seen that all the cases have been brought forward about IEBC. Na hata yeye kujiondoa kwa the committee. You remember they formed the pre-election committee with the judiciary, with the executive, with the civil servants, with the church people. Na yeye akajiondoa. And we tend to think that obviously it's not official, or they don't pronounce themselves, but it seems to have an affiliation with the DP. What do you think about that? Now, excluding the other people, because even when we were talking about the nominations, the Jubilee nominations, for example, but even President mentioned that in Sagana, and people have been complaining that even before that time, that they knew what happened. And that's why we have all these young people on the DP side. We know what happened during the Jubilee nominations. So if we look at that, it all goes around to having one person that seems to have manipulated all those things, the IEBC, the Jubilee nominations and all that, and all leads to the man we are fighting now. What is your take on that? Without generalizing, but I think he is the commander in all those wrongdoings or misdeeds. Thank you.
Stone PK, you can help him there quickly, and then Bernard will take over now. Oh, Joseph will ask the question, and then Bernard will take over.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Brother Kimere, I think the solution to this, as much as you want Alex to, or any other person in the panel to answer or dwell on Chebukati, the only answer to what is happening, if this man, but again, is a Kenyan, and in Kenya, nobody resigns, Chebukati solution is just to go home. As simple as that. Chebukati will be worse than Kibuito in this 2017 election. This guy will perform worse than Kibuito. Because those people now, Bwana Kimere, you are saying, who are actually, let's say, is in captivity. He has been captured and he has never been released. Because one of them is the DP. One of them is the DP. Uhuru was part of it, but now Uhuru he doesn't have much interest. He's not in the middle of the game. So Uhuru can escape. But now the guy who was one of the main person who actually did what they did it's in the forefront. And he will not allow it to happen. Who thinks Ruto will just sit there and ati anaona kura zikihesabiwa Kakamega sijui how many 0.4 million na ameshindwa na karibu nusu milioni, he will sit there watching and waiting to be pronounced? No, Ruto is not the type. These Kenyans should know Ruto from even what he talks and how he behaves, and even those who are close to him. Huyo si jamaa kukaa akingoja ati kura zinini ati zihesabiwa alafu ambiwa akasome inaitwaje ile conceding statement. No. So Kenyans should be very worried, and they should be worried so that at least we can compel Chebukati to go. But you see, Chebukati now, we cannot expel him through Azimio. Well, that's why our hands are tied. Raila cannot start that because he's a player. Ataambiwa anaogopa. You see the way UDA are playing that. So anything that borders to say we are not happy with the, let's say, IEBC and all that, can only be propagated by an independent team, like these teams who are called what do we call them, activists. But then all those who are also swallowed in Kenya, we don't have them anymore. Yeah. So my biggest fear is that he cannot be compelled to resign, because that would be the best answer. And then you have a fresh chairman. I don't know where we'll get him from. Somebody who will be at least seen to be a bit neutral. Otherwise, Chebukati there, you should expect the worst. You can, those of you who didn't see that clip, even if you listen to what he was saying today, you'll be surprised. You'll just be annoyed. Thank you.
Oh, Joseph, you can say something before Bernard comes in.
Thank you. For me, maybe I share different sentiments about the commission, because I know by the president being in charge, he knows what happened, and Chebukati can never be above the government system. That one I can tell you. Even if Ruto is praying from outside the government, despite he knows the operations of what they did, but in 2022, he's praying like someone who is outside. He knows what is happening, but he's not like inside the room. It's like, when you know what happens in a compound, but unfortunately now you're locked outside, And that is why we have always said that we are going to do a credible election, that we are going to mobilize numbers so that we beat him his hands down, clean from the polling center. Nothing which will be mad. If Raila gets 100 votes or 10,000 votes, are the one which will be transmitted, because we have the numbers. And then again, there are 4 new commissioners who came in, who the president and Raila ensure that they are there. So before the commission declares who is president, they will have to agree. So Chebukati will not come and say that, he has the final say. So for me, as much as Chebukati has a problem of being honest of what happened in this election, he might not really impact it on a negative way. Yeah, but I believe and I can assure you, immediately Raila becomes president, the person that we will go home, those people, Jebkat will be among them to leave. So what I'm saying, I know the deputy president is very manipulative, but by the end of the day, is not going to impact so much of what will happen. Again, what I wanted also to add as I finish, you know, the same person who was crying, who was saying that hata kura ikiandikwa kwa full scap na ipelekwe bora tu imehesabiwa. A deputy president, a very learned doctor, we call him Dr. William Ruto. Even if it's not about how it was, but the people voted. I'm seeing when Raila gets so many votes, he will say that they were written on a full scap. So for me, Jebkata has a very big deal. Akona kazi ngumu hapa mbele, but let's pray that we the people in Azimio this time, kama mimi nimesema nikienda village next time nabeba wazee hata 10 wakati wa election, I will mobilize those people wenye wataki kwenda kupiga kura, hata niwapatie incentives, maziwa nini, wapige kura kabisa, tupatie baba for the last time. That's you and I what we can do to ensure that we rally people to vote, and let's also wale watu ambao wenye wanaenda kuwa presiding officers wafanye a clean job from the polling station to the county returning officers up to the presidential. We'll have a clean thing and then we'll end up saying. That's what I could say. Yeah.
Quickly, and then Bernard will take over. You know, birds of the same feather flock together. Chebukati knows what he did, and he knows constitutionally it's not over yet. And I think he has his own fears. He's driven with fears, and he understands that Raila has been campaigning on one theme: we must root corruption. But in rooting this corruption, Raila and the president had a very good timeline on how things should go so that this country can continue to be in a very safe hands. And that is why they introduced the BBI. The issue of how Chebukati was to go away and how they were going to introduce a credible commission so that it can oversee and also introduce Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Committee, because if Raila takes over and we do not have Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Committee, the courts are going to be bombarded with a lot of cases. At some point, we have to agree that the only solution for the past is going to be Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Committee. We have no option. What has happened in Kenya has been a criminal enterprise masquerading as a government, masquerading as commissions, masquerading as MDs, masquerading as all these positions. So these criminal enterprises we so-called like cartels are people that we know. A cartel is not something that is somewhere that you think comes to the IEBC. Chebukati himself is the cartel, is the chief cartel. So the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Committee was going to heal this. And therefore, the BBI had the timeline. So what we are asking here is, what are we going to do? They had something to do with that. And if the Supreme Court understands the nature of BBI, how it was supposed to heal the country, we move forward so that we don't keep looking back. I don't think it could have altered what was in the BBI. But now, because they are also the cartels, now they're also driven with fear. And that is why the people will root, not because they like him. They know the nature of what they have gained through corruption. And if our theme, because Raila said, if I come in, we don't need to get money. We must stop corruption. When they hear the word corruption, when Chebukati hears the word corruption, he chickens out. So you must understand why Chebukati has fears, because it's not over until it's over. So that is what is their driving factor. But BBI had a roadmap to help Kenya not to go to where we are going to have a backlog of cases and the judiciary is going to collapse because we are not able to deal with the past corrupt cases. And Chebukati is part of that. Chicken Gate is part of that. Akombe has given us explicitly on how IEBC acquired and did all these things. It is not just about the election. It's about tender and all these things. They fear. And that fear makes him feel safe in Ruto's hands. But let God help us so that we can deal with that. So, Bernard, tena umeenda? Umemute.
Niko hapa, don't worry.
Yeah, basi ilikuwa Bantu Warriors next. Tusiweke mzee huku sana, Bantu Warriors.
Niko na ombi tafadhali.
Yes.
There are people who want to come in and they cannot come in because the studio is full.
I can go out.
So naomba hivi, kama umemaliza submission yako, songea mtu ili aingie atoe maoni yake. Wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain, we give you priority, fanya submission, ondoka kwanza. Especially the people who must stay behind the curtain. Make your submission and then move out so that the other people can gain access and we keep the screen lit, because when there is darkness here and there, we are creating problem for the viewers. Hiyo inamaanisha tuanze na Princess Yana, kama anataka kukaa nyuma ya curtain, toe maoni yake, angatuke, afuate kwa nyuma. Princess Yana, upo au upo? Okay, it seems she's not there. Okay, Bantu Warriors, karibu na nitatoa maoni yangu after I listen to Chebukati.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Bernard. Nimefurahia kwa vile ulivyochukua hatua kulingamana na yule mzee wetu ambaye ni watu wazima, lakini wanafanya makosa, na umefanya kazi nzuri kama vile inavyotakiwa. Nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hii. Kitu nataka kuongea, nchi yetu ya Kenya ni kubwa kushinda kila kitu, na sisi lazima tuweke nchi yetu kwanza. Hawa wanasiasa wanakuja na wanakwenda. Tulikuwa na wanasiasa wengi sana wamekuja, wengine wamestawi kwenye siasa, wengine wamefariki, na wengine bado tuko nao. The country is bigger than anybody else, na wengine wanachukua advantage. Walikuwa wanakatalia tulipokuwa tulikuwa na party moja ambayo ni ya KANU inatuongoza, na watu wamepigania kuwa na multi party. Ilipokuja constitution, wengine walikuwa wanapinga hiyo constitution, na sasa ndio wao wanaichezea. Devolution ikaja, walikuwa wanaipinga. BBI wanapinga, kila kitu wanapinga. Sasa mimi nauliza hao vijana, kweli wao wanalia wanataka maendeleo nchi hii, na wao wanataka kwenda kumpigia kura mtu ambaye mimi siwezi kumpatia heshima, kwa sababu siwezi kumuita mtu kiongozi, kwa sababu he's messed up everything. Ameweka balaa katika nchi. Sijawahi kuona mimi mtu messed up nchi kama huyo mtu, na sitaki kutaja jina yake saa yote kusema kweli. Yani jina yake iko everywhere. Sasa tujiulize sisi wananchi wa Kenya, kweli huyo ndio tunataka awe kiongozi wetu wa Kenya kweli? Ndugu zangu, nyinyi munaangalia mbali ama munaangalia hapa karibu, ama amuoni what is coming? Na waomba na wasisitizia, ndugu zangu, muchunge sana na maisha yenu ya mbeleni na kuweka viongozi, sababu mtaweza kupata tabu kwa miaka mingi sana. Na waomba sana tufanye bidii, kura yetu tuende tumpatie mtu ambaye atakuwa na kazi nyingi sana ya kusafisha uchafu na uharibifu na corruption ambayo imeingia hii Kenya. Ugonjwa umeingia Kenya ambao tusipochunga tutakuwa worse than the other countries, neighbor countries. Mimi nawaambia, na sisi siku zote tunajulikana, tumesoma, tuko na elimu, tunasifika. Uliza Alex, uliza watu wote walioko nje, Kenya inasifika sana, lakini inaweza ikashuka one time ikawa than other countries. Kwa hivyo tuchunge sana, tujaribu kutumia ustawi na fikra nzuri ya kupiga kura mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9. Mpatieni Baba Omolo Odinga aingie asafishe uchafu ambao umeingia nchi yetu, na wasisitiza. Asante sana Ben.
Okay, thank you Bantu Warrior. Wacha tumsikilize huyu alafu nitatoa maoni yangu tukisonga mbele.
Let me say, today we here, start by saying we're here to sign the MOU with the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, represented by KUJ, and that's Kenya Editors Guild, and that has been done. About the remarks by the Deputy President, I've not read those remarks. I think when the Commission looks at them, then we shall be in an informed position to give our comments. I've not read exactly what he said, although I've seen some media captions on it, but we shall give our comments on the same and the way forward as soon as we look at the remarks by the Commission.
Maybe on this.
Yeah, let me start by saying that as a Commission, we are fully prepared for elections. And the purpose of, say, the MOU today is to ensure transparency, especially in the area of results announcement. We are saying the media will report results at the polling stations. The results will be reported at the constituency tallying centers. And with that kind of transparency and with the engagement of stakeholders like today, they can only complement the transparency on the result day. So as a Commission, we are sure that the results as announced at polling station are final. They'll be availed to you. They'll be availed to the agents of all the candidates. They'll be availed to anybody who has a phone, can take a photo and do their own parallel vote tallying. And so I'm pretty sure that the chances of rigging elections this year are almost nil.
Mhm.
So as far as we are concerned, we are confident that the Kenyan vote, any Kenyan who votes, their votes should count. We shall look at it. I've not read what is said in detail, but as a commission, all candidates, all aspirants, we don't have candidates yet, all aspirants are bound by the code of conduct, and we shall look at his statement and we shall investigate and we shall report to the people of Kenya. Yeah.
Timeline.
Framework, and the team, investigation team will tell us how long that will be. But we are aware that the time is pressing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that is Chebukati for you. Somebody has said he looks like Sam, so we need to verify that. It's not Mio, it is Olo.
That's a
I
tough one.
think we should do something about that. We cannot. And anyway, to achieve to have.
Sawa, I think Princess, your gadget is not well connected, so rekebisha kwanza. So tumsikilize nani? Huyu Ben. Ben ameongea?
Bado.
Wacha Ben aongee, ila hajaongea kwanza, ndio tuende kwa wale wanarudia.
Yes, bwana. Yes, habari ya jioni.
Bwana Ben, we can't get you.
Salama, ongea kwa sauti Ben.
Hello. Unanipata hapo?
You are too far. I think remove your earphones so that we can your mic can pick you properly.
How about hapo?
That's better.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, good evening.
Good morning from Nairobi.
Yeah, okay. What we are seeing in our country is these are interesting times. Yeah. When you look at a whole DP of a nation that fought so hard for democracy, the guy was nowhere to be seen when people are fighting in 1980s and early 1990s to transform the country. Ruto was part of people who are seeking to maintain KANU in power to ensure that Moi rules forever. Yeah. Ruto, I believe that Ruto, in the heart of hearts, he doesn't believe that this country needs a multipartyism. He believes that this country can only be ruled by one single party. And that is why you see even in the last 2017 elections, there was this drive to consolidate all the small parties around to make sure that the country has only one party. This is the same thing the guy is talking about, yeah, that UDA is the only party. So I don't see him going to the US, that he's going to vouch for democracy for our country. Ruto doesn't believe in democracy. He believes in high-handedness. He believes in ruling whatever he says, that is what carries the day. Yeah. Those are old days when KANU was in power. I don't know who will wake Mr. Ruto from his deep slumber, because he's not smelling the coffee. Things have changed. There's a clip that was played, and when you look at the lady talking about the dishing of money, Ruto is synonymous with giving people money. Yeah, we have seen in fundraiser events, we have seen in churches, the guy is always giving out money. Even the people who coalesce around Mr. Ruto, they coalesce around him only for one reason. It's because of the deep pocket. The lady asked a question about the now governor of Kirinyaga, and who was by then was being charged for corruption. And we saw that time William Ruto was one of the fiercest defenders of Anne Waiguru. Later on, when Anne Waiguru went to the president's side, we saw William Ruto terming her catwalking. Yeah. Now, today, what the DP was being asked, he was cheeky even in the way of answering the question. He did not answer the question, to my judgment. Yeah, that was a critical question. If he has been giving out money, the people who have been charged with corruption have not, there's nothing that has been done to them. They're also aligning with him. Anne Waiguru is in the camp of the DP. When you look at people like Ferdinand Waititu, these are people who are with the DP. And many others, we look at Mike Songo, who was in the line with the DP. It's not a coincidence. Then what is he looking for in the US? And again, I will say, if it was governor, let's say Governor Mandago was going to Nebraska, that will make a lot of sense. But if you are seeking for serious engagements, if you are seeking for serious connections to help one get money, real money is in Washington, D.C., it's not in Nebraska. Nebraska is, you go there to benchmark for county development. Yeah. Now, then coming back home, what I'm seeing is, however, I don't know how long, when the DP comes around, he's going to find that the ground has shifted. I saw Azimio, they were in Nyamira. I've seen them today in Bungoma, in Kimilili, and there's a sweep on the ground. I don't know where the DP is going to get the votes from. What he's crying out and telling the world that, oh, in 5 months ahead, we are going to see people are going to rig the elections. You can only say that if you are sure that the ground is with you. Right now, Mr. Ruto, the ground is not with him. It has shifted. That is just a reality. That is how it is. We cannot sugarcoat anything. He has lost this battle. Moving forward, I don't know where he's going to hide. He's maybe trying to find a place and the people who will accommodate him when he loses the elections. Because after he loses elections, I believe that as Azimio government will make Mr. Ruto a case study of how to fight corruption in this country. And that is something that the DP, it doesn't give him sleep. When he can't just imagine how the world will collapse on him on 9th of August. So he's trying to sell this false perception that, oh, Kenya is no longer a democratic country. Kenya is a democracy. In fact, we are far better now. When I look at the US, I say the US is a declining democracy. If we go by the last elections, Kenya, we are far advanced. Right now, we can talk freely. Yeah, we can interrogate issues. We can judge fairly where we are going, where our country wants to go. Mr. Ruto should come home and just, he's causing shame to the nation. Look at today, they say that they have gone to the Whitehouse, and in reality, it's a breach of diplomatic protocol, how things go. They never informed the president. I'm so shocked that it's their courtesy of his wife. If it was not the wife being invited by the evangelicals, Mr. Ruto wouldn't be in the US. As we have been told this evening, he's on a restricted passport. He's not a free citizen selling the agenda for Kenyans. So going forward, I'm so happy myself. I'm excited that things are going on well and the country is moving in the right direction. Let us keep drumming this on the ground as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante Bwana Ben. Yes, Joseph.
Because after these remarks, I will wish to leave the show. So allow me to. Tomorrow is the Sabbath. I need to rest so that tomorrow I will attend church. So I found this very resourceful of what even Bernard has shared, and I really concur with you. So thumbs up. Huh? So to me, there are things which have there is nothing happens in politics like a mere coincidence. You know, when you saw the president appointing Jiroba to be in charge of Communication Authority of Kenya, tells you he knows the extent his deputy can be manipulative to the agency. So the president, they have drawn a very elaborate plan. You saw our KDF, which I don't want to talk about security forces. They launched last year their TV. So if things go bad, the KDF might be the one which is relaying the results from the polling, whatever, and they might take charge because they know that Ruto might want to bring chaos. So they will, the KDF might decide to take charge and oversee that election for protection. So those are the things I want you, friends, as we sleep, There's nothing which happens in a mere coincidence. And again, you look at how many media houses who are supporting these other people from Kenya Kwanza. It's only Standard newspaper which is sympathizer, because the things they do about him, much of them they kind of support him. So to me, that is the things that the deputy president has seen, that are things are going to eat him very hard. So he's now trying to cry that things are the election is going to be rigged. You know, because I told someone I could have respected him if he could have chose to resign from this government and stand his ground. But you cannot be criticizing the government in one side and you're enjoying the privileges. You know, why I always say, why do I support Laira? Of one thing, I don't want to speak men of it. He's a man who stands for his own way. Either that thing is good or bad. Like when he differed with Ford Kenya by that time, he resigned and then they went for a by-election and he won. You know, that tells what kind of a man he is. So for both of us who are here, we really need to put that into practice of what is happening. Then, you know, I felt very bad the role that Mudavadi has taken in US. Is the one who's carrying the files of the deputy president when they show the clips. I don't know if Bernard, you have one. He is the one who is carrying files for the deputy president. A person who could have been representing the Luya community in a very higher capacity, but now is playing a low vital. If there is money which he was given, I think he's paying this time very well. Him and Wetangula. This time they have not been used to doing vigorous campaigns. They must be in the field. That is one of maybe the MOU they signed. So that one tells you where we are really heading to. So for me, I want to say this. For me, I know that our election will not be stolen. Even if Chebukati tries to do anything manipulative, I believe that the government is in charge. Azimio people are very intelligent. You know, we are going to protect our votes after casting them. And when now Bernard will be doing a show after the 10th, after the election, August, we'll be celebrating. Yeah, so guys, I want to wish you well. I wish to leave the show because tomorrow is church actually. So I'll see the comments tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I could say, Bernard. Thank you so much.
Asante Joseph. We wish you all the well. Happy Sabbath. Tuonane baadaye. Okay. Tumsikilize Princess Emily kwanza ndio tuende kwa daktari for gender balance. Princess, vipi?
Unmute.
Princess, you unmute, the mic is beside your name. Princess, are you okay? Unmute. You click on the mic beside your name.
Could I go before that?
It's okay, Naktari. Go ahead.
Okay. Bernard, thank you very much for letting me in. Today is a sad day. The last 3 or 4 days has been a sad day for Kenyans. particularly the way the DP has acted while coming abroad and talking negative things about our own country. I've never seen a head of us, somebody who's in a leadership position like the DP go to another country and trashing your own people and telling them how good you are, just maybe for seeking support. I don't know if any one of you has taken a loan from a bank and you take a preactive step of going to tell the bank manager that I won't be paying that loan because I'll be diverting the money that will give me to something else. Or rather, there's some guys within my company who are going to divert the money to something else. Definitely, that credit manager won't give you that loan in future. Now, America is supposed Kenya in so many ways. Even Britain, where he's going next, suppose Kenya in so many ways, financially and in many other ways. You go there and start telling them that there's a cartel of people in Kenya who are misdirecting the funds you're giving to us, or rather they are stealing ABCD. And you yourself, you are in the system. And you yourself, you've been accused to be behind so many scandals that are documented everywhere. Everywhere. Everyone knows about Ruto. So that was an embarrassment. I don't know how you explain that to Kenyans. The only thing I've got a problem with right now, my second part of the situation, I'll talk about the IBC. First, it's too late right now for us to start talking about IBC. Things, we have got 6 months. We cannot change a lot of the situation right now. However, there's something I've got a problem with. The news media in Kenya is giving the chairman of the ICD a field day. They're not asking tough questions. We know what happens in 2017. Some of the problems that were being addressed, we still have them up to now. Everybody knows about them. Those are some of the things that they should be asking Chebukati to explain how he has sealed those loopholes. Now, if he just comes and tells us that, he gives a blanket statement that everything will be okay, we are okay, everything is okay, we expect to make a good the results will be okay, there will be no meandering in the results. That's not enough. The news media just stands there asking cheap questions. So what? Nothing really, nothing special. So he's getting a way out of it, and I think that he's prompt to repeat the same thing. I won't be surprised if it happens again. Lastly, I want to comment about Ruto's statement about the elections being rigged. I think we're getting to understand why this guy was traveling abroad. This guy is under some mischief. We know what happened, how many people died in the last war we had in Kenya when people were being beaten in Rift Valley. And we know very well that Ruto was behind that. So I think he's trying to cry wolf so that the Western world can say, you see, I told you. But he's organized for something because there's a reason for him doing this. He's seeing that his chance of winning are getting more and more dimmed. And I personally, that's my own opinion and my own submission. I do not think Ruto is to any good. That statement about the rigging is so loaded, and he's up to something. I close my case, and I've yet to be proved wrong. Thank you.
Alex, follow-up question?
No. I was yawning.
So, Bwana Naktari, how do we rig you when you have less votes in the country?
Say that again?
How do we rig you when you have less support in the country?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that I'm supporting Ruto on that particular narrative. But what I'm trying to say is that he's trying to play a game in advance. He's crying woof, woof before the whole things happen so that he can go into some mischief and organize his gang of the people to start attacking us again in Rift Valley. Some of us who suffered when the war was there, when we were being beaten, our people were being killed, my Kisi brothers losing everything, being kicked out of the Rift Valley and whatever, and killing a lot of Kisis. It was pathetic. We don't want the same thing to happen. That statement should be analyzed. Ruto is not good. Ruto is doing something funny because it's not him going to Nebraska. Anybody can go and see any senator here. I would do that. My senator in Delaware, I see him. I walk in the office and talk to him and discuss things openly. My senator here comes to my door to knock looking for elections when it's election times. There's nothing like going on the vehicle. He talks the truth. But if Ruto cannot speak the truth, then he will never talk the truth about himself. So the rigging part, what I'm trying to say is that his loaded statement is what he's planning. He's planning to cause some mischief in our country. And we should not take that statement very lightly.
Okay, thank you very much, Nakitari. But I believe the administration is ready for him. The circumstances for 2007 are not similar to 2022. The anticipation, and if you see the way the president is moving, especially with the Matiang'i and the internal security and the kind of changes that are taking place right now, there is no way somebody's going to catch or rather take this country by surprise like they did in 2007. It's not going to be possible. Secondly, you will have a chance to fight if you have a sizable number of votes. From where I sit, this is not neck to neck. This is not 50-50. If everybody comes out and votes properly, the difference is going to be so wide that the conceding speech will be read at 8 a.m. It's a matter of everybody going out and making sure that the duly voters are voting well. The elections are free of rigging. No rigging, no patching of numbers. Mtu ataenda nyumbani anyamaze tu polepole, hakuna mtu atasumbua mwingine. Lakini tukiruhusu kwamba vijana wakimbie na makaratasi, mara wengine wanabadilisha zile ziko kwa full scap, vile alisema bora tu namba yote imeandikwa na ikafikishwa Bomas, hiyo ndio namba ndio imechaguliwa. All that madness should not be entertained, and that's why I support you. Chebukati should be put to task, and especially with the media, since the other people will be saying they are harassing him. Let the media go for his neck. Let him substantiate everything he's saying and not be let off the hook until things are done. On the other hand, he has no choice in this election but to conduct it according to the law. Why? He has a court order to honor from the Supreme Court that is yet to honor. Secondly, he's been given a second chance to redeem himself. If he digs himself in the pit, atazikwa kabisa kabisa. And then that is it. He has an opportunity to redeem himself, and I'm sure the masters have told him, we are giving you this to redeem yourself. So if he goes he makes a wrong move, I am sure even if you want to be protected from evil, you go where the government is going. You don't go where the government is coming from. If you go where it's coming from, do you together with where it's coming from, you're going to be banned. And so Chebukati is not as unsmart as he appears. That is my line of looking at it. But all in all, a risk will always be taken over such matters. But Ningumu, remember he has new 4 commissioners who he cannot pocket if push is brought about. Undue influence from external, it will not be much like it was in 2007, because I mean in 2017. 2017 the kukamatwa kwake, vile baba alikuwa amesema amekamatwa sehemu nyeti, hawezi kupumua, lazima aseme kila ameambiwa kusema. This time he will have his own conscience working on him. He will have the whole country watching him, and no room for rigging in 2022. Anybody who attempts that, itamsumbua sana. Kabla tumsikize Olo na nani, Aaron alikuwa ameongea kweli? Aaron alikuwa hapa akaondoka. Uliongea?
Bado hajaongea. Bado hajaongea.
Okay, utaongea. Tusikilize habari kamili kutoka DAP Kenya kwanza na
Patia Luzweti.
Alafu ndio turudi. Yes.
Bernard siniongee, kuna penye nataka kuenda hapa. Naongea tu dakika moja.
Wewe unataka kukatishia habari moto. Basi ongea Olo moja kwa moja dakika mbili.
Ama unaonaje Alex? Acha Olo angoje hapa data iishe kwanza.
Wewe Alex,
Okay,
ya ndio maendeleo. Olo endelea kuongea. Unmute Olo and speak.
Okay, ni aje?
Poa.
Bernard.
Poa sana Olo.
Niko poa. Bani, kwa nini unateta Alex? Okay, thank you very much.
Olo kidogo. Mr. Bernard, mute your mic, please.
Okay, can I go ahead? I can go ahead now. Okay, thank you very much. I just want to comment on some things here. I just want to comment on DP's visit to the US. And I just want to say that I don't understand why we are being fooled by some photoshops, and we are just believing them, because we should just neglect such kind of things totally, because we know mwenye amevisit US na vile Uhuru alivisit ama vile Raila walivisit na Uhuru ile first time, we know how they get welcome there. So that one we should not even discuss about it. And then what I want to say is that Ruto, when he goes to the US and he's crying there over election that it's going to be rigged, I think it is ignorant. It is ignorance, because right now Western nations, they are not so much committed with democracy in Africa. If you look like what was happening in Uganda the other day, a lot of things were done during election, but they did nothing and they can't do anything. And even US themselves, they're struggling with stolen elections. So they don't have the audacity to come to Kenya and try to lecture us about rigging. So I think Ruto is just, I think he's just a young person in this presidential race. He's still a baby in this presidential race. That is why he's doing such kind of things. Those were things that were done in 90s by Akina Raila, and they never paid off. We know very well that Raila's election was stolen when John Kerry was here, and John Kerry was the one who was convincing Raila to accept defeat in a stolen election. So that is just out. Ruto amejua tu atashindwa, so ameenda huko kusik sympathy, and it is very funny when you see somebody like Ruto trying to lecture us about corruption, and he's like a thief who has stolen, and when he's being chased, he's the one who's pointing the person who's chasing him that a thief, check. So I think that is just totally out. And then I just want to say that I was just pleased by the Azimio rally yesterday in Kisii and the one that was in Bungoma today. And I think this wave the crowds are just growing bigger and bigger, and the crowd today was just so big that you can't just imagine if ingekuwa. Sometimes Ruto and his men, they try to magnify the crowd, and I just want to say that Azimio's wave is just sweeping across the land, and whoever is not in Azimio, I think you just count yourself out. That is what I can say, and if you have any question, you can ask me now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Olo. Any question to Olo? Haya basi, Olo umeeleweka vizuri, asante kwa mchango wako.
Okay,
Naomba sasa
thank you.
tumsikilize dada.
Bernard, mambo?
Salama, namna gani?
Poa sana, nawashukuru wote wenye mko hapa hivi mmejitolea. Aki, leo nimefurahia, sijui hata nifanye nini. Yaani hata leo sina story mingi sana, ni ile tu kufurahia yenye nimefurahia. Unaona, tulianzia pale Patitmas Parasa, na hapo ndio watu walikuwa wanaimba hatutaki Wilbaro, alafu mtu ananiambia hata Ditmas Baraza atapata kiti. Atapata kivipi? Atapata aje kweli? Mliona ile hapo hivyo kwa ile consistency ya Ditmas Baraza, hapo ndio sasa ndio nyumbani kwa Elijah Wanameme, na hapo ndio lari ya leo Bungoma ilianzia. Alafu kitu imenifurahisha kabisa, kusema ukweli, Azimio wamejipanga kweli kweli kumpata mtu kama Murisa Kitui, na venye alikuwa anajichocha atasimama kama rais, atashinda. Alafu ndio huyu ameunga mkono baba wa Munyinyi, amemwachia senator, amesema nani huyu Murisa Kitui akuwe senator, alafu Wamunyinyi anaenda kutetea kiti yake huko Kandui. Aki, ni furaha iliyoje! Yani tuna grow. Ninafurahia sana sahii Bungoma iko blue. Acha niwaambie, sahii ni blue. Kitu yenye inapatikana huko Bungoma ya yellow kuanzia mwezi wa 8 itakuwa ni mahindi yenye itakuwa imeanza kubadilisha rangi karibu tufune, lakini mambo na hiyo yellow fever sioni kama iko na nafasi huko kwetu. Lakini nimefurahia tu sana. Hata sijui niseme nini. Yani kuona tu, unajua tumefika mahali, for example, kama mimi Dan Wanyama ndio mbunge wangu na alikuwa ameingia UDA, lakini saa hii kwenye wako ninaona wanapatwa na tayaria, hawana amani kwenye wako, hawana amani kabisa. Alafu tukiongelea hii mambo ya DP, kivyangu mimi venye ninafikiria, DP kuko na venye anajaribu kuleta shida katika nchi, anajaribu kuongea hivyo alafu alete shida katika nchi yetu. Mimi kitu yenye naweza omba tu, rais asikasirike, ama mtu advise tu rais ama baba aongee na rais, wasikasirike, wakuje wamnyang'anye kiti kabisa, wamnyang'anye au security. Wakimnyang'anya watu wataanza kupiga kelele, sijui si unaona sasa, si unaona, wamwachie tu mpaka ile siku ya mwisho, sababu obvious tu tunajua Ruto hana kura, hatashinda. Sasa hatuwezi kuwa waoga sijui ati tukimnyang'anya ama nini. Wacha tu wamwachie hiyo kiti yake akae mpaka, hata kama sahii tumeanza kumuita the former DP, lakini wacha tu wamwachie hiyo kiti aendelee kufinya ukuta mpaka tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 inaisha. Wanafunganga gava kama imebaki miezi 2 na mtu wanaendelea kupata mshahara ama wanafunga mshahara. Unajua mimi naangalia pesa sababu ni taksi yangu ninatoa, alafu mtu anapata na hakuna kitu anafanya, na mwisho anakuja kutupigia kelele, anaenda anaenda kutoa nguo anaenda kutoa uji wetu huko mbali na watu wenye watu weupe, watu wenye pia wako na shida tu kivyao. Yani ukiangalia watu weupe, kusema ukweli, pia wako tu na shida kivyao. Mimi nimeishi Gulf, nimeona watu weupe pia wanapitia tu yenye pia sisi tumepitia huko nyumbani, si ati hao wako special sana. Kuna wengine pia wanakosa tu chakula, pia wanasimama kwa street wanaomba. Sasa kutoa uji wetu, na venye nchi zingine zinajuanga nchi za Afrika ni nchi za shida, ni kitu ingine mbaya, inaudhi. Lakini wacha tumuone tu, sababu ajielewi, ajitambue, alafu ni ile hasira ako nayo. Ninaomba tu serikali yetu isikuje, yani ione tu ni kama kuongea kitu, sababu obviously wazungu hawatafanya lolote, hawana nguvu yoyote kuja kutusumbua huku. Wamwachie tu security, wamwachie afanye kazi kama DP ile ya kusimama kwa gari kama kawaida yake hadi tupige kura. Mimi nina uhakika kwamba baba atashinda, na kwangu kaunti yangu nina uhakika kama kunaweza tokea yellow fever, huenda sioni, lakini kama kunaye huenda ni mmoja, lakini rais ni baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Hapo hivyo hatupingani na mtu, sababu tunajua baba atashinda na ni kwanza saa hii tena tunakumbuka ile yenye ilikuwa inazunguka ya 202 venye walikuwa wanasema masomo yatakuja ya bure. Watu walikuwa wale wenye walikuwa upande wa Moi walikuwa wanasema ni uongo, haitafanyika, lakini zilifanyika. Hii mambo ya 6000 kama sahii baba anatembea kwa rally na anahakikishia watu, unaona vijana wanatoka kwa rally wanaenda kuambia wamama zao huko ndani ati Raila kahalo mekandu yale wasi slingi chelefu sita nono khupila Ruto chikurori yena khupila pape kure onyole chelefu sita. Saa hiyo ndio inatembea huko 6,000. Hizo 6,000 nakwambia 99% of Bungoma, mi ninaongelea kaunti yangu, tutapigia baba. Mimi nikiwa mmoja wao Bungoma nikiwa Webuye West, nina uhakika baba atashinda. Bernard.
Asante. Yes. Yes, Alex.
Yeah, Luswete, I wanted to ask you a question in regard kwa sijui kwa nini nimekuwa na uoga juu ya mi naona dawa ya Wetangula ni Wamunyinyi. Mbona Wamunyinyi tu angeamua tu aende head on head na Wetangula na apate 99%, Wetangula apate 1%. Naona Mukisa Kitui anaweza pata 40%, yani 60% na huyu apate 40%. Si naona Wamunyinyi alikuwa ndio dawa yake.
Bernard, hata kutoka kitambo Alex, hata kutoka kitambo wakati wakati nani Kitui alikuanga MB kabla aende kazi yake huko Uingereza, alikuanga mbele ya Weta, alikuanga anamshinda Weta, na ukiona wamepiga hesabu hivyo unaona Wamunyinyi, kusema ukweli Wamunyinyi angeshinda, ila watu tuseme kama Webuye West, Webuye East, Webuye yani Bungoma huku upande ya juu, watu wengi hawapendi Wamunyinyi kwa sababu siasa zake zinakuanga zile za rafu. Yani niliwaambia kama ni football, ni mtu mwenye anachezanga rafu, ni mtu hiyo pia kudanganya, ni mtu anatumianga nguvu kiasi, so watu hawampendi vile. Hata mimi venye nimeona Mukisa Kitui nimefurahia sana. Hata Wamunyinyi nilikuwa na uoga yeye kupata kura kama constituency yangu, nilikuwa na uoga, lakini huyo ni sure bet. Usiogope, huyo ni sure bet. Akianza tu kufanya campaign yake ile full, atashinda Weta mbali sana.
Aya, na tuambie dawa ya Titmas ni nani? Tuambie, hatujuangi na aongeangi sana. You need to market him. Tunataka tujue dawa ya Titmas ni nani?
Sawa.
Tuambie dawa ya Titmas ni nani? Hatujawahi jua. Tunaonanga Titmas anapiga tu kelele, tunajua kule Nairobi ni Simba Rati, lakini huko Bungoma hatujaona bado.
Hata mimi ndio najiuliza kama wewe, sababu sijamuona akizunguka vile. Ndio sasa tunataka kuwaona wakitokelezea, ila dawa mimi ninajua dawa ya Dan Wanyama iko, na hata Dani mwenyewe ameogopa hatashinda.
ya kwa sababu tuna uoga, iko watu watatu ambao wako UDA damu wanaweza shinda kama mchezo, na huyo ni Didmas, Osoro na nani yule walikuwa wanasema, kuna watatu walichukua pulse wakasema hata kama wanapiga kelele kwao wamefanya kazi, lakini tunataka sasa mtupee dawa ya Didmas because Didmas ametusumbua sana. Hatutaki Didmas. Didmas ndio lazima aende nyumbani kwanza.
Sawa sawa, hiyo homework ninawapea kesho.
Bwana Ben, Alex, that cartoon called Didmas is my MP by chance, by the way.
Oh, really?
And yeye ndio MP wangu, sijui whatever it is. But I can tell you from the report I'm getting from where I come from, that guy stands no chance, so don't be worried.
Oh, okay. Let me trust you, PK.
If I'll come in on that one, is the Luya voting is such that when there is a strong wave, it doesn't matter whether you cooked for people, you buried them, or you resurrected them. As long as you're going against that wave, you are being swept away completely. We are leading in giving people one term. Okay, and so if the Azimio wave has taken over the Bungoma, it's going to be the wave. The DAP wave right now, to counter it with yellow fever, it's an impossible mission. So the only thing that will change the mathematics for Ditmas and the rest is if they switch camp now and secure nomination on DAP or on Azimio. Anything anti-Azimio is not coming back in Western Kenya, except through the extra polling stations where faranga za computers zinakuwa generated. Without those extra polling stations that are not gazetted, that are not registered, hakuna mtu anakuja. Not from Western. About Muriza Kitui, the struggle between Muriza Kitui and Weta is a long one. You remember the time for Muskari Kombo and then handing over for the Kenya to Wetangula. Muriza Kitui were the team that was against it because they don't believe in Weta's leadership, and so they are whatever, the supremacy of Muriza Kitui over Weta dates as back as NAC 2002. Okay, if you remember well, 2002, Muriza Kitui was on the front line. He was in the Kenya Dream and all that. I think he ended up being a minister for I think commerce or something, and industrialization.
Minister for Industry. That's why he applied for the job he later got. Minister for Industry. Yeah.
And by that time, where was Weta? He was still in Kanu.
He was in Kanu. Weta was in Kanu.
Yes. So So Muriza Kitui is a better medicine against Weta than even Wamnyinyi in Bungoma. All he needs is to be well packaged and well sold. With the Azimio wave, anaingia bila kupingwa. Weta needs to come. I have advised Weta, Khalwale and the other people wakuja wajaribu kiti hapa Nairobi, labda wanaweza kusurvive, lakini Bungoma na Western hiyo imewashinda tayari.
Unaona Bernard, unaona for example hii mambo yenye sahi wanaongea ya Elijah Masinde wana meme. Unakumbuka 2007 wenye Bungoma ilipigia Raila kura, hivyo ndio inaenda kupigwa saizi. Wenye wanaongea watu wanaamini huyo Elijah kuliko kitu ingine, na sahi wanaamini tu. Unajua sahi mtu mwenye wanasema huyu mwenye atakuja kuwa gavana wa Trans Nzoia na atembea akifanya kazi yake tu vizuri. Sahi macho yetu yote tumeweka kwa na atembea. Sasa tunajua after baba presidency tunapea na atembea na tutaingia ikulu bila kishindo. Unaona, sasa hapo hivyo hiyo kitu ndio itasababisha kura kutoka Bungoma zinaenda kupigwa 90. Wacha niseme tu 10% wacha niachie wale wengine, lakini 90% tuko nyuma ya baba. Tutahakikisha baba ameingia Ikulu bila uoga.
Na kuna kitu mnasahau ndugu zangu, hamjui vile Bungoma town iko pale. Bungoma, majority of businessmen wanatoka Central
Daktari, Central Province iko kwa Jubilee
kabisa, kwenda Malakisi mpaka
na
Bungoma
kura ya Jubilee, na kura ya Jubilee tuko nayo
na tunayo. Sasa msikuwe na wasiwasi, watu ndugu zangu, msikuwe na wasiwasi.
Thank you.
Lakini Bernard, let me ask you something.
Yes.
What about Kakamega? Because you know me, Kakamega is what I'm worried about. Mimi Malala staki arudi kazi kabisa. Heri Malala na Wetangula. Anaitwa Malala manani? Yes, Malala.
Yes. Jina yake ni Malala.
Hawezi kuwa
whatever, huo jamaa staki arudi kazi.
Mpaka achukue ng'ombe na mbuzi na wazee waende kutembelea Atuoli, hiyo laana ikuwe lifted.
But sasa sunaona Azimio wako na watu wawili huko Kakamega, na alafu sasa unajua deputy wa nani pia anataka kuvai, alafu tena na yule mtu mwenye mnampenda ni huyu anaitwa nani, Baraza. Hata mimi naona that's the suitable candidate for Kakamega. What do you say about it? Do you have any information?
How anaenda kuwa negotiated na baba. Baba is a chief reconciler. We are not going to risk anything as ODM, in my opinion. Oparanya has a preferred candidate. He wants his deputy. But the ground inasema ni Baraza. So, hakuna vile tutariski kupoteza governorship ya Nairobi ya Kakamega because we want to please Oparanya. Oparanya job yake ya Minister of Planning and National Development, that is secured at the national level. Maneno ya ground hapa tutasort. Iyo mambo ingine isiingie, and then we need to share seats properly in Kakamega, in Western, in such a way that as DAP gets here, we also get here, so that we don't have interference of yellow fever or any other fever that may run around. So the less the members of parliament and governors ODM gets in Western, the weaker Oparanya looks. You get that? And he's been appointed and anointed as the spokesman of the Luya community. He cannot risk that, because he will end up like Mudavadi. He doesn't want to do that. And so I don't think we are going to miss out as far as Kakamega is concerned. I'm sure of unless the only thing can be negotiated to another party could be the senatorship. And that could be, I think Nani can be given the senatorship. This other man, Jirongo, if he goes for that. Lakini akiinsist maneno ya governor, yes, story yake inaenda hivyo. And also this other newly the deputy party leader of DAP, the Malava somebody.
Ayubu Savula. Ayubu Savula.
Yes, Savula, yes. So Savula should come on the table in Kakamega and be negotiated on the matter of senatorship between him and Jirongo. If it is settled there, Malala and Khalwale are gone. Those ones are forgotten. There is no miracle that can help them at this point in time, except ODM ifili watu watano. I mean, kukue na so many people will split the votes. But if we only have one in ODM and one wherever Azimio ilete moja, Azimio is going to carry everything. So ni lazima baba afanye extra ya to call these people to order. And I'm sure with the current machinery that has been rolled out, sioni tukicheza hiyo game tena.
Huyo Bernard, huyo nani deputy wa Oparanya anakaa lazy. Unajua gavana inahitaji mtu mwenye ni chap chap kama kina Oparanya wenyewe, kama hawa kina nani Wangamati, kama kina Natembea. Huyo mwingine anakaa lazy. Hapana, huyo atatusamea kiasi.
No, atapewa tu deputy aendelee nao, ama akuwe finance controller wa Kakamega County. It's as good as
Hatuwezi
being
fanya
deputy governor
deputy
of
for
governor.
20 years. Constitutionally, you can't do that.
No, you get appointed as a finance guy or ninis. Now you know
Yeah.
the government. Like I've been telling you the mistake of Sonko. Sonko will still be governor of Nairobi. If after being sworn in as governor, he hired Kidero to be the controller of the city, he will still be governor today, ceremonial, but enjoying the control of things. You don't invent a wheel when there is already a working one. So the best way for the deputy to enjoy, let him accept to be a minister in the county government. It's as good as that. You don't have to have political cloud to enjoy this life.
The layer debate.
Hey, naomba tusonge mbele kwa tumefungia. What are you saying, Alex? Mkenya Spain anangoja na hii kujificha nyuma ya curtain. Hii kujificha nyuma ya curtain. Mtafanya mimi ni kosane tu na watu wengi. The world is demanding to see people's faces.
Princess Amy anataka kuingia.
Kenya, Spain.
Iko nafasi nyuma ama tutoke? Iko nafasi ama Princess Amy anataka kuingia?
Anakuja anatupwa nje. Sijui what is the problem, but let me share the link again. There is a lot of nafasi. Tumesafisha. Mkenya Spain upo kweli? Tumsikilize Aaron tukimsubiri Mkenya Spain.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Bernard kwa kunipa nafasi angalau nami nipate kuchangia kwa hii gumzo ya leo manzi. Kwanza kabisa ningeanza na mambo ya Western. By the way, Western pale DAP na ODM kuna kisungumkuti. It is high time Baba na his think tank men the likes of Stone BK in fact wapate hii habari kuwa inafaa wakae chini waweke iwe, yani tuseme kama DAP kuna mahali inasimama ugavana, useneta, iwe ni ODM. Hiyo negotiated negotiated agreement itakuwa mzuri sana, ndio isiwe wewe utakasirika uende kugawa kura, then kutoka hapo yellow fever ipenye katikati na mambo iende mrama. So having said that, ningependa kuingia direct now to the topic of today. Kwanza nilisikia ile clip yenye ulipiga hapa ya Chebukati manzi. Huyu Chebukati namshangaa sana. Chebukati tena ananiambia eti kuwa hii election kutakuwa na minimal rigging. Hatutaki kusikia mambo ya rigging kabisa. Because in fact this gentleman tunampatia 40 billion alafu tusikie tena mambo ya minimal rigging. We want to hear hakuna rigging kabisa. Nikipiga kura yangu ihesabike pale kwa kituo until National Tallying Center. That is what I want. Because this time round hatutaki anybody, iwe ni Raila Amolo Odinga baba, iwe ni the likes of Wajakoya, the likes of Kigame, the likes of William Samoei Ruto. Hatutaki kusikia kuwa system imerig anybody. Tunataka kura vile zimepigwa sikihesabu hivyo hivyo. Having said that, ningependa kusema namna hii kuwa William Samoei Ruto in fact bado inaendelea kumshangaa kwa sababu hii kutokuwa na trust on IEBC, in fact an entity which helped him in 2013 and in 2017 to secure a position of being the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. In fact, it is something which is very sad. Wakati William Samoei Ruto anaposema kuwa anaona IEBC itamrig out, but nimeshukuru sana Chebukati amekuja out, hata ingawa anatapatapa. Reason being Chebukati na William Samoei Ruto, we know hao ni marafiki chanda na pete. Hao ni marafiki sana. That is why unaona kuwa ya Sabina Chege ilikuwa ni one touch, akamuita pale. Saa hii anataka kumpiga kiboko, sijui ni huu mwezi ama ni next month. So tunataka William Samoei Ruto hata yeye akitua namna hii already hizi clip zote atakuwa amekusanyiwa na wale ambao wanamzingira, wampatie hizo clip, kama ni kutoka NTV, kama ni kutoka Citizen, apewe hiyo clip yenye William Samoei Ruto alikuwa anajaribu kudiscredit IEBC so that sheria ichukue mkondo wake. So na hiyo sheria ikichukua mkondo wake, ile kikombe yenye atakuwa anapimia Sabina Chege, hicho kikombe akitumie kumpimia huyu William Samoei Ruto, isiwe kwa Sabina, maybe atamlock out, asiwanie kitu yoyote, ama any action yenye atachukulia Sabina Chege, kama hakika itapatikana hakuna makosa, iwe ndio hiyo action atachukulia William Samoei Ruto. So tunamwangalia sana, tunamwangalia tuone ikiwa atatumia his Solomonic wisdom kwa kutatua hayo maneno. Having said that, ningependa kuguzia sasa baba akiwa pale Bungoma. Nilimuona wakati alipokuwa Kimilili, na what came out, nilifurahi sana wakati alisema kuwa is going to establish industry in every county. So baba tena amerudia kwa kwa ile 10 point agenda number 9 ambayo inasema one county one product, that is industrialization. In fact, baba akifanya namna hiyo, job creation stapata kuwa put in place, so that in fact our young people, men and women, can be able to at least earn a living, ndio tuendelee kusukuma hii gurudumu yetu ya maisha na to make our country great. Alafu tena baba in fact he promised kuwa atafuvua atarevive Mumia Sugar and also pan paper industry, so that the lost glory of those two industries in fact inaweza kuwa brought back. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo ili stand out, na nilifurahi sana kusikia namna hiyo. About Ruto's feast, the purported Ruto's feast in Whitehouse, in fact it is a sad story. for the Republic of Kenya kuwa somebody of the stature of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, through his communication machine ambayo iko under the renowned journalist ambayo tunaita ni Hussein Mohamed, anaweza amua kuchukua viatu za kijana mmoja ambaye anaitwa Itumbi. Unajua, in fact huyu kijana yetu Hussein Mohamed kuchukua kiatu ya Itumbi. Kiatu ya Itumbi ni kubwa brother. Hiyo mashini ya propagandist manze ni kubwa sana kwa kijana yangu Hussein manze. Hussein, please. Hiyo kazi kama imemkalia ngumu. If you are hearing me, cause najua hii Mtembei inakupata mahali huko. Kama hiyo kazi imekulemea, just achana nayo, kuja kwa baba na baba atakupatia kazi ingine baada ya kuchukua uongozi, cause right now in fact amejiletea shame. Kwa sasa hivi tukitaka kumwekea pressure, hata certificate yake ya journalism inaweza kuwa revoked. Tunaweza amua kuambia government i-revoke hizi. Kwa sasa in fact it is very sad. So ninaomba sana kijana wetu Hussein Mohamed, in fact awache kudanganya wa Kenya, because it is very wrong. But akiendelea namna hiyo ni faida kwetu, because hiyo ndio tutatumia kupoke holes na tutapiga William Samoei Ruto vizuri until tarehe 8 tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. To finish, nipeane nafasi kwa wengine, ni kuhusu Malala versus Khalwale. Oh my God. Malala, kitu cha kwanza, by the way, I agree with him kuwa in Kakamega County we cannot as a county hatuwezi kuwa na two governors at one time. No, tutakuwa na two governors in different occasions. Yani one governor at this time, then kutoka hapo after 5 years then tukue na governor mwingine. So Malala kuambia Khalwale kuwa it is high time wakuje kwa meza, wakae chini, ndio waone ni nani ambaye atapeperusha bendera ya UDA, alafu yule mwingine naye anaweza chukua useneta, ni jambo la muhimu sana. But the way huyu kijana hiyo statement wakati alipokuwa anaipass out haikuwa mzuri, cause ilionekana ni kana kwamba ana lecture his elder ambaye ni Dr. Bona Khalwale. So mimi ningependa kumwambia Malala namna hii, please, hata kama ndio anajaribu ku air his views, inastahili aishue kuwa ameweka respect kwa these elders, cause unajua elder kama Khalwale akiamua maybe kumlaani kijana Malala, inaweza kuwa mbaya, cause already Malala sasa hivi ako kwa laana ya Atuoli, ushaona sasa. So it is high time aende chini. Thank you so much Mr. Bernard and my fellow panelists kwa kunisikia. Back to you Mr. Bernard.
Laana moja inatosha, hata akiongezewa ingine haifuti ile ya kwanza. Kwa hivyo all the same, thank you Aaron. Yes Alex.
You know, it's sad that I don't know if Hussein is broke or what he showed us when he was a TV for all these years and consistently is not what personally he was not. I am trying to understand this man. Why will he take a job that he knows very well will make him lie over and over and over? And in the past, it has been said that the young man is very religious. Secondly, why does he take a job that will ultimately break his career totally and completely? Why? I am just trying to understand.
Alex,
Wanasema tumbo ya kukula.
Yeah, if I may answer, Alex.
Ben, what I say?
Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, Hussein, he is a brilliant journalist in this country. There's no doubt about that. But now, I think the biggest problem is he misjudged the atmosphere, the political atmosphere in the country. Because if you go 10 months backwards, you will realize that the way things were, everybody thought that maybe Ruto had a chance before Azimio came into the picture. Now, after Azimio came into the picture, everything has turned, the tables have turned, and he made the decision based on the past perception that maybe William Ruto had a chance, and if he had a chance, then he stands a better chance even in the next government. Now, that is where we are now. He's going back into the same things that now we have seen Itumbi doing, which is tarnishing his career. The only choice that he has now is to resign from that position and go back to being a journalist. That is the only thing that will save his career. Because if he continues, he's being muddied. There's no future for him. I think on that is what I will say. Then briefly on when I look at Malala, Haruna said something about Malala. I mean, Malala is a young man who had a future career. Everything was in his favor, but the guy squandered everything because he is the senator of Kakamega, courtesy of association with the ODM. ANC and even Mudavadi himself, they did not give him the weight to propel him into being a senator of Kakamega. It is the work of ODM. It is the machinery of ODM. But these are people, he's walking in the footsteps of people like William Ruto. These are people, William Ruto was picked by Moi, but he ended up biting the same hand that fed him. He was picked again by Raila Odinga in 2007. He ended up now, he abuses him in every meeting, everywhere he goes. I think even in the US, that is the same thing that he's doing. Yeah, when he says that the government is in the opposition and the opposition is in the government. Yeah, I mean, when I heard that, I wondered, what is this guy talking about? Because we have never seen, and even the president said it last week. He said it in clear terms that when they did the handshake, Raila Odinga did not ask for a space within the government. We have not seen anyone from the ODM party being given a job, or even from the NASA coalition, as it were, being given a position within the government. So this is the same thing that Malala is suffering from, and they go about they want to build their careers now on lies because the truth doesn't favor them. The only thing that now favors them is lies. When they are moving around and lying about, when you look at the clips of Malala, what he was saying a few months down the line, and what he's saying today, you wonder, is this the same person? This is the doublespeak we are talking about. And it is dangerous for the country. The lies are working up emotions. What the DP is saying, even in the US, I think at this point, previously we would say who should not intervene. But at this point, what we are seeing William Ruto doing to the country, selling the image of the country, bringing shame to us as Kenyans, Kenyans who are out. Is this the best that we could offer? Is this the best that we could send outside as our ambassadors, the deputy of the Republic of Kenya? These are the serious questions that we are now asking. And we are maybe hoping that the government will take a step to intervene. I don't see, with the kind of diplomatic gaffe that we have seen in the US, I don't see why the DP should go ahead to go to the UK. What will he say in the UK then? If you have seen the worst in the US. Yeah. So going forward, I think the good thing that we are seeing is the Azimio movement, the wave on the ground. What is going to sweep people like Malala? I agree with Bernard when he said that these people, they don't have a chance. Yeah. We must just have our maths right. We must just have our statistics right. We must just ensure that we have the strongest people. Let the strongest people carry the day, so that we ensure that in the next government, even all them as a party, remember Azimio is a coalition of parties. For you to have a say, for you to have a veto power within that as large as Azimio House, you must have the numbers. Yeah, so we must ensure anywhere where ODM is, because ODM is what is fronting Raila Odinga, we must ensure that we have the numbers. If it is the Western region, with the Western region, I mean from Trans Nzoia all the way to the Nyanza region, across the breadth of the country, all the way to the coast, let us have strong, let us ensure that the party, the people who advise even the ODM, maybe they are in this platform, kindly ensure that the party has the numbers within the Azimio House, because you cannot tell how things will be. You cannot tell the kind of strategy that the other sides that are joining Azimio are having. If they have the numbers, they will call shots within the parliament. They will call shots within the Senate. So these are things that we want to avoid as we go forward. Let us go to the ground, mobilize, the way Nancy said, mobilizing on the ground. Let us have fire on the ground to ensure that we have the numbers in the next government. I think that is what I wanted just to share. Thank you, Bernard.
Bernard, pale
Yes,
pa
Nat.
Hussein, pale pa Hussein, mimi nataka niseme, unajua nilikuwa Twitter tu hiyo wakati nilikuwa natembea tu hivi Twitter kama kawaida yangu, alafu mtu wa kwanza mwenye alikuwa wa kwanza kuposti hiyo mambo ya Hussein alikuwa Ndindi Nyoro. Unajua nilikosa amani since nimejua huyu Hussein ni diehard wa baba, sikuwahi jua anaweza enda upande huko kwingine. Yani nilikosa amani, nikaingia mpaka YouTube channel yake, nikaenda kuangalia video yake ya mwisho yenye alipost. Si kujiamini kabisa, lakini nikajiambia tena, nikajiita mkutano, nikajijibu kuko na shida ya njaa Kenya. Huku njaa Alex, watu wa majua mwezi jua njaa yenye inasumbua, inakula wenye wako na pesa na wenye hatuna, wenye tuko huku chini. Pesa ndio zinasababisha unajikuta kwa mambo yenye haukuwahi tarajia. Alafu tena kitu ingine inanipea confidence, ninajiambia ama kuko na venye alitumwa huko aenda aangalie kweli hizo vitu zinafanyikanga huko ni ukweli ama ni venye watu wanatembeza tu mambo yao. Nikajijazia kusema ukweli, kitambo August 9th ifike, Hussein atakuwa amejiusulu, atakuwa ametoka huko, sababu hata vumilia zile aibu zenye ziko huko. na atarudi kwa njia yenye inamfaa. Sasa msikuwe na hofu, huyo ni spaya wetu, alienda huko kupata ofisi kubwa ndio ajue kila kitu yenye inaendelea huko, anaenda kutuletea kila kitu, msikuwe na hofu.
Yeah, you know, she's very right, Bernard. You know, the way Hussein finished his assignment from Citizen was monumental. And how was it? He brought Baba in, and he told us that the future of this country depends on how we will treat this man. That was the message he was passing. And that's why I have intentionally asked this question. Did Hussein become so broke that he was bought? What happened? Because being broke is a bad disease, Bernard. I'm telling you the truth. You see, when you are not ready to retire from somewhere, do not. Because Bernard, when he had a prime time show, whereby anything that mattered from politics to business to deals in Kenya, he was contacted. His phone was ever ringing. Was it that he got addicted to it when he quit and he went where he went to? The nostalgia came back, the emotional equity came back. What was it? I think it's a psychological effect of leaving a seat without preparing your mind, and you go back having nostalgia to a point that you're choosing a side that verily you know, because he is privy. As a journalist, he was privy, because as a journalist, when he was given the question and answers, because when he comes to interview Ruto, he is not alone. It's a panel of questions he's given. And first of all, he's trained, he's grilled on how he's going to do his job. So there's so many things he knew more than us. So his choosing is telling that the man was broke. That is my conclusion, because there's nothing that could have taken him to Ruto other than money.
Not exactly. There is what's called undue influence. Undue influence, historically, I'm a historian. Huh? Look at Jijopevu, okay? And how Jijopevu was exposing everything wrong as far as the country is concerned. But what happened? His sole sponsor into politics was the same William Ruto. And it's also rumored that William Ruto used to share some of those secrets that he was exposing because he sits in the security. so to propel his star as a journalist, and then now offer him up as a member of parliament. So there is a higher probability that there was some consolidated effort to get this person over. And then, of course, you will not be told that you are coming to spin things. You'll be told we are having a very rough time in the campaign. We want you to come and help us our campaign. Your credibility is going to help us a great deal and all that. But now when you get into the job, they now want to demand for you to spin like what has been spinned. Now, from there is where you choose either to continue or not. So if he stays, it will be by choice. If he resigns, he will save himself. But maswala ya tumbo peke yake haiwezi, kwa sababu being the kind of journalist that he is in the world of journalism, kutengeneza pesa sio nini. It's not, you don't have to read news. The media is wide. For example, the other guy, he sells voice only. What is his name? Forget. The voiceover guy who reads every advertisement on Citizen. He used to anchor on Citizen also. So it's
I
that
know who you are talking
don't
about,
have to
the
be
one who
reading
started
news.
a TV station and it flopped.
Uh-huh. So it is that way. So it's a wide range. You can make money from all manner of, even MC. Okay, being just an MC in a function, it can pay for you house rent for the next several months,
Mwakazi.
depending where you live.
His name was
Whether
Mwakazi,
it's
Johnson
upper Karen or
Mwakazi.
lower Karen. Yes. Yeah.
His name was
You
Johnson
see?
Mwakazi.
Yes. So we'll be judging him wrongly if we consider the economic approach only. But there are many vested interests. And then on the other hand, you know the desperation of our DP. He may offer you anything just to be rescued, especially when he's in a crisis and he wants to be spinned out of the crisis. Every human man has a heart for somebody, even if that person doesn't look credible. When he's in a problem and is crying to you, mpaka utaguzwa.
Bernard, if I had a way to throw you out from this station today, I would. That is the same statement made you to throw some away. If I had the key, ningekutupa.
Unanitupa wapi? Mimi justify maovu. Nimesema tu there are many factors that contribute to people making decisions. Is not one thing. And for us to judge it well, we should also put all these matters in consideration. Sam was denying history, denying fatherhood, denying everything that makes sense. And he wants us to buy into the same. Hiyo ngoma ni kali sana. But all the same, ufunguo nataka kukuachia. Inaonekana my head is now full. This is what time.
Watu kwa comment wanasema umechoka. Watu kwa comment wanasema kuna kichwa.
That's true. I in fact this show nikeimaliza saa midnight, but I'm pulling through because I have to. I didn't have my rest as usual. I have had a very crazy day, but all the same tutamaliza pamoja, usijali. Wacha nitafute Themba kama atakuja kuniruhusu niondoke. Sasa si princess amefika. Princess, hebu unmute uongee tu sahi kabla ni Yes, carry on.
Princess, hatukusikii. We can't hear you.
Ongea dada. Aja ongea chochote, hebu ongea. It's not picking. Toa earphone. Remove the earphone.
Hello?
Yes, that's good. Carry on, we can now hear you.
Are you getting me now?
We are getting you now. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm good. I hope everyone is good, and me too, I'm good. I'm happy about today, Azimio la Umoja in Bungoma. It was very, very fantastic. Well planned. They know how to organize themselves. Even they know how to keep time. And the crowd was very full. I'm happy about the Bungoma people and I appreciate them. Wameamua baba aende Ikulu. And what I'll just talk about Ruto. Ruto maybe I can say he's a confused element in this world. Because nimeona hiyo video yenye umeweka hapa, yule mama akimuongelesha, akimuuliza about corruption of money hivyo. Nilikuwa nashangaa nilikuwa namuona venye anaangalia huyo mama, hata alikuwa tu anafikiria venye hata shimo inaweza kuwa hapo mali yako aingie na apotelee ndani, hiyo maswali ipotelee huko. But Ruto, hata ukitaka kuoa bibi amwezi juana hivi na unaenda hapo njiani na mnakutana na bibi na unaamua kumuoa, lazima ujue huyo bibi ako na tabia gani na nini na nini. So I want to advise my youth, mtu bado una support Ruto, and yet ni mtu umeona government yake venye imetupeleka, uchumi, watu wanakufa nini, ili hali pia kwao alipewa pesa, akakula pesa za kusaidia watu wa kwao. Sasa hebu tufikirie watu wenye bado wana support Ruto, tukimpatia hii government kweli akuwe president, sisi wenyewe ndio tutaumia na watoto wetu wadogo na watu wengi wataumia sana. So inafaa tufikirie, so ati mtu tu anasema tu Ruto kwa sababu nini, na mtu asione uzee. Kwanza huyo Ruto mwanzo nataka nimuulize, amesema wazee hawawezi ongoza, na ilhali ameenda USA kukutana na Biden. Biden si ni mzee kuliko tu huyu baba? Yafaa jifikirie mwanzo. He's not reasoning, that man. Haya, then about Malala and Khalwale. Hao watu walishaisha, kazi yao tu ni mdomo tu kama wamama. They are supposed to sit down, wafikirie mwanzo. Yafaa tukae tujadiliane venye Azimio wanafanya. Azimio they respect each other. Hakuna mtu utasikia ati sijui ameenda kwa reli anaanza kuongelea mwenzake nini. Yani people are very wise and mature people. Si ati mambo na utoto kama Malala na Khalwale venye wanafanya. So watu kama hao ndo sasa tunataka tuwapeleke nyumbani, wajifunze kwanza ndo wakuje baadaye. Then even I'm happy about Ruto venye ameenda Whitehouse na kako embarrassed nini. Ni kama mwenye alikuwa kwanza aliingilia na mlango wa nyuma, kama mwenye alikuwa anaenda kwa choo alikuwa anaingilia mlango wa choo ama nini. Ruto anataka sahi ajifanye ako kwa ligi ya baba. Baba ndio kingpin of this country. Hakuna mtu anaweza fikia baba kwa manifesto, kwa agenda nini. Ruto lazima aende shule ama atafute baba amwelezee nini na nini. Manake anataka kujifanya ameenda USA na anakutana na wazungu nini. Anasema venye Kenya iko na mkopo mwingi na ilhali ni yeye ako kwa government. Baba hayuko kwa government. Na ni yeye ndio ako na hizo scandals za mahindi nini, kuchukua pesa za Kimwarer na anakula. Na ilhali youths wako hapa bado wanamsupport. Sijui youth mko na shida gani? Youths wa baba wa mama wako hapa bado wanamsupport. Fikirieni. If you want to do something, I want to advise Ruto. Think before you leap anything. Umejui mdomo ni kitu kidogo, lakini ukiropoka pia unaweza chemua. So kitu yenye nilikuwa nataka kusema, bado nataka kusema mambo na handouts. maybe kuna watu wanapewa handouts nini nini, nyi kuleni hizo pesa, lakini mjue hii maisha yetu ya kesho, about our future of tomorrow, tunataka ikuwe aje. Sasa uchukue mtu kwa sababu ati ni mzee ama kijana, no. Mahali wazee wako, sijui wanasemaje. I don't know about Kiswahili or English.
Hapaharibiki neno.
Hapaharibiki neno.
Hivyo sasa. Si unaona Ruto ametoka Kenya akakanyaga kubwa kubwa akaenda USA. Si ameenda kukutana na mzee? Ama huyo ni kijana? Huyo Biden. Na ilhali anasema wazee hawezi ongoza. Yaani mtu thinking capacity iko low ya Ruto. Then mambo na IEBC nani Chepkati. Huyo Chepkati anatuona sisi mafala. Nimemwona leo venye yuaeleza mambo na Ruto akuje aelezee venye amesema. Ilhali time yenye Sabina Chege aliguza hiyo maneno ya kuiba, na ni ukweli walituibia, waliibia baba 2 times. Aliongea in rough way, but leo anaongea ni kama anaogopa Ruto. Huyo Chebukati inafaa afungue sawa, ache mchezo. Then mambo na nini nyingine, I have more words to say but nitaachia hapo nipatie watu wengine nafasi. And I'm glad, I'm so happy hata mimi kwa YouTube time yenye kuna rally ya Azimio na Kenya Kwanza huwa nafuatilia nione venye watu wana nini huko. Yaani watu wa Kenya Kwanza hawajui kuuza sera zao. Instead of kuambia watu ni nini yenye watawafanyia wakiingia kwa government, wanaanza kusema sijui nini mambo na vitendawili. Yaani they don't know how to reason themselves. Yaani they don't know how to manage themselves. Yaani I don't know the problem with those Kenya Kuisha. What I'll just say, nimefikia hapo, tuonane siku nyingine. And take care, I love you too, watu wa Azimio. Sawa?
We love you.
Thank you, Princess. We appreciate your contribution and passionate commitment to what is right. Thank you very much. Yes, Alex.
Yeah.
Naweza soma comment moja kutoka kwa comment section?
Kama unaweza kusoma, soma.
Mtu anauliza Wayara ajui hiyo sauti inatoka wapi, ni tamu. Hajawahi sikia sauti kama hiyo US.
Wewe Alex, wewe.
Kwani unanichokoza kwa nini bwana? Mimi nimekaa nimepoa nasikiza na unanichokoza eh?
Wayara watu wamekuchogoa kwa comment section and it's nice.
Wale watu wanasema well, Alex, you are the one behind me competing with Chebukati and his hairstyle. Huh? I saw you.
No, anyway, Princess, we like how you speak. Speak louder for us. Speak for the youth. Speak for the women. Do not stop speaking for them. Your voice matters, and don't think that it goes for no reason. Speak, speak, speak. And we like it. We encourage you to come here because if we continue to do that, even young women and ladies and all the people that are your fans will start speaking louder. Thank you for coming to the panel.
Namesake, well done.
Thank you.
Sawa. Thank you. So keep the conversation going. So tunaenda kwa namesake pia. Ama Princess
Bernard,
Yana, we have tried to get you talking since
kidogo. Naomba.
Sawa basi. Yes, Haruni.
Bernard, oh yeah, hata mimi by the way ningependa kushukuru Princess Amy. Huyu mrembo nimejaribu kumfuatilia sana. Ni fighter by the way, ni fighter. Ukienda kwa kwa channel zote kama kuna mrembo inastahili baba manze akichukua uongozi ampatie kiti manze, she's among cause she's all over. So Amy, I gonna say congrats and grease to your elbows. Endelea kupeperusha bendera ya baba tu juu saidi. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Now, Sammy namna gani? Unmute the mic is beside your name.
You can hear me?
Now we can at least hear you. Talk to us.
Asanteni sana. Sauti kutoka hapa Ottawa, Canada. Mimi ni mfuasi wenu sugu kabisa. I've been following your great panel. Now, I think nitakubaliana na nyinyi wote. Today I was very much impressed with what was happening in Western Province. I think watu wameanza kujua ukweli. The difference between Ruto's camp na Raila ni kama darkness and light. The fact is, tuko na msee mwenye anajua penye anatoka na tunapishana na mtu mwenye ajui penye anatoka. And so I think we need people like you to create awareness. And I'm very much grateful for this for this team. Nyinyi wote. Two things. Many times watu wananiuliza kwa nini I don't support Ruto. And it boils down to what he's propagating, his manifesto. Every time unasikia tu bottom up. You don't, if you go into details, you don't hear anything good, anything substantial. When you go to the camp of Raila, you hear issues one by one. Those guys, they articulate. Unajua hata ukitongoza msichana kwa Waluya sisi, ukienda kutongoza msichana, hata kama una kitanda, unamwambia uko na kitanda. Kama baba yako anaitwa, hata baba yake hajasoma, unasema baba yangu ni profesa. Yani lazima uambie msichana zile maneno matamu, ndio msichana ingie box. Angalia Azimio baba. Azimio wanasema 6,000. Azimio wanasema tuko na baba care. These guys wako well planned. Mpaka unapata simu kutoka nyumbani Western, mama anakuambia mimi nangojea 6,000. Look at the camp ya Ruto. Unasikia tu bottom up. Na kama wewe ni msomi, if you start analyzing stories za Ruto, it's not even practical, because look here guys. How does he expect, and this is the question I've been asking myself. He's talking of bottom up, but ask yourself, how is he going to bring money to the common mwananchi without going through the county government or without going through the existing CDF? Is he going to get rid of the county government? Is he going to change the constitution and come up with another system of channeling the funds to the common mwananchi? That is something I want to be schooled. I think I need to be schooled in terms of how he's going to implement hiyo kitu yake yenye anasema bottom up, because the only way money can access my mom in the village of Matungu is one, through the CDF or through the county government. Say is not supporting the county government. In fact, he was one of the guys when walikuwa wanapinga mambo ya county government wakati Raila alikuwa anafaitia mambo ya devolution. This guy was against devolution from the beginning. So if he's talking about bottom up, pesa inaenda kufika chini namna gani, and people are not asking him those kind of questions. So I think unajua Mungu naye Mungu ni wa maajabu. Unajua utakuwa muongo lakini utadanganya watu forever. And I think a time has come. Some things, by the way, you guys, mtashangaa. Raila is going to become a president, not because ya kutaka kwetu. Mungu tu ametaka kuokoa hiyo nchi. Sisi wenye tuko out, for me, I'm in Canada, and I can tell you the difference between Canada and Kenya ni infrastructure. These countries have invested a lot in infrastructure. A language Raila is saying, tutajenga, amekuwa Western anasema, tutaamusha companies, Mumias itasimama, Nzoia itasimama. That is the language people want to hear. Hiyo ndio lugha vijana wanataka kusikia. Kijana anaamka asubuhi anajiuliza nitapata job namna gani? Kijana amke asubuhi atanatafuta pesa. Kijana mwenyewe anataka atafute pesa yake. So I think tuko on the right track, guys. Don't give up. Tutafight and Raila will become the next president. For me, I'm 100% sure. Wasiwasi yangu ilikuwa central. Ilikuwa central because central, I was thinking if we don't get 30 to 40, tunaweza poteza hiyo kitu. Lakini mimi naona tukipata hiyo 30-40, Mr. Bernard. Tukipata hiyo, with or without Kalonzo, Raila will become the president. Unajua tunamsema anasema ya kwamba we need Kalonzo. Yes, we need Kalonzo. Lakini tukipata 40-50, do we really need Kalonzo? I would want to hear from you guys. Asante.
Okay, thank you Sami. Kalonzo is needed kwa sababu yeye ni Mkenya na tunahitaji Kenya ikuwe kitu kimoja, azimio la umoja. Lakini kutafutana na Kalonzo ama kufuatana naye kwa sababu ya kura, hapana. Kura tuko na za kutosha, Kalonzo aje na zake chache tuongezee zingine. Lakini akianza kutuhadaa na kura zake chache, sisi tutapita na Mtua na Ngilu, alafu tunazoazoa hizi zingine zote. Tuko na kura mpaka Rift Valley, Kericho, kila mahali. Hakuna mahali Azimio hawana kura. So kama Wasingishu tunakata 50%. Kericho hivyo hivyo. By the time tunachaza kikapu chetu, watu mtaenda kukata miti. Kateni miti. Mzee alisema. Hii kitu sio mchezo. Mtu atastuka kwa sababu yeye alifikiria kuni zote zishaingizwa kwa nyumba. Kumbe zile zilibaki kwa forest ndio mingi kuliko zile ziko kwa nyumba. Thank you. So let's move on. Tumsikilize Fidel. Mkinisaidia kutafuta Themba tafadhali. Operation look for Themba.
Well,
Fidel akimaliza unipe nafasi. Naomba.
Utapewa kidogo. Let me say hi to everybody. Well pleased to see Bernard, Alex, Ton, PK, Ben, Nancy, Princess. Kuna matu Princess leo. Amy pia yuko hapo. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. I wanted to talk a little bit. I'm just going to be brief. I want to talk about Ruto visit to the USA. I was a little bit. I know people have been discussing about his fake Whitehouse visit, which he did not. He did not do. He didn't go. He didn't meet anybody. He just met some junior officers within the State House Department. But what really captured my attention was there was a website that had been promoting Ruto's visit to the US. You know, it's a website that Ruto was organizing a dinner event to raise money. Of course, it's really hard on money right now. This website started selling tickets on the 24th of last month, and it was selling it until the 3rd of March, which is a couple of days ago, I think yesterday. And you will not be, I don't know whether anybody has heard about this, but you'll be surprised. Out of the entire fundraising, he only had 3 people that bought the tickets. 3. It just tells you how even the diaspora, where he was expecting to get money, could not even come to his function. 3 tickets out of thousands and thousands of tickets which they expected to sell. They only got 3. So it automatically tells you that something is wrong with his expectation, because he thought that the diaspora votes were there and people had been kind of giving him the wrong information. So it's very embarrassing to see that our whole DP will only get 3 people buying a ticket as to fundraise for him, for dinner. So it tells you something is wrong. In his interview, there's another day I was telling that Ruto is suffering from narcissistic personality disorder. That's what it is. NPD. You go Google it. You'll see the exact symptoms of somebody suffering from that particular type of disease. Is ask a question about corruption, particularly concerning Waiguru, who made sure that she wasn't attending that interview. And instead of Ruto going head on to discuss about how his government, if he ever forms a government, is going to tackle corruption, Ruto turns the conversation around and make it look like, yeah, corruption is a worry to us. And he's saying that corruption should not be personalized. People should not point fingers at corrupt people. We should look at it as an institution that needs help. Now, how do you tackle corruption if there are no culprits, if there are no people involved in corrupt practices? Because that's the only way you deal with it. And so here is the person, instead of saying, yeah, I happen to have this particular governor who is with me. She was accused of corrupt activity, but this is what we are going to do with our government. No. He turns it around, and it's like somebody else is the one who's doing it. You see, so you're wondering what kind of an individual is this, who forgets his function even as a person, leave alone a person running for a higher office. That's a big problem. Right there, you can actually see. And then he talks about rigging. Yesterday, we were having this conversation about rigging and what should be done to him. I think Nancy mentioned something like that, we should be left alone. And I think that will be setting a very bad example, because if we don't do something about it, we'll be saying that we're afraid of him. And we are saying that if we really touch him, then people are he's going to get sympathy votes. No. He should be questioned, and be asked where he got that kind of information. He should tell Kenyans who is planning to rig the election in favor of somebody else. But at the same time, what was he doing? When he was asked, he said, well, IEBC is okay. They've got a lot of confidence in IEBC. If given proper guidance, IEBC will do. So by doing that, whom is he really blaming? Whom is he accusing of planning to rig the election? And how do you rig election without IEBC if he's got confidence in IEBC? Elections are usually get rigged by the body that supervises it. But then he's saying, well, election is going to be rigged against me, but I have confidence in IEBC. So you tell me. Today, in the course of when I woke up, this Ugandan fella, I've never liked him, but today he was talking a lot of sense. Matsanga. Yeah, he talked a lot of sense. I followed the conversation. I was trying to more or less like fill up the dots, connect the dots, and he seemed to have actually put his argument in order, which makes you believe whatever that he was saying. Of course, some of the stuff that he was talking about we know, but then he went into more details of how the whole thing has been organized and how it's being done. And I was so much concerned about the money aspect, how Ruto plans to get the money from the states. And then one dot, which he was able to connect for me, was George Kegoro. If anybody has ever heard about George Kegoro is actually in New York right now. He's one of those guys who I think is running, is a director of the open space, it's an NGO, but it's based in the States. And that's where most of the money that I think DP is looking to obtain supposed to come from, through Soros, funding that particular place. So if you follow the conversation, you're just realizing, that's why Mudavadi was carried along, because Mudavadi and Kegoro come from the same Viga constituency and they're friends. So the connection has already been made there. So Mudavadi went and met this guy so that the money itself can be funneled through Kegoro from Soros. And we know what Soros has been doing all over the world. Sponsoring.
Fidel.
Yes.
George Kegoro is kissy.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yes, he is. Very much.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. So George Kegoro and Mudavadi are actually they're buddies. They've been buddies for a long time. So I was able to understand how the whole thing works and how the money is supposed to be funneled through. Is it some of those Middle Eastern country, where the money is supposed to go through and then funnel to Somalia, because DP now is facing quite a challenge how to get his money, because his money has been intercepted wherever he tries to bring it in the country. So it made a lot of sense for me, and I think I had this conversation with Temba yesterday. Temba, as you were there, I still maintain that when the DP arrive in Kenya, he needs to be questioned about that allegation, because he more or less accused the entire state, and then even giving the impression that Raila Odinga is a puppet, who is there to be installed, or who is waiting installation. I think that's a very terrible message he's sending to the investors, and the investors need confidence. So otherwise, all these things we are talking about, the growing of the economy, can never happen if the confidence is missing, is lacking with investors. Another thing I wanted to really mention, which I've been seeing with Azimio, I know Azimio has been doing a lot of campaigning. They need to work on their communication system. It's terrible, the communication, the way their message is not really coming very, very clearly. Delivery needs to be done in a more specific way, not a further way in which it's being done, because sometimes people lose the message. The Baba needs to really discipline the way he delivers his message. I know he's already old, but the content of his message is there. We know it. But delivery also is very, very important, because you're talking about captivating people and creating, getting that attention for people to listen to you. So you need to find a way in which you can be able to, the oomph of speaking. It has to be there because you're trying to capture somebody's attention. So I think it needs to be reminded about that. And the communication system is terrible. It keeps stopping all the time. We have reached a stage where you're talking about a presidential campaign. So all these things need to be taken in consideration, how they're done, and they're supposed to be done in a professional manner to instill confidence and that Azimio is on the right track. I was also impressed about Governor Kivuta Kibwana running for Senate. He's saying he's now going to run for senator. And I think that is a very powerful message because by doing that, he will still be in a position to galvanize the votes. He'll be campaigning actively. Instead of being in the national politics, he'll still be doing the county one. And that's where the votes are. So the thinking that if Kalonzo disappears and something will be missing, no. I think Kibwana has done a very wonderful job by doing that, by going back to the grassroots, mobilizing that population to vote for Azimio. So that, to me, is a positive influence. It should be encouraged. If there are governors who are getting out of office and they're popular, they really need to think which part to play in the national politics. So I'll leave it there. Over to you, Bernard. If anybody has got a question, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Fidel. We appreciate your observation and perspectives. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank God Themba is here. Themba, you take all the powers to read and write and communicate. I am out of here. See you in the evening in the next show. Kama kuna mtu na swali aulize sahi.
That's fine. Tomorrow, today in the evening, you're seeing them at the singles show from 8 to 9, and then open show from 9. I don't know if we are still having that.
Hey, let me check. The banner must be here. I had even forgotten. My counting of days changed when I was in Marsabit. The sun was rising from the wrong direction.
We do it next week.
No. We have a way. We can't miss it.
You guys, you better do it. You better do it tomorrow. I'm single too. I need to join you.
There we go.
Okay, everybody single and ready to mingle. Wayara, you have to be single and ready to mingle, not just single.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Pensi Corner, we will be set again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. East African time as we look for the young people, give them direction and address relationship matters. So, make sure that you are here and to tell every other person that needs to be here for this great show when you are single and ready to mingle. Usikose, utachekwa. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Thank you for Captain for piloting the ship up to this time. See you when we meet later at 8. I don't know who was coming next, but I want to start by asking Wayara two quick questions. Wayara, when you say that you want Baba to be more professional on how he communicates, what exactly do you mean?
When I say professional, I'm not saying that he needs to be professional. I'm saying the tools that he uses, the communication gadgets that the campaign is using need to be done in a more standardized way at a presidential level because the way sometimes they're talking and then something happens to the communication, like you can't hear anything, and it goes for a long time. They have to switch, they go to something else, and yet the conversation ought to be kept. That tempo needs to be maintained. And two, the delivery system. In other words, when it is delivering his message, all plays a big role in that. But it does not have to be doing it in a haphazard way. It has to be disciplined with a purpose, to eat the message. You're supposed to be eating those particular notes so that the audience is able to more or less, you capture the imagination, whatever that you're saying. And maybe if you do it more often, and then try to explain. Sometimes you go outside the normal theme you keep playing every single day, because people already know what you're going to say before you even say it. You might want to be saying the exact thing, but now you say it in a different way, because it still remains the same thing, but you're saying it in a different way, where now somebody who has been hearing the same message now listen to it, but in a different manner. Oh, this is a bit more, it's different. In other words, you give somebody a chance to be able to think, to know that you are thinking beyond the normal thing, rather than you have memorized a script that you keep saying over and over, because we are talking about, we want somebody whom we as a president who can think on his toe, In other words, that's what a leader is supposed to be doing. You're thinking even as you're walking, you're chewing a gum at the same time as you're climbing the stairs. So that's what I mean. I'm saying you maintain the content of what you want to say, you maintain it, but you can say it in a different way without changing it, so that we know, okay, you're alive. You think outside the box. There's some people who don't understand your initial message, but if you say it in a different way, they can be able to understand it. That's what I meant.
Okay, it's still a little on my, according to me, it's still a little, hazy on what you're trying to mean, but maybe we'll get back to that as we move on, because
I think you're still hazy. Yeah, you're still hazy because you just came now.
Yes, Stone PK. I can see Wayara just want to hit me instead of hitting the point.
Thank you, Themba, and welcome. I think I've picked so well what Fidel is saying, because this thing came up in another forum we had, even in another meeting we had with this group called Yotha. There was a section of guys we were discussing with, and there is a section of guys that don't want to hear, when you are trying to to correct or even kutoa tu makosa kwa, Azimio campaigns. We were looking critically even in terms of equipment. Number one, Baba campaign should not be ati kuna shida ya equipment. It should have state-of-the-art PA system. I think you guys in the US can even raise funds to have at least 3 sets of PA system if there was that gap. But sahi akona serikali in quotes, yeah, meaning akona Jubilee. It's a conglomeration of so many parties. Therefore, issues like PA system should not be a problem. Company amplifier should be carrying around 6 amplifiers. Yeah, it should have what we call outside broadcasting support system, whereby you don't have fluctuation of sound. Mara sijui mic zimekwama, unagonga vile watu washago gonga, that kind of a thing. Like Baba should have like 4 mics. Huyo jamaa wake huyu anaenda amebeba mic 4, namba hizo mabattery ziko enough, si maneno ya kuanza kuzifungua huko it should be a semblance of US kind of a campaign. You know, unaona hizo banners, they are very nice. Baba forever, you know, Baba the fifth. Sasa that image should remain. Equipment should be, you know, state of the art. And then also the motorcade, that also came in the meeting we were. It's getting haphazard, you know, and yet, you know, we are already thinking and assuming Baba is the president. Tunataka rehearsal mapema. I know he doesn't have the serikali motorcade, which is normally very organized, but those guys he has a team that is trained Kenya, whatever they are more close to almost the Reke team, close to the presidential escort team. Those guys you are seeing wearing half jacket, the brown ones, yeah, the ones who run along the, yeah. So I was thinking, and I even suggested that, like when you go to Bungoma, for example, you should get a group of nice, disciplined youth who can help you. They ride like the outriders, you know, wanaweka distance so that you don't have vehicles zigzagging on the road. You know, kunakuwa at least something like 40-50 meters ahead before gari ya Baba, there is another 2 cars ahead. That organization is lacking. Now, when it comes to presentation of the ideas, like what Fidel is saying, that gap is very prominent. You know, prominent in the sense that already Baba knows what he's delivering, but of course, with age, you can have that kind of you know, is it the slackness a little bit? There are some gaps that come in, but again, the juice he used to have, it has gone down. His speech becomes boring, you know, and especially to youth. You know, the youth, they need, like, if you're presenting the 6,000, you know, it should be a bit well packaged. When you are talking about the Baba care, it's only in Bungoma whereby this guy came and tried to present it. What do we call him? Oledama, the senator of Narok. Yeah, but when Baba presents this, it doesn't sound exciting, you know. So I don't know who will tell him. The problem we have with when people are aging, our skis, you know, I noticed that most of them, 80% of watu wanasema nina experience, I've done this many years, blah blah blah. But like, for example, in the UN, whether you've been there for 60 years, unapangiwa vile utapresent your points, public speaking. Unafunzwa hata public speaking, hata kama umeifanya mpaka PhD level. Once you join UN, you go through those classes, you know, because public speaking is not as easy as people assume. Yeah. So hizo delivery points, just as Fidel is saying, zinakuja unaona zina bore, and then when a crowd gets bored, ndio unaona inamsumbua saa ingine, hey, nyamazeni sikizeni, because there is a trick that can be done. Maybe before Baba comes, there should be a very organized curtain raiser ule ataleta very captivating messages ambayo inatuliza the multitude, and then he comes in, and when he comes in, he hammers the point, you know, vile alihama Kandui, asirudie nini, akuja I present differently but the same in the next stop. I think that will be left to his communication team, but at least we put down those comments. I'm sure some of them listen to this, because we don't want public to be bored. Unaona, we have 6 months to go, na itafika wakati wa kuongea. Hatutaki watu waanze kusema huyo mzee hata hakuna kitu anasema sasa, hakuna haja ya kuenda kwa hiyo meeting. Yeah, and I think he should also reduce on whenever he is there, he reduces on the number of people to speak, you know, because I realize they are in a hurry because they have a whole multitude. Kila mtu lazima aongee, and then some even are given 30 seconds, utaambia crowd nini, you know. So sometimes it's even better to keep not to speak if you don't have time to even drive half a point home. And those are things that really bore crowd, especially mtu amefika kiwanjani saa 5 mchana, wewe umefika saa 10. That guy, you know, kila saa unainua mkono. We know it is Raila Amolo Odinga, but now can you imagine 20 of you coming and each of you asking us to raise up our hands and seeing Raila Amolo Odinga, Raila Amolo Odinga? You know, people, the whole team needs some some training, because the campaigns of today si zile za 50s na 60s, yeah. Lazima ufanye na to style kama utoto wa Babu Owino, unaona, you know, it's trying to really hype the crowd a little bit. So yeah, Fidel, you have a point. You have a really good point. UDA in some rallies is doing better than us, truth be said. Especially when it's huyo jamaa huyo tunaita mwizi. Sometimes he goofs and then nafikiria kuna kitu huwa wanavuta or something. So he can go 3-4 speeches, he does very poorly, and then kuna ingine anaenda moja unaona anafanya inakaa mzuri. Sometimes I think anaenda na wave pia, but Baba with his points which are very good can be very well arranged and delivered home very in a more resonating manner.
And they should respect women speakers when they come to the stage.
Exactly. They are denying ladies a lot. You know, wanasahau. You know, you see a lot of male chauvinism, which is not good at all. You know, that you bring ladies as a second thought. Because like now they should know what the crowds and who really the crowds like to hear. The crowd doesn't have to demand for Babu, you know. The crowd doesn't have to demand for this lady, this very articulate lady. Huyu wa nani?
Gladys
Wanga. I mean, those are speakers you should know. You are first 11. You know, unaleta haraka ndio crowd isianze kupiga kelele na kuwa unruly. Thank you very much.
No comment to what you guys are saying, so I will not push it further. I have my reservations because I have a differing view, but I'll hold it for now. What is it, Alex?
For the first time, you have acknowledged defeat.
No, it's you see, there's no wisdom in pursuing it. There's no wisdom. That's my submission to that. You know, you pursue a journey that you think there'll be some end to it, but what's the wisdom in pursuing it? So, how are you, Harold? Sasa ukimute na unaongea. Harold, natukusikii. You need to go and come back again.
Temba, it was Ziana is the one who's supposed to talk after I finish.
Ah, okay. Ziana, how are you? Sasa nyinyi mko kwa kate na mkiitwa muongee, mna mpango gani?
Wewe Temba, mbona ni nini huwa nakusumbua na mimi jamani? Si uniambie tu mara moja nisikize.
Asi nimekuita na umenyamaza.
Wewe uliza upewe, sio usikize.
Alex, umemmaliza? Haya.
Ziana karibu.
Asante, nashukuru Temba. Leo hii mimi nikizungumza kuhusu makamu wa rais kwanza. Makamu wa rais anichekesha mno. Kwa sababu yale yote nimeona ati ameenda Whitehouse. Jamani, hata nyinyi wenzangu mliona Whitehouse kwenyewe kweli? Jamani, ndugu yangu, ambaye ni makamu wa rais, namuomba aseme ukweli. Uongo unazidi mpaka sijui itakuwa mpaka wapi. Hata Gachagua anafikiria ameona uongo ni mwingi, mpaka amesema ameamua kurudi apiganie kiti badala ya kungoja. Anaona ishaenda hii, hakuna makamu wa rais, hakuna mahali wanaenda kweli, kwa sababu hakuna mahali deputy anaenda ati anaenda kuwa rais. Kwa hivyo Gachagua ameamua yarudi kupigania, wakati Alice bado anatembea aone nchi ya Amerika, afurahie, kwa sababu akirudi Kenya hamna chake. Kuanzia mwezi wa Agosti hamna chake. Tukifika Agosti Alice Wahome hamna mahali anaenda. Kwa hivyo wacha atembee, wajifurahishe. Wengi wale wamekuja, nafikiria wamekuja kutembea, wapewe hela zao na huku. Juu ukifika Kenya hamna mahali utapewa hela. Mabenki zimefungwa na tayari hata makamu wa rais mwenyewe anafunga benki. Mi nilipoona Raila kule Trans Nzoia, yani nakwambia nilifurahi kule, nilifurahia mno akizungumza. Kwanza mazungumzo yake tu yanatoa nyoka pangoni. Watu wengi husema msichana ndio sauti yake nyororo, kama wengi kama kina Alexi nani nasikia wakikufa kwa ile sauti nyororo ya Princess Emmy alipokuwa akizungumza hapa. Wengi wanakufa kwa hiyo sauti, lakini ya Raila ilikuwa inatoa nyoka pangoni. Wale waliojificha kule ndani walikuwa wanatoka pangoni kusikiza sauti ya Raila. Kwa hivyo sisi tulifurahia mno, na kile ningeweza kusema, msichana mzuri kama niseme sauti yake ni nyororo kama hiyo ya Raila, hafai kuwa anazungumza zaidi. Kwa hivyo apewe nafasi kidogo, watu watoke nje wasikize sauti, alafu arudi anyamaze. Hiyo ndio naweza wahimiza wafanye hivyo. Akitoka kidogo sauti isikike, watoke. Wakina Alex wasikize kidogo ili wafurahie. Kwa hivyo mi nashukuru na ninaomba Wakenya tuwe hivyo. Jana nilisema hapa ya kwamba tumekuwa Azimio damu popote tuendapo. Hiyo injection inawekwa Azimio. Pale watu walikuwa wamefurika mno. Hata nafikiria ukiangusha shilingi huwezi ipata. Kwa hivyo nafikiria Raila akiendelea hivyo, tayari tuna rais. Na wahimiza Wakenya tupendane, tufanye siasa zetu tukiwa na raha, tukiwa tunapendana sisi sote. Hiyo ndio Kenya mimi napenda. Hiyo ndio Kenya mimi napenda zaidi. Kila kabila, lugha tunayosema, Kiswahili yatuunganisha. Kwa hivyo tuwe wote wa Kenya. Tukimaliza siasa bado tutarudi pale. Ila hali ninawaelezea ya kwamba tuna ugatuzi. Kila wakati nawaambia ugatuzi upo. So uanze na MP wako, senator, governor. Wachague wale watakufanyia kazi vizuri. Temba nimesema tu kidogo, nitarudi baadaye. Nashukuru sana kwa kunipa nafasi.
Najua wewe tunakaa na wewe hapa mpaka hadi tamati. So wewe ni watu wa kufunga show. So najua utakuja tena. Wacha nimpe Fred Kasudi nafasi. Fred Kasudi, habari?
Mzuri kaka, hujambo?
Si jambo, sina neno. Labda wewe.
Naona mdogo wangu hapa Lusweti leo amejikakamua, amejisaditi, ashaingia.
Kawaida bana, kawaida. Unajua leo ni Ijumaa, hivi wengi pale hawana sherehe za kesho.
Habari hiyo.
Tupate maoni yako.
Sasa wacha nianze na nyumbani.
Fred, tulisema ukiingia unaanza kutaja mbunge wako. Si unatoka Bungoma?
Si mimi nakwambia sasa, wacha nianzie nyumbani. My friend, mimi when I was looking when I was following up kile kilikuwa kinafanyika home, I was so excited to see that. Na tulikuwa tumepewa challenge hapa na Alex jana. So I think what happened in Kisii compared with what happened in Bungoma, you can see very clearly that kuna forces on the ground. There are people on the ground, they are working. Especially, mimi natoka Webuye, Bungoma East, Webuye constituency. Mbunge ni Alfred Sambu, the sleeping giant. Then kwa base kwa nini kama hiyo, tunasema ya kwamba walionyesha kitu ambacho kila ambacho tumekuwa tukitarajia, tulikuwa tunataka kuona sana, na sina comment nyingi kuhusu hiyo kwa sababu the journey in Bungoma was successful. Kutoka Bungoma, Webuye, Chwele, Kimilili, Kamkuyu, yote imekuwa very successful. Misihu nimeona ilikuwa ya kufana sana, so nilikuwa so excited kuona watu wakiwa wameitikia kusikiza. Kidogo waje niongee kuhusu unajua ukisema kuna watu wamechukua uongo kuwa baadhi ama sehemu ya maisha yao, na hakuna vile unaweza toa huyo mtu pale. Nimesikia, nilimuona akiwa anahojiwa na Esther ule wa VOK, Voice of America. Ile strategy anatumianga tu, ukimuuliza tough question anabadilisha mood, anabit around the bush. Ameulizwa tu maswali mawili matatu ya maana sana. Wewe unapanga nini kuhusu utafanyaje kuhusu hii nini corruption yenye imekita mizizi hii? Bla bla bla. Akaulizwa, wewe kwa kambi yako, kwanza vile inasemekana hata ni vile huyo mrembo hajapata minji, aliipa pesa zilipotea za NYS, na bado ndio huyo uko na yeye, unapatana na yeye hapa. Utarudishaje hizo pesa wewe utakapochukua ya serikali? Akashindwa kujibu hiyo. Mulikosania wapi? Akashindwa kujibu hiyo. So imekuwa ngumu sana. Hiyo safari alikuwa anafikiria anaenda itakuwa rahisi, itakuwa ngumu sana. Hata sisi kama hatujui State House, White House, lakini alitudanganya. Hiyo ni excuse ya White House if I'm not wrong. Because hata cameraman wake alifanya blunder because anaonyesha White House iko the other side, wamesimama mahali pengine around maybe even a kilometer away from White House. Hapo mnatuambia, but hiyo ndio blunder nani alifanya? Huyu tumuita nani? Tulifikiria wakati Hussein anaitwa Mohamed Hussein ama sijui nani ameingia huko, at least ataboresha communication ya Ruto. Lakini sasa yeye the first move amefanya blunder hata kuliko ya Itumbi. Anaenda kuandika uongo, Wakenya wamemshambulia, wamesema sasa sijui ni nini iko huku kwa Ruto. Mtu anaenda huko akiwa mzuri, akiwa na akili nzuri, akishafika huko anapakawa, anakuwa mjinga, hajielewi, anaanza kufanya vitu zenye hazieleweki. Hiyo automatically unajua tu ya kwamba hapo kuna shida. Na wacha nishambulie Stone PK kidogo. Wacha nikubalie tu disagree na wewe kitu kimoja. Unajua, when it comes to addressing the multitude of people, kuna kitu kimoja ambacho wanga kinahitajika sana, consistent of the message. So ukisema ya kwamba kurudia the same thing in a bow, what you are experiencing in Embu, it's not what we experience in Bungoma. What you are facing in Kisii, it's not the same thing people are facing in Mandera. So when the delivering of the message, it might look the same message, but it's being introduced on a different platform, a different environment, on a different area. So ni lazima mtu anaangalia mahali penye ako. Huu ujumbe nikiuleta katika njia hii unafaa ama haufai. But nitakubaliana na wewe, kabla watu waanze kudemand, so we need to hear from so and so, wakwe wakipewa hiyo kipaumbele wanafanya nini? Wanasungumuza alafu wanasalimia watu, because wao wanasema kusalimia watu. Wanasalimia watu alafu wanaenda. Lakini kwa ujumbe mimi naona tu mzako sawa. Wacha shikilie tu hapo. Unajua hutafurahisha kila mtu. You cannot please everybody. Kuna wale hata vile tuko hapa, hata ukijaribu kufanya to please sisi wote, kuna wale ambao wataona hapana, kidogo hapo ungefanya hivi kungekuwa hivi, ungefanya hivi kungekuwa vile. So outside players are the people who knows the playing field more than the player who are in the pitch. And on that note, when we are outside here, we can poke so many holes in the rallies or in the speeches, but in real sense kuna kitu kimoja tu kile mimi nimefurahia, consistent of Baba's speech. Hakuna mahali ameenda akabadilisha akasema tofauti na vile alivyosema mahali pengine. Hapana, ile anasemanga hiyo ndio, na hiyo ndio imemsaidia amestahimili mpaka leo hii. Angekuwa ni mtu wa kubadilisha leo hii milioni 6, bilioni 50, bilioni 11, milioni 4, milioni 5, hakuna kitu ingekuwa mpaka saa hii. Angekuwa aliisha kama huyo mwingine vile ameisha. Na nimemalizia hapo na hata siongei tena. Asante sana Themba kwa kunipea nafasi.
Asante sana Kasudi. Nimeona umejibu akina Stone PK kwa moja ambao nilikuwa nataka, lakini nimeacha. Wacha niachane nao. Najua nikijibu anasema Themba mara Fidel Themba sijui nini. Acha ninyamaze nisiseme. Habari gani? Yes Fidel, sema.
Well, Fred, Skia, listen. What I was saying, haikuwa inamaanisha kwamba eti akienda sehemu fulani ageuze namba ya tuseme pesa ambazo anawaahidi wa Kenya, akifika kule ageuze tena. Consistency is the same. Yani content ya message yake remain the same. Delivery, hiyo tulikuwa tunasema delivery, vile unavyodeliver hiyo message yako, kwa sababu content inabaki vile ilivyo. kitu ambacho umesema Kimilili, you don't have to go and say it in Chwele vile ulivyosema Kimilili, unasema same thing. Of course yeah, the content, but brother, kama nikikwambia kwamba wewe pua yako, hiyo pua ambao unayo ni kubwa sana, alafu wakati ujao, wakati mwingine nakwambia lakini hiyo pua bwana, vile ulizaliwa nayo, unaijua ni saizi ya saizi kubwa. Unaona, yani nimegeuza msemo, nimeongeza msemo mwingine, saizi na hiyo ni kubwa. Yani your nose is still the same, still the nose, but I'm saying delivery of the message. Kwa sababu if I'm saying it over and over the same way wherever I go, the same message, the content remains the same, but I speak the same way everywhere. That's what bore people. Kwa sababu some mtu anajua kitu ambacho utasema hata hapo mbeleni. Wanajua, utasema akifika hivi ataanza kusema hivi na vile na vile na vile. But if you are changing it, you keep changing them, your delivery system, the delivery way, you deliver it in a different way, but the same content. So it becomes new every single day. Somebody listen to it, it's a new, fresh thing, but the content is still the same. There's nothing wrong with that.
Ndugu yangu, I hope you are Christian, and let me ask you a question.
You hope I'm a Christian?
The word of God.
You don't want to go there.
The word of God. The word of God. Wanga inabadilishwa ama ni ile tu? Wewe usome Methali, usome Mathayo, usome gani? Si ni ile tu?
That is a word. That's the word of God. The word of God. You don't change the word of God.
I'm asking. Si ni ile tu? Sasa nyinyi mbona mnataka baba atie chumvi, na Biblia inakwambia usiongeze wala usiondoe. Mbona mnataka baba atie chumvi, aseme akikuja mahali pengine ambapo anaona environment is not suitable for 6,000, aseme nitaongeza ama nipunguze? No, it remain. Na vile alisema Kimilili, aseme hivyo Chwele, aseme hivyo Bungoma, aseme hivyo Webuye. Hiyo inaenda ikising in the minds of people, in the thoughts of people. So hata akiamshwa saa 6 ya usiku, he knows what he's going to say. Hata ukimwambush vile wameambush deputy president, ameshindwa kujieleza kwa sababu amekuwa ambushed with a question that hajawahi kuipractice kwa mdomo yake. Ameshindwa kujibu. So hatutaki scenario kama hiyo ikuje ipatikana ati
actually Kasudi hapo sasa umesema tena the other point that I had that I am picking is also, now that you as you keep talking, I keep getting the temptation to speak. Number one is
Themba wacha ni kidogo alafu useme.
Okay, stone PK. Sawa, stone PK.
Themba ukianza kuchangia ya Kasudi utapotea kabisa. Kasudi amepotea. That's not what Fidel and I are saying. We are not saying unaenda una change from 6 to 7. No. I mean, I think this is so simple. I don't know why it's gonna take another debate. It is so simple. For example, Themba, the way you will present the 6,000, ya Baba, I'm sure if you read it from his 10 points, it's not the way Peter Kuria Stone will deliver, but we will be delivering the 6,000. Yeah, because 6,000 amesema ni ya nini? It will be to the households that do not have any income. It's not to every household. Unaona? It is a temporary social, a social input to help houses that will not be having an income. Okay? Now, vile wewe utaipresent, somebody else will present differently, wording differently, but the figure, the message is 6. Hata Biblia, even pastors don't preach the same. I don't know why Kasudi has disappeared. The pastors deliver messages differently with flowery, but telling you one main point. Yeah?
Niko na kusikiza ndugu yangu.
No. Yeah, thank you. So what we are saying is you don't change the core message. 6,000 itakuwa ni 6,000 kwa nani? Kwa nyumba ambazo hazina income. Ukianza kupata income, you are out of that. You are out of that. Yes.
Mimi nakubaliana na nyinyi because this is, let me start with the point of convergence and then I go to the point of where I differ with you. The point where I agree with you is I hold the view like you do that improvement is permanent. So anytime, anywhere, there's always room for improvement. There's no perfection. So that one I agree with both of you to the extent that there should be room for improvement anytime, anywhere, on anything. There should be that room. So feedback is good. If there is something that can be done to make it better, I think that's good feedback. I mean, I agree with both of you to that extent. The other thing I agree with both of you is I think specifically Wayara is maybe the sound system needing to be worked on and stuff like that. So as you move on, as you improve, you kind of want to have that sound system being better and reaching more people. So that one I agree. I also agree with you. I'm starting with the point that I agree. They can do it better in terms of how they follow through with the people who are speaking, and also so that they make it seamless. I mean, that for me, having participated in several campaigns back at home, I appreciate it can be a challenge. I, however, don't think I on the school of thought of that probably Baba should be adopting probably a certain way of talking, you know, stuff like that. I don't think so. Baba should just be Baba. You know, these people should learn to accept you for who you are, because in the campaign team, they have identified different people with different strengths. There's someone who will come and speak like maybe Babu Owino will come and speak to certain points. They have kind of, you know, separated them. You know, they have given them different roles in the team. So someone will come, ye kazi yake ni kuwasha crowd. Another one will come, ye kazi yake ni speak to this. So if you see that coordination, it is coming out pretty well. And then Baba comes and summarizes. That has been following, because even when Baba was away, those campaign teams were going around. If you can remember how it was working, all of them were speaking to different things, and then Baba comes and crowns it. So I think also we need to be alive to the dynamics right now. There are so many. Okay. I'm coming to it. Okay. So you see what has been happening is there are those guys who have been planning on different kinds of areas that they are focusing their speaking points, and then they finalize with Baba speaking on a certain point. If you realize the speech when Baba was in Kisii, there are things he spoke to that were specifically from Kisii. When he went to Bungoma, there are things he spoke to that he highlighted. In fact, the major thing that he's highlighting in counties is the idea of, one industry per county, per sub-county actually. So he goes there and he's actually informed of what is it that is there, and he speaks to it. We need to give that feedback, but you need to appreciate that Baba is not just walking. Baba has a serious team of strategists and people who are thinkers within his team, who are actually working on making all those things become seamless. So we need to give our feedback. But again, if we even over criticize, you can be, they call it paralysis of analysis. You can analyze too much until you lose everything that is going to happen. That you want it to be like 1, 2, 3. Campaigns never happen like that. There's something that Baba did. He was going into counties, and then when he goes there, he conducts some town hall meetings. Now, in those town hall meetings, he was doing, specific itemization of what he's going to do. Now, in those places, he was giving the complete agenda, and he was having one-on-one with those people. Then from there, when you go to a rally, hardly do you find a lot of time there, you know. And of course, there are also national and internal things that come in, dynamics that come in. So when you become too you know, obsessed with the, you know, analysis, you might forget basically what is supposed to be gotten at the end of the day. But I agree with both of you to the extent that there's need to, I mean, anything that can make them improve, they can pick, and of course that's feedback, which is good, and that's why I said there's no wisdom, it's feedback. So they'll pick it, like PK said, they'll listen to this, they'll pick, they implement. But if you have ever been part of a campaign like where you are seeing so many interests coming in, what you guys are saying, you'll even wonder how they balance even to reach where you are. Sometimes it's good to let the crowd say, give us so and so, because that shows it's also a campaign trick. You know, you go there until you find the crowd has said, wacha nani atuongeleshe. You don't just come and imagine that they want to listen to these people. Like Babu doesn't come from Bungoma. So you want to give people who are local, whose speeches is going to matter to those people, you know, because there are people who want to vie for some seats there. You can't give someone who is probably coming from Nairobi and then someone else who is supposed to be coming from there is not given a chance. So you want to balance those interests so much. Babu is coming to Bungoma. Whom do you want to give more? You'd want to give someone like probably those guys who are Kalasinga, I mean someone from there. Now, when the crowd says, oh, Babu, that's when you say, oh, Babu kuja salimiana. That's good thing for your campaign. So I think we might need to also understand they're trying within what they have. But again, as I said, the improvements you are giving in, this video is here. They are going to watch. If there's anything that they can apply, they'll do that. Let me bring in Robert. Robert, how are you? Robert, unmute, and then I bring Sam Wanga. Wow.
Hello.
Yes, hello, how are you?
Hello.
We can hear you. How are you? Hatujambo.
I'm Jambo. I'm good bro. Hey, leo umeniweka bwana. Naingia kila siku nagoji tu amuniwekangi. Nimeshukuru
Sasa
sana.
unaingia na kulalamika
Nyamira
badala
County, West Mugirango.
Unaingia na kulalamika badala uingie na
Naingianga kila
uongee.
siku lakini asante. Mimi natoka Nyamira County.
Kwani wewe ni mtu wa
West
UDA?
Mugirango. Mimi si UDA, huyu mtu huyu ni wasimu. Najua siku mingi sisi tumekuwa opposition ni karibu miaka yote. Lakini raundi hii ataona kifumbi. Nilikuwa nataka kuchangia hiyo mambo ya Chebukati anatuambia eti hajasikia vile Ruto ameongea kuhusu serikali yetu, anaongea mbaya. Kwani nani wakati huyu mwanamke alikuwa ameongea mbaya akamsummon? Si alisikia kwa news? Hii sio news yenye Ruto ameongea, sio media. Na ako na information. Alafu anataka kutuambia eti atashughulikia baadaye. Hiyo inafaa achukue hatua mara moja. Na mambo ya Chebukati kwanza ndiye ametufanya tuko hapa nje tunahangaika, tuko hapa gafu tunahangaika, ndiye ametufanya tumetoka country yetu tunakuja hapa kuchapa tuna joto. Sababu yake inafaa achukulie Ruto hatua mara moja. Asante sana.
Okay, asante. Sam, habari gani?
Pemba vizuri sana bwana. It's been a long
Sai
time.
ni winter huko.
It's been a long time. Grateful to be here. We thank the good Lord first of all, for my country, Kenya, for the leaders that we have. And I must say that as the days progress, our leaders are showing their true character. But first things first, I think this visit of the Deputy President has kind of embarrassed the country. We can look at it in whichever way that you want to look at it. I think this is the second time the Deputy President is embarrassing the country. In the past, we had the issue of Uganda protocol, kulikuwa na shida. Now, all over social media, unaona picha za the Deputy President meeting, his lieutenants showing some pictures. I don't know how valid they are, but when they are posted, and it's alleged that this is what happened. But you listen to the interviews as he tells his stories, and I want to put them as stories in quotes. And you wonder, why is the Deputy President, on one hand, criticizing a government that feeds him, a government that swore him into authority, he criticizes the people that he represents. And then by the second token, 24 hours later, we get a press release that, he was out there discussing or talking about strategic relations and the interests of Kenya. And you wonder, is this the same person? Day, night, right? I think those are the main comments that I would want to put about this visit of the Deputy President. Whether it is a failure or a success, it depends on who is viewing it. And I know in the next few days we are going to get the different perspectives. Now, there are comments that were made about the feedback that Azimio is being given, and the consistency of the message. We as people who are Azimio followers are supporting Baba. We are supporting individuals in that coalition. The main guy is Baba. It is Baba running the campaign. We cannot force the campaign to reflect our own views, right? We might be dissatisfied with the way, and Pemba talked about, giving a feedback, him having town halls in different areas. That's a good thing. Reason, each and every part where he's going to hold this campaign is different. Different problems, different unique features, different characters, different political situations. So when he talks, and he gives that feedback, we don't expect the politics of Bungoma to be the same as the politics of Kisumu. But at the end of the day, there's one man running the show. That happens to be Baba, right? And therefore, the consistency of the message, especially the national politics, must be seen to be there. It must be there. That's the only way that you will know that once this guy gets to the helm, he means well for the whole country, not just a section, right? And the campaign must reflect the person at the helm, and it must reflect the full country as a whole, so that none of us is left out, right? Now, I think those are the my submission for the day. It's short, brief, and that is it. Thank you, guys.
Yes, Wayara.
I think people still seem to be misunderstanding what I was trying to put through, or what Stone Piquet was saying. It wasn't about us trying to impose or telling Baba to do something different. What is important here is this is the matter of capturing voters, and making your message sink into their subconscious. That's what is important. And each and every single day, you find different voters or different people who come to your rallies. What I was talking about is delivery. It's not about changing the content of your message. The message is still the same. You're doing it according to what is important to the ground. But the delivering that particular message is very, very important. This is a presidential campaign. And all over the world, that part also becomes very, very important. You can have a message, but if you deliver it in a wrong way, people might not be able to understand it.
Yeah, and I can respond to that very, very simply.
Us who are supporting, just listen to what I'm saying, and then you can respond. Us who are supporting Baba, our main purpose of doing this is to be able to improve, his campaign and make his campaign become more effective and more efficient. So if there's something that we notice that is maybe creating a gap that might bring that kind of dissatisfaction, we are supposed to be pointing out. We should not just be blindly saying, oh, because we support Baba, then everything he does is supposed to be left to him. No, he needs all the help he can get. If you are really a true supporter, you must make sure that you find ways of improving what he's doing to make him more effective. So it's not a deal of criticizing, or we are bringing in something else. No, we are saying what he's doing is okay, but do it, make it better. Deliver your message in a different, also make your message become more effective, even in a different way. Don't do it the same thing you did yesterday or the other day, and the other day where you become predictable in what you're going to say. The content still remain the same, but the delivery is what we are talking about. Changing your wordings, the way you say it is what we are saying. What we are saying, change it constantly, become somebody who is not predictable, wherever you're saying. So people cannot just say, oh, yule mzee wa kufanya kusema hivi na vile. No, because the next day you're going to come with something else, the way you're delivering it, depending on where you are. And then you're making people be able to understand.
Bayara.
Yes.
You see what our contention is this. Baba's message should be the same across board. It should be even his delivery is whatever, the way he talks should be the same until there's value in repetition. When you repeat something and people know, okay, there's some consistency in the messaging of what Baba says. There's no place that Baba has gone where he has had to undo when you compare what he said here and the other part, you find sometimes there's a problem with sensationalizing messaging. When you become too sensational, you are likely to lie, and that's the drama that you experience in the other side. When you're saying that you just want to appeal to the emotion but not to the mind, that's a problem. So we yes, Sam.
I fail to understand the moment someone puts you out of your character, then you develop a weakness. All right. Now, let's go back to Kibaki's campaign. All right. I mean, Kibaki was not one of the best orators. Kibaki was not. But just like the fingers belong to a hand, the 5 fingers, each and every individual had a role to play in that campaign. And the message was consistent, it was clear, and the main thing was a new Kenya. Right? Now, if you move Baba from that delivery, you are developing a crack. You are telling this guy to move out of his natural self and deliver something that's not used to. Baba is delivering a uniform message to the Merus, to the Costarians, to the West, Luo West. all the 47 communities. It's the same message, but in his comfort zone, right? That's why we have a campaign team. But the moment you say, oh, he told us about, let's say, Canaan, he told us this way, now he needs to tell it this way. That's not what he experienced. It's different.
No,
you cannot.
But anyway, let's not. Wayara, it's okay. Let's not. Let's let it rest. Yeah, you've made your point. Let's move on. Yeah, it's okay. Wayara.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, let's just let it rest. You guys have made your point. I think Nancy, what's your point? I think pia wewe una maoni yako, hebu toa maoni tusikie.
Yeah, Temba, kitu Fidel anafaa kujua tangu baba atangaze tena ajenda zake hapo Kasarani hakuwa ameanza campaign, na sasa baba ameanza campaign round 1 na hizi ajenda anasema inafaa aambie watu akirudia, ndiposa watu wa huko ndani kabisa waelewe, sababu akianza kubadilisha aongee hapa Kisii hivi, akikuja Bungoma aongee vile, watu hawataelewa. Ni mzuri akuje venye amekuja hivyo, hata aongee Bungoma, aongee Webuye, akuje aongee Kamkuyu, the same thing. Kitu ya maana ni ujumbe ufikie kina mama huko ndani kabisa, sababu watu wanaitana kwa rally. Tulisikia alisema tutakuwa tunapata 6,000. Tuende tusikie ye mwenyewe akisema, wanataka kusikia kutoka kwake ye mwenyewe. Ndio sasa watu wakirudi huko ndani wanaenda kupeleka ujumbe wenye ni wa haki, wanajua itakuja kufanyika. Lakini akianza kubadilisha, na Fidel kitu anafaa ajue, tuna deal na watu wenye watu wa propaganda. Akianza akiteleza tu ulimi hivi, ajaribu kukeuza sijui in the form of kuleta, yani kujaribu kuleta ajenda yake, lakini ile tu, lakini anajaribu kuileta njia ingine, hao watu wataanza kubadilisha, watapata njia ya kumpiga vita. Sasa baba anafaa kustick tu hapo, vile wanamuitanga kitendawili, kukona siku ashaibadilisha, yeye lazima tu atafika mahali aseme hadithi hajai kubadilisha. Sasa kitu mnafaa kujua, ujumbe lazima watu wote si wenye wako mtandao, watu wengi huko nyumbani ndani hawajasoma, wanafaa kusikiza, wasikize mpaka iwaingie.
Asante sana. Wayara, let's just let it rest. You've made your point. Stone PK have made their point. We have understood you. There's no wisdom in pushing it more. Wayara, you are muted. You are saying something, and we can't hear what you're saying.
No. What I was saying is very, very simple. We're actually in agreement, all of us. Well, let me just give an example, just one single example, one simple one. When baba akisema eti unajua mwanamume kazi yake ni sekundi moja, alafu watu wanacheka. Okay, so you're still delivering the message. Kwani kuna tofauti gani kama akisema unajua mwanamume mwenyewe huwa wakati wanapofanya kazi huwa achukui muda mrefu, yeye kazi yake huwa ni fupi sana. There's no difference with what I've just said. Baada ya kusema sekundi moja na yeye kazi yake huwa ni fupi sana, you have not changed the message. Still the same thing.
Okay, Fidel, this is what I'm saying. You've made your point, and Stone PK have made their point. You have heard our say, and like we said, we agree on some, we differ on others. That's okay. We don't have to all pursue your side, and we don't have to be convinced. You have already put your point, so it's about putting a point. We appreciate what you have said. We hold a different view, which is also okay. We don't have to completely agree. I mean, that's how the nature of debate. So whoever is going to come and listen to this question. Okay, Wayara. Yeah.
Can I ask Nancy a question? Nilikuwa kumuuliza Nancy, Yesterday nilikuwa na kungoja. Leo I was waiting for you today very much. I was looking to seeing you and you came. Kwa sababu jana ulituahidi kwamba utaenda Bungoma, utamgoja baba akija na utarudi kesho kuja kutuambia yale ambayo yalitokea. So nilikuwa nakuuliza, I didn't see anatembea katika huo msafara wa baba. Alikuweko pia?
Ako kwa ground Trans Nzoia.
Oh, akuja Bungoma.
Oh, Fidel.
Yes.
Natembea ako kwa ground Trans Nzoia. Unajua yeye hajakuwa kwa serikali. Yeye ndiye anahitaji kiti. Sasa hawezi kuenda tu kila mahali na au wengine. Tunajua anatembea kwa Azimio na ako kwa ground. Pia yeye anajaribu kumobilize watu huko Trans Nzoia, sababu baada ya baba kufanya hii kampeni yake ya 10 days ataenda Trans Nzoia. Sasa anajaribu juzi nimemuona akiwa ameanzisha miradi ya kujenga barabara mahali fulani, huenda hiyo ndio imemshika sana, lakini natembea ako ndani anajaribu kuongea na watu wamuelewe.
Okay, nimekusikia. Asante.
Asante sana Fidel. Shiko, how are you? Shiko, habari gani?
Hi, Pemba.
How are you?
I'm good.
Umepotea sana kwa hii platform, hata naona watu wanasema huko akina Alex wanasema tio Shiko.
Acha uchokozi bana. Nimeingia tu sasa na umeanza kunichokoza.
Naona Alex huko anasema Shiko. Alex, Shiko ndio huyu hapa. Shiko, tuambie ground iko aje?
Huyo ni Olo, sio mimi, usiniweke. Ni Olo ameongea juu ya Shiko.
So Pemba, mimi ningetaka kuchangia kidogo kuhusu DP huko US. So for me, I think they would have maybe retained Dennis Itumbi hata kama ni muongo tu. Lakini Hussein he had so much respect from people, but sahi amejaibisha sana kudanganya. So that's the politics that we've been saying. Ni wao wote ni waongo hawa watu wote wa UDA. Ukiingia UDA kama wewe unaongeanga ukweli, so ujue utakuwa unaongea uongo. And I'll repeat something. I've not been here. Siku hizi zinapatikana weekend. I'll repeat something about hiyo sasa siasa ya uongo ndio tumekuwa tukiona kule kwetu Nyeri na yule anaitwa Rigathi Nyakanga. So ni siasa ya uongo. Nimeona juzi amelipa pesa ya nominations. Anataka kuretain kiti ya Mathera. Maybe ni venye ameona ground iko, ama labda ameambiwa wewe achukue hiyo, maybe you be nominated akuwe CS. We don't know their plans. Tuwezi jua kama ameambililiwa kiti ya CS. So ama tulikuwa tuna expect yeye ndiye atakuwa deputy president. Hiyo ndio siasa ya uongo. Samahani Themba, nimerudi nyuma kidogo. Kuna hiyo sasa, hizo siasa ya uongo ndio zimekuwa, and as these people nimesikia wakidebate wakiongea about Raila, heri urudie kitu moja, because you're not likely to die in future when you stick to one whatever you said first, but when you keep on changing today, leo unasema hii ndio unapata Ruto wanapatikana hivyo, wanapatikana on the wrong side because he's not consistent, and leo anasema hii, kesho anasema hiyo ingine. So ukiongea ukweli ni ngumu contradict, but if you have to tell a lie, then you have to tell another lie and another lie to protect whatever you said before. So for Raila, let him maintain whatever he has been saying. Cause akianza kujinini kuongea vitu zingine, leo anasema hii, kesho hiyo ingine, ukweli atajifunga, au utapata pia yeye sasa kuna anaambiwa anadanganya. Then for nani Gachagua, hey, people think Gachagua is more popular. There's a difference of being famous and being popular. Na Gachagua kazi yake ni, he's arrogant, like I've been saying here, he's arrogant and he's that kind of a guy who is bitter. And they thought they can manipulate Uhuru Kenyatta, and now because Uhuru Kenyatta decided to support Baba, they are just bitter. I saw him the other day, like he was saying, he was in an interview Uko Citizen TV, and he was saying that the president has brought himself into the mud and now he will be answered immediately. Those guys are bitter. And that's why unapata wako na wanapata my embarrassment hata wakienda nchi za ugeni, because they don't maintain whatever they say. They are liars, they are thieves, they are wamekuwa nani za corruption, and they fear Raila presidency because like he said watafunga watu kamiti, now they think they are the target. Juu unajua ukisema mwizi na ujataja ni nani aanze kukuja kusema mambo ya umesema utafunga fulani, they fear. So let's not subscribe to their rise and wacha to support Baba. I didn't follow nini ya Bungoma, I was offline. Lakini ya Malala nimeona saizi akiambia Khalwale mambo ya kama ni governor yeye achukue na kama ni senator huyu mwingine achukue. So wacha wazozane Temba, mimi ningesema wacha wazozane, wakikosa kujadiliana mwenye atatoka UDA, kama kuna time atoke, mwenye anataka kusimama independent asimame. For me I think Malala ni wale wanajisikianga, ni wale wanaume, ni wale watu wanaume wanajisikia if he wants to get something it's good to be aggressive, but then for me I think he's overrated. Na anafikiria yeye tu ndiye kwa ground Kakamega anaweza sema I wish hata heri kungejitokeza mtu mwingine huko Kakamega asimame na kiti ingine, because I believe for the UDA and to have a governor in UDA, I don't know, you need like they've been saying here in Mount Kenya, wenye watachaguliwa na UDA, be it a governor ama nani, they will be impeached, I'm telling you. Because right now watu wamehamia wengi huku sahi, hata item Baba hata kama atarudi Mount Kenya, mtaona watu wenye wata defect wengi sana before time ishe, watu wameanza kurudi Jubilee. So like they've been saying UDA ni chama ya Kalenjin, hata sisi tunataka sasa Jubilee kuwe chama ya Wakikuyu. Watu waingie chama yenye wanataka, if utaingia ama juu ya tribe yako ni sawa, lakini waachane na Jubilee. Watu wengi wata defect, wait and see when Baba will be here in Mount Kenya. So we are hoping kukue wenye watasimama magovernors at least. Maybe someone may be ni kufia ground venye iko inasemanga ground, but I believe if campaigns zikiendelea, UDA is not a party that should have even a governor. Wao wacha wapewe hizo za MCA kwenye wanafikiria they have more strongholds, but for like Margaret Wajiro ati kusimama UDA ati ni yeye Nairobi governor, you know that's a joke. For kina nani anaitwa nani, tunaambiwa turudishiwe Waitito huku Kiambu, Waitito to be a governor, but I heard if those who are impeached are not going to be given a chance to, like they can't be in government, or rather they can't be governors ama wachaguliwe tena. So we are hoping sioni Wamachangi ndio tunafikiria anaweza simama huku Kiambu, but I don't think yeye atachagua na ataenda na chama cha UDA. Maybe he will still he will run it with the Jubilee ticket, but for UDA hiyo atakuwa amejiangusha. Lastly, I would want to comment something about Moses Kuria. I've seen that he wrote something on it, and he said that they are having they want to form a coalition with the Kenya Kwisha. So the only person who would follow Moses Kuria ni wale wenye wanatusiananga na yeye. Moses Kuria yeye ndiye alianza kujiita jaba ya Ruriri, which means kijana wa tribe yetu. Rorere it's tribe in Kikuyu. So Moses Kuria yeye anajisikia sana, and maybe he thinks he can be the Mount Kenya kingpin. So asione kama anatisha Wakikuyu, yeye ako na hiyo tu ile ya kusema is that kind of a guy who likes intimidating people, and at the same time is not you cannot tell leo anasema hivi, kesho he can contradict you if you listen to him. So asishtue watu sasa ndio wanataka wale wenye walikuwa wamesema watachagua nini na chama cha kazi hawataki UDA. Sasa anawaonyesha kujeni, sasa tunaingia Kenya Kwisha. Au ndio tutaform coalition nao ndio tukue popular Mount Kenya. So people should not fear. Moses Kuria atambulikani, kwanza anajulikana sana juu ya kutusi watu na kuongea venye anataka. Nilisikia juzi akisema ameokoka hata kuwa anaongea vibaya. But when I listened to him akiwa mazishi ya governor si governor Waitito, the former governor, ungesikia venye alikuwa anaongea na bitterness akisema hata kufa asiende Azimio, na hatuwataki because they've not been in Azimio, wamekuwa wakisupport UDA and we know, so we are not surprised. We don't need them, yeah. We don't need Moses Kuria to come and convince us Kikuyus to vote for Ruto, to vote for Raila. We only needed to hear from our kingpin, who is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and we listened to whatever he said, even though they said this message was coded, yes, but we respect him and we will follow whatever he says. We don't need Moses Kuria, we don't need Rigathi, we don't need Ares Wahome. We just needed Uhuru Kenyatta to show us the way, and he did. So for us, we are not going to vote for people because Moses Kuria is in Kenya Kwisha or Rigathi Gachagua is in UDA. They think they have followers. So we are going to sasa ndio tutachagua, we are going to vote for Raila or we are going to vote for Ruto. We don't need them in Azimio. We want to have them in the opposition. I think for me as a Kikuyu, sorry to say so, as a Kikuyu, I want them to run a lesson. I want Ruto to be on the opposition. That's my prayer, because I want these ignorant Kikuyus to be taught a lesson by Ruto that they will never forget. They've never been in opposition except wakati Moi alikuwa president, and they felt like they have they say ndo anaweza kuwa na president, but this time round my prayer is the ignorance who are in UDA to be taught a lesson, so next time they are not going to listen to those puppets MPs and follow them without hearing from their leader. Then wafanywe vitu, then after ndio after wakuwe opposition wasikie hiyo baridi, then they will come back to their senses. That's my prayer. I want them, those who vote for Ruto, to face the wrath, and after some time they will be like, I wish I voted for Raila Odinga. And I'm telling you, if Ruto gets that seat, God forbid, we said we start with God forbid, he will go for those guys, those who have been very close to him. He will make sure he destroys them because they know most of his secrets, and he might destroy them, or I don't want to use the other word, because he doesn't want people who will challenge him in his government. He wants people who he can manipulate, Kina Kawanjiko and those other guys, people who he can tell, go somewhere, go tell your people this and that, we want to change the constitution, we want to do this, and they will listen to him. So he will be the first person to either jail them or kill them. those MPs who have
Now
been
you've
very close
said
to him,
it.
those who have been very close to him, he will do that. Atawamaliza sasa ndio aanze kutuletea. Una wakati mlisikia Governor Ricky Nyanzui akisema Togege au Togege sasa anataka watu kama hao. He will finish kina Ndidi, Aris au wote, because they know everything about him, and that's what is just ni kama sasa sahi anawaonyesha wao ndio wako na say, but wait and see, and God forbid is not going to be the president, but as I finish, my prayer is the Baba will go for the Baba to be the president, and then they will be in the opposition. Then we impeach them. They be in the opposition with their jobless, and now they will have to go and beg Ruto, who will be nowhere at that time. We will be happy seeing them doing press conferences somewhere and crying like babies, wakisema vile Raila ama serikali iko, because they are in the cold and no one is there to listen to them. And Uhuru will be laughing, saying when he has retired, he'll be saying, they didn't listen to me, see now. So that's all I can say for now. Themba, thank you for giving me a chance. Thank you.
Themba, can I ask my sister a question?
Hold on, Sam. Why are you unmuting before I?
Just a small question too. Just it's going to be a one-word question. It's not. It's I really appreciate her analysis. Just a small
Now that
question.
you have unmuted, let me allow you. Go ahead. And then
My
Wayara,
sister.
I saw Wayara also with his answer. So Wayara, after Sam, you go ahead and ask your question also. So go ahead, Sam.
My sister, thank you for such a very good analysis. You've given us some things that we didn't know. Now, according to you, from your analysis, we see all these parties are saying that the DP, whatever the coalition is, the DP should come from Mount Kenya. Which part of Mount Kenya do you think the DP should come from?
Thank you, Sam, for that question. For us, and I've said it here, we want Peter Munya to be the deputy president. He's from Meru, but we want for myself and those people that have recent, they want Peter Munya to be the deputy president. When Uhuru was in Sagana, he said something. He said it's his days. It's his day because the other days wao wengine wamekuwa wakipiga siasa, so Sagana 3 was about him and talking to his people, and that's why he used the Kikuyu language to communicate to those who are elderly. They could not hear maybe or whatever he was saying, maybe using another language. So he decided that he said they've told him to talk to communicate na awaongeleshe na Kikuyu. So and he recognized Peter Munya and he said venye amekuwa akifanya kwa serikali yake Viganda nini, so he recognized them. That was one thing. Okay, we've been like suspecting and saying Munya anaweza kuwa, but when Uhuru recognized him at that day, we were like, oh my, I said, oh my God, I wish, and that's our prayer. We want, we are thinking that's why he dropped his gubernatorial whatever, and he said he's not going to run for the governor of Meru, and now Kiraito Murugi right now he doesn't have an active competitor, mtu mwenye anaweza enda kushindana na yeye pale kwa debe sana, mwenye anajulikana na watu. So hiyo Kiraito anarudi. Kithiki Kindure yeye hawezi hiyo, maybe senator. He's not going to win in UDA. Sitani, it's hard, yeah. So and Meru, you should know, Merus are those guys that when it comes to voting, they will not vote you because of the party. There's this a young man by the name John Paul. He was, I think, 23 years when they were from Igembe. Is it Igembe South or Igembe North? They voted for him when he was, I think, 23 years or something with an independent. He was an independent candidate. So Meru don't vote for you because of the party. It's because of what you individual, what can you do? What are you going to do for them? So sorry, I went that far, but for me and for the people that have listened to, Peter Munya is more likely to deputize Raila Amolo Odinga. He's a no-nonsense guy. He's a mobilizer. He's a good when it's come to work, he works, and he doesn't. He knows how to mock and destroy and the lies that UDA guys have been telling. They've been doing campaigns and telling people. So Peter Munya at least is the best. For Peter Kenneth, he's a bit more not aggressive like Munya. You know, in politics you have to be aggressive, and for Peter Kenneth, in a way he's not aggressive, and he's just cool and seem to anaweza tishwa na hao watu wa UDA. They need someone who is strong, and also Baba needs a deputy who is more strong and someone who can stick to their words, not like what we've seen with Uhuru and Ruto. Now we have a road DP, but he's still the deputy president who thinks he can manipulate his boss. But for Munya, he's that guy. And Merus are very honest. To be nini some with you, Merus are very honest, and they are those guys. If they say this is the way, this is the way. So for me, it's Peter Munya, Peter Gatirao Munya. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Shiku, it's nice to see you back, and I'm glad that you're alive and well and still have your marbles, together. I wanted to ask you a question. I agree with you about Peter Munya. Peter Munya was my choice right from the beginning. Actually, last year when Azimio started, I thought he would be the best running mate to Baba, because strategically he's positioned in a better place to capture all those votes from the Eastern Bloc. By doing that, it will kill the yellow fever people, because now they won't be able to get anywhere. Their path to victory becomes very, very, less and less. But the reason why I wanted to ask you about the governor of Nyeri, he's made his point known and his allegiance known. He's a DP fella. How is his campaign in Nyeri? And recently there was this video where Ngujiri he was addressing people, by the roadside, and the crowd was very, very small. So being from Nyeri, you should be the one to tell us, whether this particular governor has a chance, the one who is supporting UDA, and also Martha Karua. How does Martha Karua fare on with Ngirishi? Over to you, Shiko.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. For me, yes, I come from Nyeri, but to be honest with you, it's good to be honest. So many people there, wameingia UDA, they are in UDA. So when we say Baba,
Who is having a baby? Alex,
someone has not
can you
muted.
mute? Why? Mbona unachuna mtoto?
Those are my fruits.
Why are you pinching the baby?
I'm not pinching. They are happy. They are playing.
You are hurting the baby. Okay, go on, Shiko.
So watu wengi wameingia UDA Nyeri Fidel, and saizi sasa when we say Baba is climbing the mountain, so he started, yeah. So these people, they've been having Rigathi, who is a pathological liar, telling them about Ruto and UDA and whatever, and so many were like Jubilee died, as they've been told before. Jubilee died, and now the only party that exists in Mount Kenya is is UDA. So wengi walishaingia UDA na wakasubscribe sayo. Wengi sasa ndio nimesema kama Azimio venye itakuja Mount Kenya. So Uhuru hajaanza kufanya campaigns and we are hoping to see them in the kwa ground, utawaona wakidefect. But as for now, so many, like I would say 60 to 50% wengi wako wamenini kwa hiyo UDA. For Mutahi Kahiga, if he goes back and people elect him, maybe we don't know, you know, campaigns inakujanga leo huyu ndio mnasema, then after some few days mwingine anajitokeza anakuja na ingine. He will be impeached because there are so many corruption cases. Like if you go there are no medicines in those dispensaries, there are no nurses in the hospital. So many corruption issues, in in Nyeri. So for the UDA is more popular from where I come from at the moment, more than other places maybe, and it's where the deputy president Ruto started doing his campaign 4 years ago with Kina Rigathi telling people lies, and it's very unfortunate that Rigathi Gachagua even hires people like those women that you see. So you then say ati wako 80% ama nini, so we still have a percentage who will support Azimio. But when you see in those campaigns that there are those who are wearing a yellow dress with a green turban, it's like a church choir or something. Those are mama boggers hired by Rigathi Gachagua from Mathera to please Ruto when he comes to do campaigns when he's doing his campaign in Nyeri. So you can't say all those who are there, they are there because they want to. It's because they've been paid, and that's what he's been doing. So yeah, we will say 50 to, let's say 55% they are in UDA, but they will defect with time. Let's give them time. Let the Uhuru Kenyatta ama Azimio, those who are doing it for Azimio campaigns, when at least they go there for, maybe Baba should now work on Mount Kenya. You should not now like kwenda ati Nyanza ama wapi. Should concentrate and give maybe some time, give himself some time. And ama sasa juu Uhuru anajua siasa ya Mount Kenya, at least they should be coming here and try and tell these people, try and dismantle the rise those UDA people have been telling the people of Mount Kenya. Sana when wameingia the UDA now, it's from Murang'a and Nyeri. Na sasa Kirinyaga, at least when Gereshe defected, now she like they are not, like now they are in for Gereshe. For Gereshe and Mother Karua, Gereshe will take the governor seat of Kirinyaga. She's people love her. You know, the husband, there are those people that you say they are business. The husband comes from a very rich family, a business family who is they are well known in Kirinyaga. So when you see him campaigning for his wife, it's because he's the one who is more people know more than the wife. So wanajua bibi yake ndio aliingia kwa siasa, na mwenye alimuingiza kwa siasa ni the husband now, Gereshe. They call them wanajitanga Gereshe and Sons Limited in Kirinyaga. So for Mother Karua hata hakuna mtu anamkumbukanga Mount Kenya. Let me be honest with you. From the time she started attacking Uhuru Kenyatta from 2013, and they went for walienda kunini Mount, walisimama wakiwa na kina Peter Kenneth kugawanisha kura ya Uhuru, then wakaanza kumpinga. Si watu wengi hata wanamkumbukanga. So in Kirinyaga, for her, she should forget, and Waiguru will come second. For Gereshe, hiyo ashaenda nayo from the look of things. From the sisi hatusemi crowd, from the look of things, Gereshe ndiye atakuwa the governor of Kirinyaga. But now for Mother Karua, hapana, hiyo haezi hapo, hapana, shashindwa. Maybe aingie hiyo Kenya kuisha, then they will give her maybe they will hire her as a lawyer wakienda Supreme Court to challenge Baba's win. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Shiko, and really appreciate your comments. there's someone who thinks that George Gakure anasema anasema Shiko, you have talked the truth the first time, ingine ni propaganda. George Gakure, wewe sema yako ile si propaganda.
Unajua anafurahia Themba, anafurahia nikisema ati Nyeri sijui nini UDA, na sasa tulisema hapa tunaambiana ukweli. Siwezi kuja hapa niwaambie Baba has 80% and Ruto has 20%. So they want they want the rise to massage their egos. So I'm not going to lie. I'm going to say that whatever it is, kama ni UDA iko na percentage fulani, and that's where I come from Gakure. I'm not ashamed to say so. But sasa hii ingine siwezi. Sasa hii ingine juu nimesema ukweli, sasa unataka ni kumasaji go yako niseme mambo ya UDA, lakini nikisema hii ingine ya Azimio utaki kusikia hiyo. Ole wako. Niuko menyera.
Unge masaji kwa yake kidogo. What is the future? What is the future of Oka Shiko? Kwa sababu nani anaitwaje? Martha Karua alisema wacha kwanza ngoja anaenda kuangalia hiyo document kama iko sawa. Kidogo kidogo Moses Kuria akasema sisi na vyama vingine 21 tutaenda kwa Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Kidogo kidogo KANU imesema ya kwamba hao Kalonzo akiendelea kutapatapa hapo hao wanaenda huku Azimio. Kidogo kidogo Mutula Kilonzo Junior anasema Kenya Oka hawataenda tarehe 12 kwa unveiling of the presidential candidate wa Azimio. Is Oka still together? Very quickly before we start taking our closing, na wale ambao mmebaki kwa studio mkae mpaka tufunge, Alex, Ton PK, Fidel, Ziana, Sam, kwa sababu after Shiko ametoa maoni yake, we'll start taking our closing remarks. Yes, Shiko.
For me, Oka wako pamoja au watu hawako pamoja. So for me, I'll tell the Azimio guys to not concentrate with Oka people. They are there to confuse you, and you take much of your time trying to maybe think what like tunafikiria wacha tuchukue Kalonzo, wacha tufanye nini, and you take a lot of time trying maybe to bring them to Azimio, but they are decided, and maybe they are not even decided. So they should just be like, let them be. If they feel they wanna join Azimio, let them do because they want to, but let's not force them. Let them not think we are so much we are desperate and we need them. We don't need them, but they need us. That's the one. For Moses Kuria, like I have said December, Moses Kuria is ni mwenye anaweza sema kitu leo, kesho anasema kitu ingine. So Moses Kuria ni watu wa kuuzia watu uoga, kwendelia dog wire. We say that in Kikuyu. Sasa anauzia watu uoga, ndio sasa muone wote wana defect waende Kenya kuisha, which is not true. For me, I'm seeing if Kalonzo, if Uhuru maybe ndiye anaweza tu ongea na Kalonzo, lakini asimbebeleze. We are not desperate. They need us and they will need us in future. If he wants to be jobless for the next 5 years, he will. A courtesy of him, not Raila. So kama ni Uhuru akimwongelesha na asimbeleze, asimuonyeshe we are so desperate in need of him. The other thing is that if for me, I'm seeing a scenario whereby Martha Karua and Kalonzo, Martha Karua might be the deputy president of Kalonzo Musyoka too, according to my thinking. And Moses Kuria will, with maybe I don't know those other parties, maybe those they call village parties, they will go to the UDA, because as for me, Moses Kuria is he's a mole in Oka. He tells Ruto what they discuss. So he's just like, he was sent there to be telling, after anaenda anaambia Ruto, this is what we are doing, we are confusing Kalonzo, we are doing this and that. But for Martha Karua, it's hard for Martha Karua to work where Uhuru Kenyatta is. I don't know whether she can change, but she's that woman that is like, you can't tell her next move. But I'm seeing her, the possible ways is for her, maybe her to deputize Kalonzo Musyoka, and they will go to the ballot. That's what I'm saying. But for Moses Kuria kuambia watu wanaenda ati kwa Kenya Kwisha sijui how many sijui parties to form a coalition, hiyo ni kuuzia watu uoga. For we know Jirongo and Gideon Moi cannot work with Ruto. They are in Azimio. But for Kalonzo, it's I'm seeing it for with Mother Karua, they might go to the ballot, and she will be the deputy of. She will deputize Kalonzo Musyoka. Moses Kuria will go to the UDA, as we all know. So ni kama kitu yenye tunashajua. We know where Moses Kuria stands, and then he's telling us, so we are not surprised. And I've said it's only in social media. He's well known in social media because of his insults and the vulgar language that he uses on social media, and he's well known of that. But kwa ground, he's not what people think he is. He doesn't have a say. I wish you would say someone like who in Mount Kenya. Even though he's jobless, at least people know him. Kina, what do you call it? What do you call him? This guy from yeah, kina Kiunjuri, watu kama hao. Lakini usikuje kuambia watu about Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria is famous on Facebook. You guys know him. He's famous on Facebook, and because of the vulgar and the insults that he uses, he's not famous at venye mnafikiria kwa ground. Ukiona pia sasa tukianza kuwashambulia, utaona hata kwa Gatondo watu wakipiga huko Gatondo South. Hiyo ni kazi yake, si ya Uhuru Kenyatta, mambo ya mabarabara naambiwa atengenezee watu sijui nini. But akienda Facebook, because he has a big following, he thinks that how maybe he's popular kwa ground, ama ndio watu wanamtambua huko Mount Kenya. No, sorry, no. For me, okay, Themba, nani, Kalonzo might go to the ballot, and Mother Karua is likely to be deputizer. They might go to the ballot. We meet there, then they will be jobless for the next 5 years. For the governor of Kirinyaga, no, she can't defeat Ngereshe. Ngereshe hata akienda na Jubilee ama aende independent, she'll still be the governor of Kirinyaga. Thank you, Themba.
Thank you so much, Shiko, for your comments. And of course, right now, that marks we start moving towards the closing remarks for those who are here.
Temba, can I ask Shiko one small little tiny question?
Go ahead. So I wanted us to start finalizing.
This is just for jokes. Because Shiko speaks fluent Kikuyu. So I was wondering if she knows even to speak one word in Kijalu.
Yeah. That one I can answer for you.
Answer it.
Yeah, she does. She knows Luo.
Oh, no, I wanted to say a word in Luo.
Okay, Shiko, go ahead.
Wewe Fidel, wewe wacha nini, tuko debate, unataka niseme nini? Koro.
So you've been saying you know how to speak Kikuyu very fluently, and that's your language. So kuuliza kama unajua Kijaluo pia.
Yeah, I come from Nyeri. My mom comes from Nyeri, but my dad comes from Ahero, uko Kakora.
Oh,
yeah.
Now you have answered me now. Thank you.
Okay, kuna jamaa nakuuliza hapo Iluonginga. Okay. Aburo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We want to start taking our closing remarks. Watu wa Facebook najua tulitupwa nje, so we appreciate you either way. But for YouTube, I know you are still here, so we want to stay closing remarks from our panelists who are still on the studio. Alex, Ton PK, Fidel, Shiko, Sam, and then of course we'll finalize with Princess Ziada. So don't stay on right there, panelists who are still on, until we say our last prayer. Unajua mnakuwa na tabia nyingine, mkishaongea mnajitupa nje. So ule anataka kutoka atoke saizi kabla hajaongea, kwa sababu unaongea alafu unakuta Ziana amebaki peke yake, hajasikizwa.
Themba, sorry.
Ama leo nianze na wewe Ziana, ndio kwa sababu utakaa hapa mpaka mwisho. Naam, Shiko.
I wanted to ask Stone PK something, maybe for a minute. Stone PK, I read somewhere that Nani anaitwa nani? Wajango, huyu Wadhika, that amepewa ticket ya nomination ya UDA. Sijui kama ni propaganda kama ni ukweli. But the last time I checked, the guy was crying like when Ruto was in Thika. He gave empty promises to those boda boda and mama bogas. So when I say mama boga, is not the mama boga that we know, Musalia. They are our sasa the mama boga wa Thika. So akawaahidi pesa, but when he didn't give the money. So Wajango had to at least give the look for the money and maybe and give the mama bogas. So if because Wajango, I heard someone telling me who is very close to Wajango saying that he's going to run for the gubernatorial seat of Kiambu using the chama cha kazi, and now that Moses Kuria amesema stated that he's going to join the Kenya Kwisha. Are you seeing it hard for Wajango now to still work with Ruto, ama yeye atakuwa independent ama ataenda na ile ya Peter Munya PNU? But then I'm saying I'm still asking myself this question. Is still Moses Kuria is anasemanga hii kitu leo, kesho anasema ingine, ama tu ni ile tu, unajua Moses Kuria anaweza kuwa tena muone kwa Azimio akisema vitu za UDA. That guy you can't trust him. If you have to trust Moses Kuria, then he will break your heart even before the day ends if you follow him. If you can't just believe whatever he says. So Stone PK, what is likely to happen about Wajango and the party is going to run for the gubernatorial seat of Kiambu? Kindly.
Thank you, Shiko. I heard that rumor, and there has been controversy on the money that Jango had to look for, to pay the women. He's been in problems, and the rumor is that he was actually promised, that he will not pay that huge humanitarian fee to the party. I am calling it a rumor because I had some friends from Ruiru talking as if he's been told anyamaze, atapewa straight ticket. Once you are given that straight ticket, utakuwa umesaviwa pesa mingi sana. Si gubernatorial wanalipa karibu almost $1 million, I think, UDA. So it could be true, he would be given that ticket so that anyamaze na asimame na UDA. Although sasa Moses Kuria naye pia he decided also and he's dishing out his own tickets because his aim is to have as many aspirants as possible, and then when they win, it's a good business for him as the owner of the party. So and of course Moses Kuria is very unreliable. You correctly put it. Today anasema hivi, kesho anasema hivi. Yeye ndiye alijibandika hiyo jina ya Rorere. It makes an impression to non-Kikuyus, people who don't come from Central. Wanafikiria he has some say, and I really don't know. Even hiyo seat atatafuta, I don't know he will get it. Yeah, so Jango it could be true, it could be not true. It's a rumor which was meant to compensate him for the mess that happened.
Stone PK, do you see a scenario whereby Moses Kuria Wajango will beat Kimani Wamatangi? For me, I think Kimani Wamatangi will take will take the governor seat of Kiambu.
Mapema sana. He will do that.
Yeah.
Mapema.
Whether you be using the independent or the Jubilee ticket, you still be the governor of Kiambu. That one person that I'm not sure with is Kafogo, because as for now he's not hayuko kwa ground, sijui what he's been thinking. But for me, I think hata Wajango watumie UDA. UDA is not more popular in Kiambu like people think, like right now as we're speaking. Kiambu is big, na it has so many voters. So saizi UDA si popular sana Kiambu kama venye tunaweza sema Nyeri ama Murang'a, haiko nini sana. But for Wamatangi, I think for me he would take the governor seat of Kiambu, whether you be in Jubilee or whichever party, you will still be the governor of Kiambu. Ama, what do you think? Yeah. And also for Moses Kuria, you should tell these guys, because we are from Mount Kenya, right? You should tell them Moses Kuria is not famous in Mount Kenya like the way he tries to give that impression to those guys. He's just famous on Facebook, and that's where he has his following. He has so many, maybe the followers, he thinks those followers are from Mount Kenya. They should tell him, you should tell them, wasione kama mimi venye Kakuri anakuja hapa kuniataka ati mimi nasema napeana propaganda. Moses Kuria is not famous huku Mount Kenya like people think he is. He's only like, if you want to believe in lies and tomorrow you will listen to another lie, ama unataka kuambiwa vitu za kuchanganya, listen to Moses Kuria. You should tell them. He's not, right now he's just more concerned about his popularity, like his party popularity in Mount Kenya. It's not about anything else. He just wants his party maybe to be like Jubilee or any other party that has been there in Mount Kenya. It's not about who you'll vote for, but for his party to be known. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Wacha Stone PK amalize kidogo, mpe dakika mbili.
Si atajibu akifunga.
Mi nataka kuenda.
You can't go right now, Shiko. You have to wait there until tumalize. Okay. Today I'll do it the reverse. Ziana, nataka kuanza na wewe ndio kae hapo kingoja tufunge. So can you give your closing remarks? Ziana ame drop out. Okay. Acha tuanze basi na Alex. Okay. Yeah, alilala. Chawi atoke. Okay, na Stone PK, tuanze na wewe.
Umesema nani Themba?
Tuanze na wewe. Tuende
Okay.
mpaka tuende wewe, Fidel, Shiko, alafu tumalizie na Sam.
Thank you. Yeah, nifanye quickly. Yes, nikianza na ile swali ya Shiko, our analysis is very correct. Number one, people should not think that Moses Kuria commands anything in whatever. He's been trying to build his popularity and base, but he does it so in such an orthodox manner that those people who are reasonable don't see a lot of sense in what he says, because it's either insulting people or always on the wrong side of the road to attract attention. And people have realized he's not a serious guy. Yeah. One, he was saying he will not contest any seat, so he just wants to strengthen people. In other words, he just wanted to grow his business. When you have a party, make it popular, then you have money coming in. So I don't know. He's not anything to move around Mount Kenya, and that's why. Now he says he's in UDA. Tomorrow it might change. Yeah. Regarding Wamatangi is the most likely next governor for Kiambu. Even in terms of performance, he's done quite well as a senator. He has endeared himself so much to the ladies, especially huko mashinani. They feel, and he has really touched their hearts. All right, now back to the general discussion regarding our country. It's so disappointing that impunity is on the highest side. If you listen to the deputy's interview with VOA, complete interview, not the short clip that was shown by Bernard. If you listen to the entire interview, you get more disgusted, and you wonder, if you are president of this country, what would you call him, tell him to cut short that journey? Because What is he going to spew in the UK? Not because of what he's saying that it makes sense, but it is disgusting. It's demeaning this country and the government he serves. He's lucky. I think he's lucky that this country has degenerated into we are more or less lawlessness, especially for the leaders. I mean, you know, those who are in government, they can do anything, anytime, whatever they like, and nobody actually I don't think there is any supervisor in this country. So people are loose to do anything they want to do. And the biggest mistake which we have learned is our constitution. I think this country was not ripe for such a constitution that gives you so much leeway, where as a deputy you can do whatever you want, say whatever you want about your president, and go scot-free. You know, I hate when I hear and I read and I see statements like there is nothing you can do with a deputy. Africa, we can't have that kind of a position, that there is nothing I can do with somebody who is deputizing me. It's a terrible thing, and no wonder we are where we are. And it's actually useless to be a president of this country under this constitution if your deputy is gonna be like the type of the deputy. It's a very bitter pill, you know. It's so demeaning, and I'll be among the first to really vote that we amend that constitution, where I'm able, if I'm president, I'm able to sack my deputy anytime if it goes against my, you know, what we have agreed about the country. We need that. These other too much freedom, haisaidii kabisa. It's not helping this country. And that's why you get sick when you hear somebody says you will fight corruption, but then he talks about empowering judiciary, empowering DCI, empowering, and you circumvent that. You know, you go around that question, and no answer that is forthcoming. So unfortunately, we have to go through that. We still have some 6 months to go. We have to tolerate this gentleman. He has really, he's fleecing us. He's still earning his salary. Today is when we were also told that the MPs and the Senate, some of the Senate, when they are in that parliament, it was called illegal gathering. So again, this country, we are paying people for doing nothing. They are gathering there illegally, but they are earning their salaries. And the registrar of parties also explained it very clearly. It is true. When you hear what she has said, it is true. Those are illegal gatherings because people are claiming to be in parties which are not even registered. They are registered in party X while they are still in party Y, which is against the constitution. It's also, I mean, it's also against the political parties act. So we are actually more or less in a country that has no direction at the moment. Unaweza fanya kile unataka, but lazima ukiwa una gari kubwa. If you are a small mwananchi utafungwa, but the law is exclusive for our leaders, those people whom we have given power. The other thing, most disappointing, is that we are casting a lot of shadow, a lot of doubts on the referee for the elections, that is IEBC. We are seeing some indications that are not good. Recently, Mr. Chirchir came back, and now he was reappointed in Deputy President's office. We know who Chirchir is and what he did in the last elections. So you wonder how such a guy can be brought back. We are told Chiloba is in the CCM, the communication, whatever. So he's sana ako ndani ya system. And then, of course, we are seeing deliberate game on reverse psychology, you know, which is being led by UDA. Yeah, crying wolf, raising raising the level of that things are not gonna be good, so that when we are defeated as UDA, then they will be able to say, we said it, we told you guys, these people have played us. So basically, Temper called me and said yesterday, whatever I was describing was skepticism. I still would stand there, because when things are not looking good, when you see ukiona mwenzako akinyolewa, hata wewe chako unaanza kutia maji, and that's the truth, because in this country the systems are not working. So we get scared. Who will oversee the elections? And what shall we do if the elections are not managed well? And already we know the courts, the judiciary is also in a disarray. So as a true Kenyan who has seen what has happened, not once, not twice, you don't expect me to sit on my sofa and assume, like the ostrich, because kichwa kimefunika, all will be well. No. Unfortunately, that is the status, and we hope, I don't know what will happen. Things are not good in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Stone Piquet. Skeptics are not bad people. They're necessary people that we need to have in the society. Their view of it, like in the Bible, you have quite a number of prophets who are generally skeptics. One of them was Jonah. Jonah. I just want to quote a biblical example of a skeptic. He's invited by God to go talk to those guys, but you see him, he started by saying that you are going to forgive them anyway, even if I go and preach to them. So you have those kind of you have, on the other hand, optimists, and of course they are romanticists. Them, they are always romanticizing facts as they happen. So it's not a bad thing. I mean, it's just part of conceptualization of what happens. So yeah, and I realize that it defines a lot of your submission, which is just what I've noted in your submissions. I want to go to Fidel. So it wasn't in a bad way, but it defines your much of what comes out, which I think also is very necessary in a live society.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad one, but you come to people buy me beers because what I tell people is the truth. Like now, what is happening, people will come and say, yeah, sometimes we hide the truth. We fear to face reality. Yeah, we fear. When you fear to face reality and you start saying utaomba Mungu akusaidie, hapo umepotea.
I agree with you.
Thank
you. Fidel.
Temba. Yes, Temba.
Are you an optimist or a skeptic?
Oh no, me, I always look. I'm a positive guy. I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist. That even within the darkness, we can always find a way in which we create light to be able to see yonder. So, Stone Piquet has taken so much of what I was going to say anyway, but what I'm going to reiterate again and again is I think voters or Kenyans are not really, I don't know what they consider when it comes to electing their leaders, because we have seen in the past what has happened to the nation because we did not use a proper mechanism that God endowed us with to be able to elect people we put in office to lead us. I'm still going to come back to the same thing that I think we should be very serious. And I pray that every voter is made aware that character is very, very important. Character, electing somebody with character is very crucial because it speaks volume of who they are, what kind of a person they are, you know. And by speaking volume about their personality, it also touches their integrity. And that is what we have always been missing. And we end up putting people in office that don't deserve to be in office. This goes all along with what the character of William Samoei Ruto and even Kalonzo Musyoka himself, you know, because those are the people that now seem to want this leadership. But their character is wanting. Their character is wanting, and I think the biggest issue, the biggest obstacle we have is the tribal thing, where it does not allow us to be able to sift through into the character issue of an individual, because the tribe thing it becomes a hindrance. You know, we think first tribe before we look at the individual. I wish we could create a nation where somebody is appointed into an office because due to merit, you know, whether they merit that position. Now, what has happened? What DP has done? If you come to think about it, he has really put us in a very bad situation, in a bad light. He has shown us into the international community as a confused country where the government does not even know what it's doing. Because like today, when I was listening to his interview, he was saying in Kenya is the only country, and he was actually talking to this Carnegie institution, asking them that they should make a study out of what is happening in Kenya, where the government is in opposition and the opposition is in government. So I got confused on that account, of what he was saying, because it's like he has forgotten that Kenya does not have an opposition since 2010. The constitution does not allow, there's no opposition in Kenya. And this is a person who is second in command, who sits down there in international limelight, appearing like he knows that he's an intellectual, or he knows what he's saying, yet he does not really understand even how the constitution of Kenya, you know, operates, because there's no opposition, you know. So he keeps forgetting. He acts like just any other person in the street who still believe that ODM is in opposition. ODM is supposed to be checking the government. And so he's wondering, and I think this is why he keeps missing the point of what the president did through the handshake, because he cannot go beyond that there was supposed to be an opposition. Yet the 2010 constitution took that one out. So I'm wondering, what kind of a DP did Kenya really elect? Like I said before, is suffering from NDP. NPD, that's what he's suffering. The narcissist personality disorder. You go read it, you will find it described this man to the T. You know, a person who will be speaking double speak. You know, one mouth. Yesterday I was really laughing when Bernard was playing the clips there where Uhuru is saying with namudomo mingine, and he'll be saying it namudomo mingine, and it's the same person who's saying the same, you know, who's saying from the same mouth, you speak totally different language. So you're wondering, what kind of people do we have? But what really amazes me here is we have a block of voters, a block of people who still see some leadership quality in this individual. So you're wondering, where is that quality coming from? Because quality will depend on the genesis of the person, the history of the person. This is a person who from 1992 has shown Kenya that his character is wanting. His character is questionable. So how do we still insist that this person has got something to be able to offer? He cannot offer us anything. So that becomes a problem, for some of us. Now, when it comes to Kalonzo, same thing. So you're wondering what kind of a character this particular person has. A person who believes that somebody needs to go and do his donkey work for him and hand over the government to him because he is owed, he's owed. And it just beats an individual. It beats somebody, like I was saying yesterday. In 2013, November 13th, and 207.
Fidel, when you're making your final remarks, it's a summary.
Okay.
It's not a new submission.
Hey, Temba, do you know how Stone PK took so much time and you were just quiet? You just let him talk.
You don't equalize. Just take your 3 minutes.
Okay, my friend. Okay.
Yes,
I hear you.
I can donate my time if you have something to say. I can donate my time. Don't worry.
I hear you. I'm going to cut it short. Yeah, but like what I was saying, to Kalonzo, coming to Kalonzo, Kalonzo, if you follow his history, you'll find that, he's been saying that he supported Baba in 2013, 2017, and he'll be the mad person to support Baba in 2022. And yet if you follow his history, you'll find out that even in 2013, he was forced to, because he had no option. He had no option to where to go. So Baba being a very accommodative person, accommodated him. 2017, the same thing happened, where he came with all these memorandums and agreements and all kind of stuff. Same thing. Now, to show you that this man has got the character is one thing. This man wanted Kibaki to be forced out of office. That George Bush should have pushed Kibaki to step down in his favor. According to WikiLeaks, the ambassador of the US is the one who wrote that particular thing. Nobody's making it up. So those are the kind of people that we have, and we look forward to, keep wanting to elect into office. So I think this is the only opportunity Kenyans have, and to bring in somebody who can create a real meaningful change that people have been waiting for a very long time, change that has made some of us we became stateless long time ago. And so we want to go back and reclaim our country, knowing that it's in the safe hands of somebody who understands, somebody who has been into those particular places where some other people have been. So I'm very grateful that Kenyans are looking forward to Baba's ascendancy and good leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fidel.
Was I not brief?
Okay, Sam. Dakika tatu tafadhali.
I will try. I promise not to be like my predecessors. They are good people. They have good points. Anyway, let me move very fast. First of all, I'm on the positive side. I love my country. God bless Kenya. One, Constitution. That Constitution is 80% perfect. We all know that. Give it time to mature. Let the Constitution build a tradition. Let's not castigate it, all right? And as we talk about the Constitution, separate legal issues from tradition and from political issues. Now, each institution is mandated to fulfill its obligation. Those are legal issues. When an institution fails to hold the DP accountable, those are legal issues. When a DP or a politician makes a pronouncement that he cannot substantiate, it is both a legal issue and a political issue. Those things must come apart. It's got nothing to do with the Constitution. Now, give it time. Let's be patient. We will hold our Constitution accountable. When the time comes, we will repeal whatever, or we make amendments to whatever issues that there is. Now, I want to thank my Kenyan people. My Kenyan people have been resilient for the last 10 years. Credit goes to them. They have been patient. They have watched things play out. They have given politicians a chance. You cannot blame our Kenyan people for giving their politicians a chance. You cannot. You can talk of tribe, talk of this. There is benefits in diversity. I love my people. We gave you a chance, and there's a sister of mine, I still come back to her, talked about Moses Kuria. Well, he was given a chance. He's messed up. He's too embarrassed even to vie. That's how bad it is. Right? Now, from my Kenyan people, let's look at our politicians. How do we judge them? Character. Tumeongea juu ya Baba, how Baba should be consistent. Why are we not holding Ruto also to be consistent? Right? The same way Kenyans are expressing their views, we respect them. But Ruto is not consistent in his lies. Let's hold him accountable. I urge my Kenyan people, hold your people accountable. Mudavadi has been talking a lot of nonsense about Ruto. All of a sudden, in the twinkling of an eye, things change. The journey has changed. What changed? He's not telling us what changed. Right? And we, as a Kenyan people, let's aspire for better. As we hold our people accountable, let's aspire to raise the next government to the next level. And then we have all talked about voting. Kuanzia 1987, we fail to recognize that each election has its voting pattern. It is never the same. You can start as early as 1987 with the Mulolongo issues, 1992, 1997, 2002, they are all different. Tukiingia 2013, 17, 12, 17, and now we are heading to 2022. What makes you think that the same Kenyans that I'm giving credit to will vote the way the politicians want them to vote? What makes you think like that? I firmly believe in my Kenyan people. They are going to vote differently, the same way they did in 2002. It's a time for a new Kenya. Bwana Themba, nimemaliza.
Asante sana Sam, at least umejaribu. Shiko, karibu.
Yeah. Thank you, Themba. Mimi sina mingi ya kuchangia, but I would only want to tell people about Mount Kenya politics, because that's where I am, na huko ndio pia ni nyumbani. Watu wameanza kuingiza uoga, because I just opened my WhatsApp and I'm seeing people sending me screenshots of what Moses Kuria wrote on his Facebook page, and now they're like, watu wa Azimio mtajua hamjui. So watu wasishtuke, na unajua most of you hamjui ground, hamjui Mount Kenya kwa ground. Sasa you get the information from those politicians and they are only there for their personal interests. They are not there for the mwananchi interests. So watu wasibabaishwe na venye Moses Kuria ameandika. So they should they should know he's just there because he wants its party to be at least equal, and chama cha kazi will not be like those other parties that have been there in Mount Kenya, because one thing it's about the leadership of the party, and the party leader, who is Moses Kuria. He's like I have said before, he's that one guy who overrates himself. He's overrated, and as he overrates, then on the other hand is he thinks he can be the kingpin yenye yeye mwenyewe amejifanya ya kujiita jaba ya rorere, which is not true. So people should not now think that now because he's going to join UDA, whether he joins, he would have joined Azimio ama UDA. He's bringing no benefit to our party, even into Jubilee. They were there. They were elected as members of parliament and governors because of because of Uhuru Kenyatta. And if I would tell you, Themba, in 2017, if you'd see their campaigns, their vehicles that they were doing campaigns with, they were full of Uhuru Kenyatta posters. They were. So hawako hata wanaeka zao, they were voted because of Uhuru Kenyatta. Now we want to see, and that's why Moses Kuria unaona hakuna kitu anasema anasimama sahi, but maybe after a week utamuona amesema anasimama governor Kiambu ama senator. That's the kind of a guy he is. So people should not even believe anything that comes out from Moses Kuria mouth. The other day he was there saying how Raila has fought for the democracy of Kenya. Raila has done this when they were in Pangani, the one we were calling, is it Pangani 6 or Pangani 7 or something? So he's a guy who if you listen to, you will also end up contradicting yourself, because of if you believe in maybe if you listen to him and or in whatever he says. So for me, they say that Mount Kenya we decide whom to vote maybe when the election date is near. But for from where I stand, I think Baba and his team now should start working on coming to Mount Kenya Central, because these people have been fed up with so many lies for the past 4 years. So, and because we are not having our own, whereby Kikuyu feels that they are more secure, and they feel like they own they have something in someone in the government, and now at this time we don't have our own. They should come forth and they should start campaigning and camping in Mount Kenya. The earlier the better, because that is what Ruto did. So for me, I think that is what they should be working on, and maybe these other guys should maybe come to other places, but they should concentrate. For now, they should now start concentrating, coming to Mount Kenya and camping here for some time. For DP Ruto, I would say like someone has said here, like we should also be telling Ruto whatever he says. You know, they say that you cannot be telling your enemy whatever he's doing is wrong. When they are making, when they are doing wrong, then you are trying to rectify them, and you're telling no, stop whatever you're doing. You should let them do the mistake. Just let them. We should let them be. Let them keep on embarrassing themselves, because we are not part of them. So we have our own mandate. We have our own issues. We have our own parties, and we are campaigning for our coalition. So we should let the UDA guys be, but when they make mistakes, we should say it, but we are not in a position to go and tell them, no, stop whatever you are doing, because if you do them, then who will be on the good side? So we should just criticize whatever they are saying. Maybe if they are lies, they are telling people, and we dismantle their lies, but we should not tell them wacheni kusema mumefanya makosa, msirudie, mseme hivi. You cannot be telling your enemies ama your competitor what they are supposed to do, because now you are not competing, that you are giving them leakage. So let them keep on embarrassing themselves, and as we wait for to nani kuapisha baba August. So that's our main that is our main thing. Baba Akue president, and at least we'd also, like I've said, wakuje they they camp in Mount Kenya, because we also need people who will, Baba will have a stronghold, like not a stronghold, Baba will have those, maybe the MPs, you know, if the UDA guys take more seats in parliament, then it means when Baba kitu inataka kupitishwa, they will be opposing. So we still want them in the opposition, and we still want at least Jubilee and ODM and those other parties who are in Azimio to have some a good number of members of the members of parliament kwa bunge, so that at least zenye tunataka kupitisha hata BBI ikirudi, at least we be having numbers, because I've come to realize in parliament it's not about how you give your points, it's the numbers. Like we've seen like when they were doing the political bill amendment and whatever, hata wengine hawachangii, but when it comes to voting, they vote yes or they vote no. So we need the numbers even in parliament, so they should work on that, so that at least Baba isikue kama wakati wa Kibaki, you know, Baba had he had the majority side, and that's why Kibaki, it was hard for him when he wanted to pass some bills in parliament. Sometimes they would oppose because he didn't have the numbers. So we still need the numbers, and we only have the numbers if these people come and camp here, because the yellow fever has taken about 55% of we'd say 55 to 60% of Mount Kenya. So we'd want to neutralize that. At least we get some members of parliament and those leaders from Mount Kenya in Azimio la Umoja to make the work easier in parliament. Thank you, Themba. See you later.
Thank you, Shiko, for that. Alex.
Yes, Themba. I'll say two things. The first one is Munya is not going to be the DP because he should have resigned earlier. And the court in Kericho ruled out that if you are in public service or appointed as a civil servant, the only way is to step aside and take leave without pay. And that is how the Kericho court said it. So Munya is not going to be in the ballot. Secondly, Stone PK has told us before here, and I will say that I am not from that area, but he told us clearly that Embu, Meru, Tarakaniti, Mbeere, we have a problem there. And he gave us the reasons. So we are still having a problem there. When we look at statistics, Nyeri, Muranga, we are still having problems. Kirinyaga, in as much as we think that Ngirishi is with us, Ngirishi and the lady, the current governor, I think they are all moles for the DP. That is my assumption. Because I believe that they have worked with Ruto before. When you come to Kiambu, even we are being told here openly that whatever party Wamatangi will go, even if it's UDA, he will win. We are being just told that Wamatangi will win whichever party he will go, which means they are not keen to be in Azimio. Because if you care about the party, you vote for Azimio. So it's like this central vote is elusive for me. It's very elusive. So it is my idea that we do something about the central vote or we forget about it. Because the president who is supposed to campaign and go aggressively, it looks like the president is giving people a task that they are not able to. I'm not seeing if Kanini Kega, Sabina Chege, they are able to go after these people because their indecisiveness is very open. And Baba is not going to camp in Central Province all the time. So the issue of Central, we don't have strong people. Peter Kenneth has not come out strongly. And there are many factors here that they have not come up strongly. So, I mean, Azimio is not in Central. That is my opinion, that Azimio is not in Central the way we may think. We might take more than what we had last time, a little bit more, but as of now, we don't have the structures that are in place. And those structures, even if they are in place, we need the human resource capacity, and that is what we are missing, according to me. And the damage that was done in 2013 and 2017, the lies, the propaganda, the indoctrination that was done needs a lot to get out. And the person who did that was one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And if he's serious about it, he must go seriously and take that out. If he can't and is leaving it to other people, I don't know, maybe Stone PK will tell me. That is my personal assumption, that there is work in Central Province and a lot of work. Other areas, they are foot soldiers. They are doing it very well. I can confirm to you in Kisii, good work, and we saw it. We are seeing it in Trans Nzoia. We are seeing it in Coast a little bit. We are having a problem with Kingi because of what he's demanding, and we can't give him that. I mean, Kingi can't come from nowhere and tell us that we leave Kilifi for him. That's a miracle. That cannot work. So I'm seeing a situation whereby I think there need to be a reorganization and a talk about the Central. If we find it so elusive, because we are being told here, nearly 70%. I have a friend of mine who went to Kirinyaga. He told me, Alex, stop lying. I'm not going to lie to you. I was there for 3 weeks. I was doing research on a different thing. But Kirinyaga as a whole is more than 65% from my assumption. Muranga is looking like it's not changing. Nyeri, we have had here, Kiambu, we are being told that a candidate, whether he's in UDA, whether Wamatangi goes UDA or anywhere, he will win. That means we are not decided. So something should be done. And we must acknowledge that we have a problem in Central, and we need to immediately find a solution to it. Because the way the narrative of this election is very simple. The swing county or the swing vote is Central, and we must concentrate on it. And it looks like Ruto penetrated on it. So I don't know how we can win this election if we cannot be honest about the Central Province. Why am I saying so? The reason I'm saying so is in this country that I live, they were doing opinion polls, and every time the Republicans were asked about their preferred candidate to become in the nomination, they said no to Trump, no to Trump. But the last minute, they voted for Trump, not even in the general election, in the nomination. And you remember how Trump gave us problems. So if opinion polls were to go through of what has been happening to unscripted candidates, it's hard for somebody to come out and say, oh, I will vote for Ruto because of maybe where they are and ABCD. But I'm afraid that in their internal mind, they might do that. So we must go hard and know that maybe the Central vote is not ours. That is my thinking from what I am hearing from the ground. Stone PK, you may correct me on that, but from the sentiments I'm hearing from people who say I'm from Central, it looks like we have no grip and we have no person in the Central.
Okay, thank you. Ziana, you don't have to respond to that, surely.
It's okay, you can respond. What is wrong?
We've said it's just a point, you put it. Yes, it is true. let they have had. Okay, so tuache tufunge. We will still come back here in the evening. We'll still talk about Central.
Come on, Tema, let him respond a little bit.
Princess Diana.
Thank you, Temba. Ukanitupa nje lakini hamna neno.
Mimi sijakutupa bwana. Uliza Stone PK. Stone PK, si nimeita Ziana hapa akatoka mwenyewe.
Tulimuita tukapiga firimbi Ziana huku.
Haina neno, tuendelee na mazungumzo.
Jamani Ziana, yani lazima
tuendelee na mazungumzo. Haina neno. Tuzungumze tu. Mi na unga Alex mkono kwa maoni yake ambayo amenena. Kwa kweli mkoa ya kati sioni kama kweli tunaenda kushinda, kwa maana kila wakati vile tunaelezewa, ninaona ndio tutapata mingi kushinda yale aliyopata hapo awali, lakini kwa sasa hivi mkoa ya kati na sioni kama kuna vile kuna jambo ambalo linaweza fanywa pale, kwa sababu kama rais mwenyewe alipiga debe mara moja, ameenda akapotea. Peter Kenneth ni mpole, hawezi akapiga debe kila wakati, kwa sababu hii siasa inapenda saa zingine unakuwa una jambo la kusema ile inashtua watu, hata inashtua simba akiwa pale kwenye msitu anatoka akiangalia ni nini hiyo imeguruma kama mimi. Kwa hivyo Central naona kuna kazi. Nilisikia habari ya nani huyu mwingine anaitwa nani? Wachana na Peter Munya. Kuna mwingine hapa. Nimesahau jina lakini nikikumbuka siku nyingine nitasema. Ni vile tu sijamkumbuka. Nilikuwa Central ni kazi ngumu, tunaona itakuwepo pale. Lakini kwa Amazon King nimesikia hapo akisema Amazon King mliona tu pale akiingia kwenye Jubilee, kwa sababu alikuwa anajua akienda na ODM tiketi zote za kule kutaenda na ODM, apende asipende. Manake alikuwa anataka achukue ajiingize kwenye ODM, akaona akijiingiza kwenye ODM hatapata chochote. Sasa ameenda akajiunga na Jubilee. Na tuangalie pia kwa makini, kwa sababu Jubilee pale ilijiunga na party 6. Sasa debe naye sioni ikipigwa, party 6 zimejiunga pale. Mimi naomba tu wale waliobaki wa Kenya wenzangu tupige kura ile ambayo haijawahi onekana. Kama unampenda Raila Amolo Odinga kweli, piga kura mpaka ile Central. Mimi kile ninapenda wana Central wajue ya kwamba sio wao ndio tegemeo ya kila mtu, kwa sababu wanajivuna, kwa sababu wanaona kana kwamba kama hawapo ni kama Kenya imeisha, ni kama Kenya hatuna wale watu wanaweza piga kura ila hao tu peke yao. Lakini tunaomba wale watu wa Central wale wako na Raila wao naye pia wapige kura kabisa, so that waonyeshe wenzao ya kwamba sio wao peke yao ndio wanafaa kupiga kura Kenya. Nikimalizia, mimi naomba wa Kenya tuwe na amani. Chochote kitakachotokea tuwe na amani, ila hali tujaribu kabisa tupige kura ya kumpeleka yule ambaye tutakayopenda tufanyie kazi. Tukichagua yule ambaye atafanya kazi na tukichagua tumchagulie wenzake ambao watapora nayo, hewala. Shida ni kwetu sisi. Baada ya miaka 5 tutakuwa tunalia kwenye choo. Jamani, ndugu zangu, tujaribu. Hiyo ndio mimi nitaweza kuwaomba na kuwahimiza, tupige kura ya amani, tuwe na undugu kila wakati, hata tukienda kupiga kura, na umoja. Panapo amani, Kenya itakuwa nzuri. Asanteni wa Kenya. Asante Bwana Themba.
Asante sana Ziana, hata kama umenishambulia eti nilikutoa. Mimi sijakutoa, siwezi kukutoa, sijawahi toa mtu kutoka hapa isipokuwa siku moja Alex alinini nikamweka kwa didi, nikamweka kwa background kidogo,
Quarantine.
Quarantine, alafu nikamrudisha. Huwa sitoi watu mimi, sina hiyo nia mbaya. As usual, I want to refer us to some read up. There's a person called Aristotle. Aristotle has written a book called The Nicomachean Ethics. This is what he says. The man who does not enjoy doing noble actions is not a good man at all. The man who does not enjoy doing noble action is not a good man at all. That defines what you have seen in our today's discussion. The deputy president, he is, and there's something that Stone PK has shared. Hopefully we will be able to play some of the clips tomorrow. The interview that he did with the VOA. And the part that excited me the most was where he was asked about issues of corruption. And that was indeed very, very interesting, and how he responded. Probably for some of us, if you get time, go and check it out. There's you'll feel more than embarrassed on how your deputy president is faring on in the trip that he's doing to the United States. I think, as all of us have stated, the embarrassment that we have heard of the deputy president's utterances abroad is that which puts a lot of puts to shame the governance process. And you're in a world stage, and when at it you are actually exposing your boss. I think that is not what you want of a deputy president. And indeed, we are learning. It's a learning process, and hopefully the conversation will go on, and Kenyans will make the right choice come August 9th. Now we are here today, and of course the debate has been about the deputy president and the embarrassments. Of course, he puts in some photoshops so that he looks like he was at the White House. I think there's someone who didn't get it. It's there, it's online. You'll be able to find it down there. Julia, your deputy president, pretended to have gone to the White House. Then the White House issued a statement that they didn't host no one in the name of a deputy president. So that is something that you can imagine how it leaves you with a lot of egg on your face. And I wonder how they're sustaining. Now, some interesting thing though, I'm wondering what Mudavadi is doing out there. Is he the flower girl? Because he's not talking anywhere, and he went to UDA as a co-principal. Right now, there's the stuff that is going there. I wonder if he's just the one carrying the briefcase, because it doesn't seem to appear anyway. Anyway, other than that, I'm sure we will continue to discuss this and others come tomorrow. As it was, societies are not static. Societies are dynamic. And every other time we learn, and societies develop and people learn. And that is the same case as our social contracts keep changing, and that is the constitution. We keep having discussions and discourse around it and see what works for us, and we work at it. That's why we must have this conversation. And we must keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. And we don't have to fight. We want to keep talking. And that's why we bring all these people here, all these amazing, amazing panelists, Fidel, Stone, PK, and Ziana. Very knowledgeable people, very experienced, and with a wide view on world views. So, and they bring it to us and we are able to appreciate. The good thing about a debate is not about necessarily reaching at one agreement, but at least being able to listen to each other and all of us expressing what we hold. And I think that's what we have been able to do here ably, and we give you the platform. Come here every time when you have time, and we meet here starting 9 p.m. Kenyan time, and from 9 p.m. till late, where we come in and we express. If you come to the studio and you find there are 10 people, it is full. You just keep waiting and the link will be shared and you're able to join and participate in the discourse. And the more we discuss, the more we understand different perspectives. Some of us may not be there, but from this platform, we are learning. And I keep saying you need only 4 things to come: a working gadget or a phone, or a computer, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. You listen and learn. They say you live and learn. Every time you live, you learn something new. The only time you stop learning is when you get out of this world. But as long as you're still breathing, there's something new that you can learn. Come right here and you're going to learn a lot. That's Mutembe TV for you. Kindly go to the subscribe section, subscribe to Mutembe TV, subscribe so that you take us more, and share to many people so that you can be able to join more. And those who live in the diaspora, we want to encourage you that there's also Azimio Diaspora TV that is run by Stone PK, and I think Stone PK, you want to talk about it?
Oh, thank you, Themba. Yes, yeah, it's Azimio Diaspora TV, which is a platform more geared towards Baba's campaign. We dwell a lot more on Baba's campaign, although we also try to compare with other happenings on the presidential platform. So mainly, also it's a table whereby we welcome all those people living outside there, normally from 10 o'clock for around 2 hours, and then we close down and join Mutembe on the other side, where we have general discussion still on political issues. So I believe Kenyans out there, you have ample time. You can be able to pop into all these platforms and share this good time with your fellow Kenyans. And it's really good, it's enriching, and we are able to air what you may not be able to do in your room alone. So it's a great thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I thought you should mention that so that at least you can have traffic in all Azimio Diaspora. That one is specifically, as the name says, Azimio. Pale ukienda usienda tunaenda kupeleka sijui UDA sijui nini. Pale ni Azimio. Baba. Azimio Diaspora TV. Go right there, like them, subscribe to Azimio Diaspora. We have Stone PK, Diana, we have Geoffrey. If you go there, you can also participate, just like here. So that's what Azimio Diaspora TV is. And also Mutembe TV.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Shukran.
Nini sasa tena?
Kwa mazungumzo yako.
Kindly subscribe to Mutembe, share Mutembe TV. Go to Azimio Diaspora Forum, subscribe, and share. So
Themba,
that you can
Themba, you know that today you did not make any submission at all.
What are you saying?
You didn't make any. You didn't make any submission. You were just commenting.
I never get that chance. When I come here, nikugongwa tu. Stone PK ananigonga, Fidel Wayara ananigonga, Ziana ananigonga, Alex akiamka huko ananigonga. So I don't have that time. But I am easy. I thank you, Ayara. So kindly let's meet here again. And as you subscribe to all those, also kindly pass by my channel too. Of course, eventually I was told I name it the Themba and Lulu. Yeah. And Lulu show.
Yeah, that was a nice one. That is it shows because you are the two of you, Lulu appearing there yourself. It's good.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so pass by there, the Themba and Lulu show, and kindly subscribe and like. There's a new video that has just dropped there. We are talking about dealing with loss and grief. Go there and listen to how you can deal with loss and grief, and especially those who are going have lost loved one. If you have lost a loved one, if you have lost a friend, if you're losing any, go there. You'll find how we take you through how to deal with that. So move on, stay there. And like and share. We are doing that.
What about the single one for single people? When are you doing it?
Thank you. Tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow from 8 to 9.
Are we allowed to come in?
Yes, if you are single and willing to mingle. If you are single and ready to mingle, you are welcome there. So that you never know, you can find someone. Remember, thanks for taking my suggestion. Yes.
Looks single.
Yes. He's cooking alone. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Let me acknowledge those who are in the comment section. Julia, thank you. Today you are not able to come here. Dear, thank you. Yeah. We take feedback. We listen there. So it is the Themba and Lulu show officially. So kindly look for it. YouTube, share. We are only about 20 people to get to 500. Ndio tuanze kwenda 1000. So kindly usikazie mtu, subscription ni free. And it only take pitia tu huko subscribe. You can subscribe as many times. I've subscribed at Azimio Diaspora TV, nimesubscribe and just it's free. Usikazie watu, just go there, subscribe. It's support each other.
Usisahau maombi.
Naomba acha kwanza ni acknowledge hawa huku chini. Purity Njoroge, asante. Juliana, kesho najua utakuja mapema. John Barry. Today tumemaliza discussion. Kama mnaamka saizi mnapata tumemaliza discussion. Dominic Liza, Gitash J, Gakure, asante. King Laza, asante. Timothy Kamore, Alex pia yuko huko chini. Yule Alex anacheza chini na juu. Na wengine wote, we may not mention all of you, but we really appreciate. Catch you up later today. But before we go, like normal and like every other day, and the way we do it for those who stay with us here up to the end, we do it like this. We finish with a word of prayer. Tunamaliza kwa maombi. Na ni ombi gani? Ni wimbo wa taifa, the first answer. Why? So that we can always know what is it that unites us as Kenyans. We may talk so much about our differences until we forget that there are things that unite us. They are symbols of national unity, presidency, the national anthem, the currency. You need to know the symbols of national unity so that you know when I think and when I talk about this, akumbuka kwamba mimi ni Mkenya. Daima mimi ni Mkenya. Mwananchi mzalendo. And one of them is what? The national anthem. Now, as usual, I know Stone PK did it for us yesterday. Fidel did it for us 3-4 days ago. Ziana, unaweza tufanyia leo?
Jamani, mimi si ndio nilifanya juzi. Hamna neno. Wacha niseme tu. Fidel hajaifanya vizuri sana, lakini wacha nijaribu.
Ngoja nifanye.
Haya, naona.
Acha Fidel afanye. Haya.
Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, umoja na amani. Ni raha tupate na ustawi.
Fidel, umechanganya hapo. Na tukae na undugu, amani na umoja.
Hakuna tofauti. Remember I told you that delivery is still the same thing.
No, unajua umechanganya. Tunataka uweke vizuri. So, but anyway, we will keep learning. Thank you so much. Tukae na undugu, amani na umoja. Always remember, hata tukitofautiana katika mawazo na jinsi ambavyo tunafikiria, sisi wote ni wandugu. Sisi wote ni wana Kenya. Unaweza kuwa na maoni tofauti, lakini haki yako lazima iwe inalindwa kikatiba. kila mtu awe na haki, lakini tukumbuke ya kwamba sisi ni mandugu. Fidel, wewe ni wetu, wewe ni wetu. Lazima tuwe mandugu sisi wote. Asanteni sana, tunane tena saa 3 kamili masaa ya Afrika Mashariki ya Kati.
Umejaribu Fidel?
Yeah, umejaribu. Na pia masaa ya ulimwenguni utaangalia ni saa ngapi.
Asante.
Lakini tuonane mapema saa 2, manake kuna kipindi cha wale ambao wako single. Wale single wanaitwaje Ziana kwa Kiswahili?
Wale wako single, wahuni.
Lazima tufikirie.
Wale wahuni, wanaitwa wahuni.
Wahuni.
Yes, hicho si kipindi cha watu kama kina PK bana, wako nini? Wahuni kama Fidel na wengine. Tuonaneni inshallah.
Sawa, inshallah.